A little bit.
Well, possibly could you tell me, like, so have you exposed anybody before?
Not like exposed. I mean, I want
Well, I
them to
mean,
know that somebody's recording them, and
yeah,
they should be careful what they say, because if they go too far, and somebody wants to take action on what they're saying, well then, I'm just saying, knowing that somebody is listening to you, it doesn't even seem to actually phase the people who are making homicidal ideation death threats regularly.
okay. Yeah, I can understand that. Have you ever come to the point where you've changed somebody's mind?
No, I don't think so.
Really?
People's personalities seem to be extremely fixed positions. Doesn't seem like you can actually change somebody and their political position. That seems pretty constant.
Okay, right. Well, let me say this. Do you think that people are on here because they have an ideology that is not changeable, that is fixed?
That's not why they're here. They're here for I think, to dope up.
You don't think they're here to change people's minds and possibly indoctrinate people into their belief system?
Not really. Everybody seems to be very fixed in their position.
So it's more, like you say, well, like we've said, a dopamine fix.
It's echo chambering in here. Constantly. People repeat themselves over and over and over and over. That's why I say they're trying to either get confirmation bias all the time, get the dopamine, but I'm ready to actually shut off my usage of this app, and an August break, because I have
Be definitely good for you myself.
Yeah, because you know what the alternative is. I like to read books, and when I get back into books, I realize just how foolish everybody is here. Like they're literally, it's like a brain rot exercise.
Exactly, yeah. Well, so I live in England, and it's summer now, so I have a hammock, and I'll sit in my hammock, and I'll read a book, and I won't touch my mobile phone. I think, its connection to other people is so, it's wonderful, but at the same time, it can become somewhat traumatic with the fact that we have an open way of communicating with people that we have absolutely no idea who they are. And that kind of communication, it can be very, very difficult to digest. There's no stopping. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I mean, you don't know who anybody is. I rent out apartments to people, I don't know who they are, but I have faith in myself, and I have, enough confidence in myself to know that, I have confidence in other people, but nonetheless, you're gonna get disappointed. People are pigs,
Yeah.
people trash things, people are dirty, people are inconsiderate, people they just do things which they make people make bad decisions. You can't stop people from making bad decisions. So what I work on is, how do I respond to people making bad decisions? Am I gonna get flustered and angry and scream and hoot and holler and yell and eat my own substance up, or am I just going to be an observer documenting, and analyzing, and then respond, in a cool, calm, collected manner effectively.
Well, yeah, that's definitely the way to be. I mean, also, the other thing is just, to understand that, I know it sounds cheesy, but this is a journey that we're on. We are all born and we're all going to die, and at some point, nobody will remember our names. It's about how we traverse this little bit of life that we live in. So it sounds a bit hippy-dippy, but it's kind of how it is.
Well, some people I remembered. You know, if you've ever watched a movie or a book, I mean, you are remembering the person that created that product.
That's true. I mean, have you thought about writing a book?
No, I mean, I like to read books, but like, well, I don't even know, you know, I don't even have enough time to read. So it's like, how the fuck would I waste my time creating a book that nobody else is going to read? I need to read the books that are out there that are going to transform my life and maintain my life. You know, I'm looking for wisdom, and that's what a lot of people on this app are not doing. They're just engaged in rhetoric and politics.
So yeah, so I see what you're saying. So it's all about the noise, not about what's behind it.
Right. Yeah. It's about the friction and the thrill and the dopamine of that friction, as opposed to the peace that can be created by, you know, wisdom.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm with you.
So what is it? It's like I think Elon Musk he says in politics there's too much signal noise, and so he can't. You know, he has reduced the signal noise that he is receiving, and he finds it, you know, a much better place to be in terms of like life experience.
Yeah, that would make sense. I mean, you know, obviously, I suffer from. I say suffer. I don't suffer. I am autistic, so I do understand the fact that my brain will point in various different directions at the same time. So it's difficult to have clarity sometimes with, I suppose, just sitting down on a chair and just relaxing. That's not something that my brain could do. So
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, 100%.
You can't just sit down and relax your brain through different techniques.
No, definitely not.
All right, if you say so.
You know, I mean, well, no, I have to be active. I cannot stop, like, thinking. The only time I stop thinking is when I'm asleep, I suppose. And even then, like, I'm still thinking.
Well, have you ever done a breathing exercise?
Yes, I have, yeah.
So what do you think happens when you do a breathing exercise?
I'm thinking about what's going to happen once I've finished this breathing exercise.
Well, have you done a guided breathing exercise, I should say?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, well then let me prove to you immediately that you're wrong about your opinion about your overreactive brain.
I'm very open to that. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so take the deepest breath of the day through your nose, hold it for 10 seconds. Let it go and say, I am a flower.
I'm a flower.
Now take the second deepest breath of the day through your nose. Hold it for 10 seconds. Let it go and say, I am fresh.
I'm fresh.
Okay, so you're a fresh flower now. Meaning, like, you just got hypnotized. Because all communication is hypnosis. And, but you won't remember this conversation because the side effect of communication is amnesia.
No, I don't think that.
I'm just joking, but what I'm just trying to demonstrate is that I mean, have you ever heard people in a very contentious room, very, very rarely, 1 out of 10,000 we hear some people say, let's take a 10-second moment of silence and let's do a deep breathing exercise. No, people just go into it like it's Mortal Kombat. So I'm just saying, if you want to control your mind, you can stop. You have the ability to stop thinking by forcing communication, by like saying "I'm a fresh flower." Like you are forcing your.
I see.
It's
Yeah,
the linguistic. Yeah, it's like Hegelian dialectics, I guess.
I see what you're saying, but I think that, so, do you know what the amygdala is?
Yeah.
So your paleo system. So I feel like mine is constantly on fire. So it's constantly thinking about a threat that might be coming. So I think that part of my brain is never able to shut off.
Well, it's just your opinion. I mean, because you may not be doing techniques to override your brain. Like, do you know what mantras are?
Yes, of course.
So, I mean, if you were to just say Om, Om, and do Om 1,000 times, eventually you would, in a way, override your thought creation and speaking, interior monologue. You would become Om. So, it's one way.
I'm not sure. I mean, trust me, I've tried. Like, I'm not sure that's true. I mean, have you done that? Is that something?
I have, yeah, and I do it in the sun, or like after a jog, or I'll do it with music. I'll play musical instruments, and then if I'm still having thoughts, eventually my brain stops producing thoughts, and I become one with the activity, and I'm no longer thinking about how I got to go do this, and I got this problem, and this and that. I'm no longer thinking. I'm literally in the moment of now, playing the music, saying the mantra.
Yeah, I kind of understand that because obviously I work as a gardener, landscape gardener, and when I'm digging, I've got a tree, I've got to dig out a tree. It gets so difficult, and I get so tired while I'm doing it that all I'm thinking about is digging that tree out. And that's probably the only little space that I have when I'm not thinking.
Yeah. And so that's a good example of you being what they call a flow state, or what you might call an alpha brainwave state or something. So I'm just saying there's a way to brain hack and get into your flow state. Um, Clubhouse will not do that for you. Clubhouse just it's like taking your brain and shaking it and shaking it and shaking it. That's what it does.
Yeah, I'm not here for that. I'm here for connection, I suppose, or just have an interesting conversation with somebody like you.
Yeah, I mean, this is a clown house analysis where we can discuss psychology and maybe educational approaches
Sure.
to making life better. That's
Yeah,
the way I
I'd
look at
agree
it.
with that. Okay, well, right, I'm going to go and let the cats in and probably get to bed.
Okay, well, it's been fun chatting with you, Orlando. Have a good evening.
All right, thank you. Yeah, thank you. That's been a really interesting conversation, so thanks for that.
Okay, you're welcome. Take care.
Cheers.
Bye.
Poland was there first, right? And then they got invaded by the Russian. The Polish have been invaded 500 times. Yeah. And it's surprising they still have a country because they're not the brightest. So tactical, I wouldn't assume that they would be smart with tactics, but bravery and strength, if that sheer alone, they.
Let's say hi.
Welcome back to Clubhouse on a Saturday night.
Or you know it, you'll be teaching him how to fit.
Oh, that's a baby.
He's telling them. He's telling us all. That's a great point. He has the best points in the room.
I'd like to ask.
I love the cooing stage. The cooing stage for me, I love that.
It's so.
I'd like to ask the room a question. What have people here in Chilism learned about psychology, philosophy, and politics? I'm just wondering.
Oh, that's great. Congratulations, Sai.
And then they also have that death grip too. They got that grip.
The worst is when they grab their own hair. Oh my goodness.
God,
That is the worst. That is the most scary and helpless you feel as a parent when they grab their own hair.
You people respect themselves.
I
And you know, yeah, that's the way that.
I cannot do it alone. I think long talk here, Elizabeth can handle. And I know it. Thank you. So you pull out that little
Went outside and chased the nigga down and you cocked the gun.
wow, but why though? That ain't cool. That ain't cool.
In the house cocking a gun.
No, but that ain't cool though. That ain't cool though.
Cocking a gun in the
That
house.
ain't cool though.
For cocking a gun over
That
the
ain't
phone.
cool though. You pulling out little scissors and
But getting
shit.
drunk and cocking concussion, you know. So we should not use it. I take leave for
I'll give you my word for that. I guess the only thing that she's truthful about is the photos that I post here are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. Okay, that's true. But anything else is complete lies. Thank you for allowing me to say that, Miss Nina. And anybody, don't be surprised if this person sends you inboxes, messages about myself with these lies. Okay, she really hates me being on here now. So just so you know.
I just want to say something before I go.
Okay, okay, sir.
Like, look, speaking from a children's heart, okay? Just
Play a game. Why are we not adults?
Nothing beats a tattoo holiday.
Nothing beats a tattoo. And right now, you can get 50% off. What is you talking about?
Hello? Hello?
Nothing beats a tattoo holiday, Sarah. Would you like one that's 400 pounds for a family store?
Concrete, I want to ask you a question.
I'm talking to ladies, beautiful black ladies, and this thing.
On a Saturday night on Clown House?
400 pounds off for a family of 4. Do you not have a family?
200 pounds.
Do you not have a family, sir? If you don't have a family, just say that,
Wow,
sir.
if you leave and you don't come back, I will miss you. So
Well,
you
if
might
you're
as
a
well
single person
send me a
talking,
DM. You might as well send me that number. That way we just keep in touch. You don't have to be like,
sir, do you have any family, sir?
You miss me every time I fucking leave. You fucking crestball.
Concrete's got no life. He's here 24/7,
Do you have
7
any
days a
family,
week,
sir?
chit chatting with people on Chillism all day, talking about
Do you have
nothing.
any family for your tattoo holiday?
I actually had to side with him. Like, literally, I was in chillism, and I'm like, this is pathetic. I'm not.
No.
This is pathetic.
Pathetic.
With the tattoo
Let's say it
holiday.
all out loud together now. Pathetic.
Tattoo
Pathetic.
holiday for you.
Pathetic.
Nothing beats a tattoo holiday to the hallway. See you later.
Now, you can think about it and answer me another time if you want to. There's no pressure from me. Maybe you can think about that. And I think that you would do something actually. You know what
Because, like, my mom used to buy corn nuts all the time, and he would sit on all of them, so I just started calling him corn nut. Then my niece is Chicken Little, because when she was little, she wanted to do everything the kids did, so I said she was Chicken Little from the movie. And then the youngest nephew is Squish or Bestie. It goes back and forth. Because he says his TT is his best friend, and if his mommy makes him mad, he said, I'm telling TT. She's my best friend.
Mom!
You're gonna tell too?
Mom!
Oh, and little dude wanted me to say that his mommy spanked him 3 times, and he cried and cried and cried.
Mom!
So he wants to say communion.
Mom!
What do you do about that, Ashley? Can they hear us? No. Me and her have already discussed it, and we were laughing about it. She said I have spanked his butt 1 time. 1 time.
आश्चर्यवत् पश्यति कश्चिदेनम्
आश्चर्यवत् पश्यति कच्चिदेनम्
आश्चर्यवत् वदति तथैव चान्यः
आश्चर्यवत् तथैव
चान्यः
अन्यः
आश्चर्यवच्चैनमन्यः शृणोति
आश्चर्यवच्चैनमन्यः शृणोति
श्रुत्वाप्येनं वेद न चैव कश्चित्
उत्पादेनं वेद न चैव कश्चित्
देहि नित्यमवध्योऽयम्
देहि नित्यमवध्योऽयम्
देहि सर्वस्य भारत
देहे सर्वस्य भारत
तस्मात् सर्वाणि भूतानि
तस्मात् सर्वाणि भूतानि
न त्वं शोचितुमर्हसि
न त्वं शोचितुमर्हसि मर्हसि
क्षत्रियस्य न विद्यते
Just because destroying other people's property, I can't get behind that. But if you have peaceful property today, meaning again something that you've earned outright and you've actually traded for, I will radically defend you. I don't care who you are. If you harm another person in this region that is Israel, aka Palestine, I would 110% encourage, you've lost the ability to reciprocate rights. You no longer have the defense, and the defender's choice at that point. If you're going to harm another person, if you're going to cooperate with people who harm people, that's all, you are my enemy.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that. Hi, Mr. John. Mr. Avi, you came back. Did you want to say one more thing?
Oh, no, go ahead. I'm just listening.
Okay. Mr. John, would you like to say anything? Welcome.
Hey, yeah, I mean, I don't know what your title means necessarily, but, unfair Zionists, like, I don't like the way that people use the word Zionist. And when I ask people, can you tell me what the word Zionism or Zionist means? It's always a really dithering type of, explanation, because it's very generic. To me, Zionism means nationalism. So I think the Palestinians are Zionists. I think Lebanese are Zionists. Syrians, Zionists. Americans, Zionists. UK, Zionists. I think every country is looking out for its own self-survival and, proliferation. So to me, it's a useless word. It's a meaningless word. Don't say Zionist, just say nationalist. And that's it. Leave it at that. Because when you use the term Zionist, it gets into this ethnic, religious adjective description game, which means nothing. It means nationalism. Am I wrong here?
Well, you said your view of the definition of Zionism. To me, I think it's my intelligence level is low, my IQ is low. Okay. Nobody will get me to say other words. It's not a false modesty. I can only think about things in very simplistic ways. Okay, so if an individual lives in the United States of America, and I ask them, do you accept that country exists? And they say yes. And I ask, do you have a problem with it existing? And they say no. That's basically what a Zionist is, but there's no name, like you said, for that person. It's only with Israel there seems to be a name applied to that.
So see, that's where I disagree, and people use it as a negative. Nationalism or patriotism should be honored if it's virtuous and authentic. If your patriotism and nationalism is racist, bigoted, and evil and angry in nature, well, that's not nationalism. That's just, nastiness. Or the opposite of nationalism, which would be what? Xenophobia? So And I like in Bima's picture, it shows everyone in a state of peace and nirvana. She's got it backwards. You have it backwards, Bima. Nirvana and peace comes from within, and there will be no national peace or global peace until individuals at the individual level decide to take personal responsibility for peace in their life, and basically depolarize, depoliticize, and go go inward as opposed to this never-ending outward politic propaganda communication. I mean, if people on this app were serious about peace, they'd be teaching meditation courses on here. They'd be playing music with each other. They'd be reading poetry, peace poetry to each other. They wouldn't be on here doing homicidal ideation till 5 in the morning. Sorry, Bima, but most people on this app have mental illness and they're just homicidal ideation projectionists. And they live with hate in their heart. And that's the way people are. That's life.
Yeah. I don't see the difference between Zionists and anti-Zionists. But I think, again, I'm very simplistic. I believe that's a peaceful picture that she has. And I believe her heart's in the right place.
I mean, I mostly agree with you, believe it or not. And it's so funny. Listen to this bit of conspiracy. This is obviously AI created. I did not ask it to do the flags, and then once it kept creating images with both flags, because I said represent both Arabs and Jews and Christians, and so it kept giving me these two, like just the flags. It was always flags, and then I started prompting it to not have flags, and just like, do not add flags, and it still would only give me the flags. So I think that's AI conspiracy, or maybe it's not a conspiracy, maybe it's just a large language model with a predictive text, and that's what we're putting into it. So our collective mentality is a nice mirror to see that our collective mentality can't even get past the point of the conceptualizing the people living together without claiming this collectivist mentality, which is such a disease, John. And I agree with you. The individual needs to be taken care of. I love that. I would say the only thing that I would push back on is we can teach meditation and peace and these things, and I'm not going to disagree with you, but I think also that most people they're not inherently ugly individuals. And if we can figure out a way, which I'm definitely not the person to do because I'm not smart enough. I try, but I know I'm not nearly where I need to be. But if we could just break down the framework and let people understand their moral inconsistencies, they'd be able to adopt a better ideology. And I truly believe most people are rational people, if given the opportunity. So that's my hope. That's why I come in here and I'm on Clubhouse and I like to debate people, because I want you to expose your moral framework, and then I want to show you all of your inconsistencies. And because consistency is absolutely necessary for logic, and logic is necessary for, if you want to create principles, you have to have consistency. It's absolutely necessary. But most people are going to give you their opinions on politics based on emotion without any type of consistency whatsoever. No principles, just emotion. Like, let me ask you, John, do you have any moral principles that you use to run your life, to which you can put through any political issue that could be delivered to your desk right now, and you'd be able to take those moral principles and apply them and come up with an answer?
Yeah, 100. No, what is the golden rule, Bima?
Okay, well, let's see. Why don't you give me a few?
Well, the golden rule is treat your neighbor the way you want to be treated. And that's why October 7th was such a betrayal of your neighbor. And, that type of betrayal is very hard to forgive. It takes incredible mercy, incredible kindness, and incredible compassion to let that go. They were asking for too much on October 7th. And if you want to talk about genocide or ethnic cleansing, that was genocide and ethnic cleansing. And when you open that bottle and the genie comes out and Pandora's box spills over, you fuck around, you find out. I mean, the leaders of Hamas are gone. They are dead. And if you watch their speeches, well, they hold up babies with machine guns, and they're screaming death to the Jews. We're going, death to the Zionists. That type of political communication, plus shooting rockets every single fucking night of the week for years, it's insane behavior. So, again, go back to the golden rule: treat your neighbor the way you want to be treated. And the United States Constitution says, friends in peace, enemies in war. Those are the golden rules of life. And again, fuck around, find out.
Would you agree that though would be inconsistent, treat your neighbor the way you want to be treated? Meaning, if you were to apply that to, let's say, somebody in the, I don't want to use stereotypes. Take a couple countries. Okay. Listen, let's take a Gazan and let's take an Israeli, and we put them side by side. Do you think if we say, let's take the more frustrated militant of both sides, and we say, hey, golden rule, treat your neighbor the way you want to be treated? What do you think both of them are going to come up with the same answer?
It's a universal statement, and it's undeniably logically true. No one's going to deny that statement, because people want to be treated the way that they treat others. And it's a very important thing to recognize that the way I treat you is the way I expect you to treat me. If I give you disrespect, I should expect disrespect. If I give you respect, you should give me respect. The moment I get angry with you and start yelling at you, I don't expect you to comply with me anymore. I don't expect you to be my friend anymore. So, but again, there's a big distinguishment here between your average militant and your average soldier who is in a career job type position versus an Islamic jihadist terrorist who is who is more than ready to die and to go to Allah. So there's a huge differentiation between the characters in this performance, and you lump them together, and I think that's where you have it wrong. There are different people in this casting, and you should be able to know which ones are problematic and which ones are just doing a job.
Well, I think sometimes, let me ask you the question, do you think that sometimes religion gets in the way of a person understanding the golden rule? If they've been taught, trained, and indoctrinated to believe that life should be this way, and this is what God says, and they need to follow God's path, do you think that could interfere?
100%. Islam is an all or nothing theocratic religious and judicial system all intertwined into one. So it's the perfect mind virus. And that's why it has spread to 2 billion people and why it was successful at the time. It was a response to Christianity. And it was a political response to Christianity and to the environment. Polygamy, warfare, lying to obtain one's goals, things like that violate the golden rule. So you show me where in the Quran or in any Islamic scholarly information or any kind of religious information where it says treat your neighbor the way you want to be treated. Show it to me. Show me the golden rule in Islam.
That's interesting. Have you seen the movie Heretic from 2024 with Hugh Grant?
No, I haven't seen it.
John, check it out. I think you'd enjoy it. It's a psychological thriller.
See, I don't think, Bima, can you explain to me psychologically the revolution of Christianity? What was Jesus doing 2,000 years ago that was so revolutionary in terms of psychology, spirituality, politics, economics, the whole kit and caboodle? Who was Jesus, and what was he all about, and what was revolutionary about it?
Well, I think I could give you what the Bible says of who they believe, if we consider Jesus to be a real person, and we say that everything that the writers, the multiple writers of the Bible, that they've interpreted it well, and the, oral tradition of passing down X to X to X to X, right? If we believe that all of Torah, Old Testament, New Testament, we believe all that's true, I think Jesus was an incredible person, obviously, and I think that would be an excellent way to operate life.
What was it in the environment during Jesus' time? Who was the reigning power, and what were they doing?
Why does that matter?
Let me ask you, does environment matter?
I don't think that there's any type of difference in, of course environment matters. That was actually my point to you. That's what I'm saying to you, that religion does. It can affect you, but that we also have plenty of sects of Christianity that have read the same New Testament and have come out with, the Westboro Baptist Church, for example. So how do you explain those individuals? Or, I've gone to Baptist church where I've seen the preacher reject his teen daughter because she claimed to be possibly a lesbian, kicked her out at 16 years old. You think Jesus would?
No, I don't think. See, this is the thing about Christians is, that type of attitude and behavior is not compassionate or kind enough. But a lot of Christians are just men and women, and frustration with regards, to people's activities or political leanings, etc., is hard to really grasp. And that's why I say, like, an esoteric, philosophical metaphysic, or I guess energy, is a way to essentially depoliticize, is to view everything in terms of metaphysics or energy, and removing the anger, removing the hate, removing the animosity, basically de-escalation. So if I'm in a conflict with you on this app and I'm a mature person, I can humble myself against my opponent and ask for, de-escalation, for compassion, for kindness.
Why do you keep saying that? I'm just curious. It's distracting me at my ADHD. Why do you keep saying that? I'm just curious.
If I ask a question?
Yeah, the way that you're saying it and then you re-say it in that way. What are you?
I've gotten so used to listening to people here on this app ask questions. I have a hard time saying ask anymore. So it's partly because of my environment that is causing me to constantly say ask as opposed to ask. I use Clown House a lot. I'm on here a lot listening. So naturally I absorb my environment, and now I too ask questions. Sometimes the hard questions.
Do you think that you're making it a deliberate effort to sort of mock people who say the word ask in that way?
What did you ask? Sorry, I didn't hear you.
It seems to me, I don't want to make an assumption, I don't want to make a claim. Are you deliberately using that accent, the way that you say ask, are you using it intentionally to mock people who say it that way?
So you're asking me if I'm saying the word ask to mock people who say the word ask?
Right, yeah, that's my question.
If they say the word ask using the word ask, what's wrong with me speaking like my fellow Americans? And this is an honest question I'm asking.
Could I derail a little bit? I'd like to hear more what John was about to say about when he asked the question. What was revolutionary about
When he asked the question.
Yeah.
Bima, when I ask a question, I'm just waiting for somebody like yourself to get upset over how I'm asking a question. And it's a trick question when I ask a question that way. It's to find out just how emotionally sensitive you are to people asking questions, if that makes sense. It's called wordplay, Bima, to find out just how emotionally intelligent you are. Sorry for asking too many questions.
I think emotional intelligence would probably be more of me making an accusation and making a judgment upon you. I was just asking you why you're doing it and if you're intentionally doing it to mock people who do it. And I guess my answer is yes. Was that correct? Was your ultimate answer?
I would
yes?
say that the question you just asked would confirm your suspicion that when I ask a question, I am, possibly, making fun of people who ask questions like that.
Okay, that's all that I wanted to know.
But going back to what Michaela just asked about what I asked about Jesus and what was so revolutionary about his way of doing things, or perhaps his level of awareness or his way of looking at the situation, guess what? Jesus, is very advanced psychologically in terms of emotional intelligence. I don't know if you know this, Bima, but a lot of the stuff in the Bible, it's called metaphor. And it's not literal. It's actually dealing with emotional intelligence.
What is emotional intelligence?
Well, for example, in the book of Philippians, it says, "My God will meet all your needs according to his glorious riches in Christ Jesus." I mean, I have these little Bible cards, and I read them from time to time. And the wisdom in these little passages from this little book called the Bible, it turns out that it deals with how to deal with yourself and how to deal with others.
So, is that little book in your cards? What did they say about mocking your fellow neighbors?
This is from the book of Job 5:17. It says, "Blessed is the man whom God corrects. So do not despise the discipline of the Almighty."
Corrections, I think, I love corrections. I would definitely say if someone said a word and you offered, hey, look, you said it this way, this is how it's said, and this is how you can, this is how we say it. But I didn't say correction, I intentionally said mock. What does your Bible or your book say about mocking your fellow neighbor?
Well, the book of Timothy, 2 Timothy, says, "God gave us a spirit not of fear, but of power and love and self-control." I just want to ask you, do you think a lot of the Free Palestine people practice self-control?
Nice deflection. Do you think mocking your fellow neighbor is an element of self-control?
Well, when I ask a question, to my neighbor, I generally ask it respectfully and transparently and authentically. I just wonder how many people on the other side of the fence also think that way.
John, you brought up the environment Jesus was in. What were you pointing towards? Roman rule?
Yeah, paganism, absolutely. And the insanity of that environment, and seeing what pagans do in ancient Rome and how they treat each other, the mass slavery, the rule by Roman arms, the poverty.
And he wasn't encouraging Jews to rebel, right?
No, he was an Enlightenment teacher. I think that he was nonviolent and more of a pacifist than some type of revolutionary, counter-political figure. I think he was.
They fight for our land. It's our land. But that's what brought them down, because there were revolutionaries there, and they brought the wrath of the Roman army on them, which is, I would think that's sort of what the Palestinians are doing.
May I get the kid?
Yeah.
May I get the kid?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think Jesus actually had some pretty good sarcasm, and I like the way
Like, for example, Matthew 23:24, you blind guides, you strain out a gnat, but swallow a camel. I think this is a perfect example of the good Lord giving us instruction that it's not only okay to mock people, but it's encouraged.
You know, Matthew 6:21 says, "Where your treasure is, there your heart will be also." Jude 20 says, "You, dear friends, must build each other up in your most holy faith. Pray in the power of the Holy Spirit." Bima, what do you think Free Palestine people think about when when you talk about the Holy Spirit of God?
I think they wonder why the people committing a genocide on innocent people don't have that spirit in them.
Okay, so let me ask you this. What is the law?
You're going to have to be more specific. What type of law? Man law?
Just tell me what the
law?
word law means in English. LAW. What does it mean to you?
It depends on the type of law you're referring to. Are we talking about man-made law? Are we talking about God's law? What are we talking about? Natural law? What are we talking
Just
about?
a word. It's a 3-letter word. I don't know if you're capable of actually answering the question that I'm asking. But what does the word in English, LAW, mean? You can Google it and look it up in a dictionary if you want.
Can you act in a more respectful way, please?
I do apologize. I am autistic and neurodivergent. So if I am coming off as rude, it could be because of my diagnosis. I apologize, sir.
Okay.
So I'm going to come up with my own definition. I'm going to say laws are collectivist, mentalist disease of a superstition, a belief in this myth of authority that gives some people a moral inherent power to oppress, violate, control other peaceful people. But that's what the law is.
Who is peaceful? You assume people are peaceful.
Peaceful people would be represented by any human being, regardless of sex, gender, race, any place on the planet, as long as they are not harming their neighbor or their property.
And don't people harm each other day to day with their words, their actions?
I don't think we can use words as an objective harm, right? Because of too much subjectivity. So it has to be like a specific violation, right?
And who decides who's peaceful?
Objective facts. So as soon as somebody objectively, so when I say that, I'm talking about a point where you actually see somebody touch or violate another person or their property, they are no longer a peaceful person.
So it's in an individual decision. One person decides who's peaceful and who's not, and then they can execute punishment on that one person can decide the other person is not peaceful and they can punish them?
Well, we each decide, so we all want to have maximum liberty, right?
Not you.
Not statists don't. Statists don't. But maximum liberty.
Can I ask you a question?
A common ground to how we determine that, and that would be go ahead, Roger, go ahead.
So Bima, when somebody violates somebody's liberty, who has the authority to hold them accountable?
The same. Well, if you stop reciprocating rights in rights-based, so what is a right? All rights are mutual reciprocal understandings between consenting adults. Just me and you coming together and saying, hey, this is descriptive. These aren't normative rights, okay? This is a bunch of people coming together and saying, hey, look, let's all take it. Let's say we're not going to punch each other in the face. We're not going to hurt each other. And, now, okay, these are our rights now.
Well,
just by that.
So I would beg to differ. I would say that if what you're calling a right requires mutual agreement, that means that if somebody doesn't agree, then they don't have to recognize the rights. That's why that's why that's why rights have to come from somewhere else. The authority first of all, who granted these rights? Natural law, were they given by God? And the idea that you think that it has to be mutually agreed upon, if you said, hey, I don't want you to hit me, and I say, I'm not going to mutually agree upon that, I'm going to smack the crap out of you, then under your framework, I would not be violating your rights because it was not mutually agreed upon.
So, first of all, I answered your question of where the authority came from, and that comes from the individuals. Sometimes we like to say that they're God-given rights, but we know that God doesn't grant everybody the same rights on the planet, right? And if that was true, we'd all have the same rights on the planet, but we don't.
Bima, let me interrupt you politely.
As Americans, and North Koreans don't have the same rights as Saudi Arabians, and et cetera, et cetera. So it's all different. So what we've concluded is descriptively, it's just what people decide to agree upon when they come together. They say, okay, this is what our standards are, and this is how we're going to interact. You let me know where your boundaries are, and I say, okay, these are my boundaries. Let's make a decision. The society that we live in the West, the federal constitutional republic, which is a democracy, that's all that is. The only difference is that you're tied into an
Yeah. Good call on getting out of Bima's, projection there. She speaks as if, I don't know. She uses like technical, like Marxian terminology. Do you ever notice that?
Yeah, I think she's somebody that probably spent a lot of time, listening to anarchists talk, and then thought, wow, that's unique. Nobody thinks like that. Nobody talks like that. I think I'll adopt that because it makes me unique. And then really what she sounds like is a
robot.
It's very weird. Very, very weird.
So I don't know if you've ever read the Book of the Law, but I want to just read a thing in here, if I may, if I can ask to read this to jumpstart your "What is Anarchy" room. It's just one little paragraph. Do you want to hear it? It's a good jumping off point, I think. It says, democracy daughters, ferocious fascism, cackling communism, equally frauds cavort crazily all over the globe. They are hemming us in. Liberty stirs once more in the womb of time. Evolution makes its changes by anti-socialistic ways. The abnormal man who foresees the trend of the times and adapts circumstance intelligently is laughed at, persecuted, often destroyed by the herd. But he and his heirs, when the crisis comes, are survivors. Above us today hangs a danger never yet paralleled in history. We suppress the individual in more and more ways. We think in terms of the herd. War no longer kills soldiers, it kills all indiscriminately. Every new measure of the most democratic and autocratic governments is communistic in essence. It is always restriction. We are all treated as imbecile children. DORA, the Shops Acts, the motoring laws, Sunday suffocation, the censorship, they won't trust us to cross the roads at will. Fascism is like communism, and dishonest into the bargain. The dictators suppress all art, literature, theater, clubhouse rooms, music, news that does not meet their requirements. Yet the world only moves by the light of genius. The herd will be destroyed in mass. In the words of the famous paradox of the Comte de Phoenix, the absolute rule of the state shall be a function of the absolute liberty of each individual will. So I'm just wondering about that last part. The absolute rule of the state shall be a function of the absolute liberty of each individual will. Is that logical? Hello, is this thing on?
Yeah, sorry, I had to put the poll together. Everybody needs a poll these days, so we got a poll now. No, that was interesting. We should read that again when we get people in here. I'm gonna start pinging people, but I wanted to get the poll posted up here, so everybody can cast their votes.
When I was young, I bought that, the Anarchistic Manifesto or whatever it is. It's like a booby trap book, you know, like a warfighter book. I don't know if you ever read it, but supposedly it was banned.
Yeah.
Oh, the Anarchist Cookbook is what it was called.
Cookbook, yeah, the cookbook, yeah. There's a book by Michael Malice. If you ever want to hear an entertaining anarchist, you should check out Michael Malice. There's a great debate between him and God, I forget the guy's name. The objectivist. They were both on Lex Friedman's podcast debating anarchy versus minarchy. It was pretty interesting. It went the way you would expect it to go. Akiba says anarchy is ultimate freedom. It's amazing.
I mean, what would you describe the conquest of the West and the journey west in America? You know, cowboys, Indians, you know, far off, distant little towns. You know, what is that anarchy, Hekima?
Why you attempting to pronounce my name? You didn't put the say it right, then you just switched it up.
I mean, why don't you just tell me your real name? Is it like, you know, Tony or Lamar or like, you know, it's not Hekima.
That's fucking name.
Al Lamont. That would be a good one. Wasn't that the son from San Francisco?
Yeah. Why my name can't be Hakima, John? That's weird.
You got you, Lamont.
I mean, it could be Hekima. I don't know.
But it actually is.
I like the name Lamont, though. Lamont's cool. That might be my next clubhouse name, Lamont. Lamont Sanford.
Is it pronounced Hakima or is it, you know, Hekima?
Nobody pronounces it correctly, so you can pretty much do whatever you want. He's very accustomed to nobody being able to pronounce something that's spelled out fairly phonetically.
So if you're new in the room, be sure to fill out the poll. What is anarchy?
Yeah, I see a few people that haven't responded yet. Nye has not responded. Martin.
Yeah, I don't know.
Randy, Wallace. No, that's fine. You can give some thought to it. I'll tell you what. If you spend 5 seconds thinking about it, you'll spend more time, more thoughtful time thinking about it than, let's say, somebody like Bima. So. By the way, if you guys are connected to Bima, everyone invited. Like everyone just go into you do the share button. If we all invite her right now, we will center Bima and we'll just all sit silent and let her drone on and on and on. And then every once in a while, John will interject and ask her a question.
You know, I want to ask you a question, Mojo. Have you talked to Daniel on this app? He's a Canadian who wears a red jacket, and he goes on and on and on about how he's going to solve the debt crisis. But his explanation is that money is all fictitious, dollars are all fake, so it doesn't matter how much we print up. And his method is he wants to give you a time expiration deposit of however much you want or however much you need. But if you don't spend it within the certain time frame, it'll disappear. But the money that you do spend and the people that take your money and give you goods or services for the money, it doesn't expire for them. Okay, so have you talked to Daniel about his incredible idea on how to
I
tackle
think,
that?
David, you have to mute yourself. David, if you're going to stay on the stage, you're going to have to play like an adult. Let's see. Let's see if Alfonso wants to come up. Alfonso is like probably the friendliest guy in the religious rooms. And by religious rooms, I mean people arguing about religion. Alfonso, you're the smartest atheist on the app, right?
I don't know what smart means, but I think I am a different type of atheist, sort of.
Yeah, I don't hear you making the dumb arguments. Is my point. I guess.
Whoa! All hail El Normo.
Yeah, hold on. We're talking to Alfonso. We don't always get Alfonso. Alfonso is a. Let's talk to Alfonso for a second. Alfonso, you explain to the room your position on the absence of God.
So, well, I've got a bit of a journey to tell how I got here, and then why it makes sense to me to say that in the traditional sense, God, there's no way God exists, right? I'm not an agnostic. I actually claim to know for a fact that there are no gods. But I am willing to entertain the idea that we can use it as a metaphor. We can use an analogy to say, you know what, I'm having such a great time enjoying the company, the conversation, and feeling enlightened. So God is moving among us, right? Because just a metaphor. But you're having that means that.
Okay, David, I warned you. Go on, Alfonso.
So, yeah, and one of the strongest, I guess, arguments, I don't, I don't like to debate or argue, but one of the strongest thoughts I have about spirituality and theism is that for most spiritual practices, you must believe that you are a soul, independent of your body, right? People say, I have a body, but I am my soul. And I think that has been greatly debunked by modern science. So the arguments that we used to hear for the soul was it was the energy that gives us life. So as long as as soon as the soul left our bodies, it was the energy leaving it. And now we understand that by eating food, by got all these inputs of energy, and we know what these energies mean. You can objectively measure them, right? So that argument of energy leaving the body is kind of fallen through. And the other one is your personality. That's who you are. Right? But now we know that our brains have different functions and different parts that interact to create our personalities, and you can affect these with chemicals or trauma or tumors, and your personality will be radically changed. So those are a couple of very strong arguments for me to think that spirituality is it's a beautiful story that we've been telling each other, that we've evolved. These stories evolved through us, but they're no longer relevant, right? Those are a couple of thoughts on that. And also, if you want to actually question the existence of God, you can't even define God, right? God kind of serves the purpose of us understanding reality or paradigms. Well, sorry, I'm picking someone up in my Uber, but yeah, I'll leave it there for the time being.
What I don't understand about atheists is, have you been to a book club? Have you debated books, talked about favorite things that you read in books? I mean, that's what people are doing. And so if you think that there are no gods and there's no spirituality, but you still use terms like soul, I mean, isn't that tied into this whole God universe of the Marvel comic book known as the Bible? So I just question and ask, why do people not like information? Why are you so negative with regards to information? Is it because you don't want to read it anymore? Because you don't think it's real? Or is it really just because people are lazy and they don't want to do anything other than the easy solution, which is click a button, pick up a device and just stare at a screen and click a button. So that's why I have surrounded myself in books in my house, and I find the value of those books. And I think, and I know a lot of wealthy people. A lot of those wealthy people do have pretty big book collections, but it's generally the angry people. A lot of girls I've noticed. I go to their house, they don't have any books in their house. They got everything you could possibly need except for books. And I'm just like, maybe you're angry at the world because you don't have enough information to help you get yourself happy. It's called psychology or therapy or wisdom. Those are my thoughts.
John, speaking of reading a lot of books, in 2016, I set a goal for myself that I wanted to read one book a week. So I wanted to read 52 books, and I got to 49. So I fell 3 books short of my goal. And then after that, I got so fatigued by it that now, like, I just download things on Audible. Do you consider audiobooks the same as reading?
Yeah, I think if you're really listening and it's flowing through your brain and processing, and you're actively listening, it's just a great way to read a book, to listen to somebody read a book.
Even if it's at 1.5 speed?
Yeah, that's what I bring up to speed generally, or 1.25.
Yeah, cool, man. Well, let's get into the topic, guys. What is anarchy? Anybody want to take a shot at what is anarchy? We got a poll here.
Accurately described in your poem. What was it? A childish philosophy. Yep, that's it.
Yep. Has everybody pinged Bima? Let's ping her.
Not friends with her, I would.
Well, just go be friends with her and then ping her.
She has me one.
I pinged her, but I think she's modding and running her room and getting her dopamine. Mojo, do you think people come here to dope up?
I do. We've got an anarchist. I wonder if she's got a different answer than some of us do. It'll be interesting to find out. Oh, welcome to the stage, Al Pacino. I don't think I've ever seen Al Pacino in one of my rooms. I've had other celebrities, but not Al Pacino. Yeah, if you were Al Pacino, you'd afford a better microphone. Respectfully, nobody cares.
Okay, but I just say this, okay?
No, it's okay. It's okay.
It's okay.
Say hello to my little friend.
Say hello to my little friend, okay?
You want to play rough?
What you say?
You want to play rough? Okay.
I'll play, okay? Okay. No, I'm.
When people laugh in Italian, I fucking hate it. Don't do the Italian laugh. Can you laugh in American, please?
You say, I don't know. Hello, hello.
I'm not okay with this. I'm not okay with this at all.
Okay, wait, my friend. You
Let's get back to the title of the room. Can I ask a question? Can anybody tell me the root causes of anarchy? Where does anarchy come from?
I'll tell you the root cause of this room and why Bima has that opinion. Bima is a black scientist. She doesn't believe that pimples are different from other dogs. So, yeah.
What
So she's like, they shouldn't be collectively punished.
You think if she shaved her armpits, got some like, you know, some
She doesn't shave her armpits.
no, she does not. But do you think if she didn't, her rolls out? So you think if she did shave her armpits and got some effective deodorant going on, maybe styled her hair in a modern way, perhaps considered some makeup, put on some heels, and lost a few pounds, you think she would maybe abandon the anarchy thing and realize that joining civilization might be a good idea?
It's possible. It's very possible. I think we just need to shift in perspective.
I'll bet you she comes back to this room.
See, those are the health outcomes of, a lack of intelligence or wisdom or really understanding one's environment, I think, and what is natural and what is unnatural. I mean, asking the question again, what are the root causes of anarchy? Is it government?
I would say it's, mental retardation. Because if your solution to the problem of big government can have in terms of overreach, usually what that would lead to, let's just say she was successful, there is no state. What we would have is somebody trampling on her rights on a more consistent basis, and she would have no recourse to do. And I think the thing that she forgets is that as imperfect as government is, and as much as government does trample on her rights, it's the least amount of trampling that she's going to get in this world. Because should she ever get her way, the true authoritarians would take over. And I think that we have a very thin line protecting us from complete animalistic behavior. I don't think she fully appreciates that. Anybody else wants to chime in with their expertise on anarchy, please go on. Or your opinion, doesn't matter. Just jump in. Okay, whatever.
Well, Hakima, I don't know. Wait, okay, let me see. Yeah, anarchy is ultimate freedom. Hakima, I don't know if you're trolling or if you're being serious. I'm gonna assume you're serious. I almost voted the same way as you, Hakima. But then I had to think about it. I'm like, you know what? Let me go Google some shit. And I realized, you know what, Hakima? I actually don't want to have an anarchist society. I don't want a lawless society, Hakima. I mean, unless this shit hits the fan, you know what I mean? If the world was poverty stricken, if there's no food, I don't know. If the government turned, like the Mad King and Game of Thrones and when it's thrown is all, perhaps I would join the anarchists. But no, I like law and order, Hakima. So I decided to do opposite of you for a second there. I was considering rocking with you on this, Hakima.
I just gotta say one thing to that. Sorry, Kima, it looks like you're about to say that. No, you got Thank you. Just one thing to say. First you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the women. That's what I got.
Was that fair?
Yeah.
So, I mean, if the drug, the war on drugs, I think that's an example of anarchy. I mean, why let Colombian narco importers and traffickers and terrorists control the cocaine market? If that's a chemical additive that people want to put in their diet, why didn't the U.S. government and U.S. capitalists monetize that chemical? Why instead have we taxed countless generations to pay for a military war against narco traffickers and terrorists? Why aren't we smart enough to control the market internally as opposed to letting international exporters bring it on our shores and make all the money, as opposed to us taxing ourselves and spending all the money to fight the people that are making all the profit. Explain that one to me.
Actually, they're doing both. They needed it illegal so they can lock people up for it. So they're not worried about the tax money. They want the money in form of incarceration. That's what they prefer. Trust me, they know everything you know, and they chose the way that suits them best, and that's mass incarceration. It's not about taxing. In a free country, you shouldn't be able to use cocaine. I wouldn't use it if it was legal, but the person that wants to use it should be able to. But so they want to keep it illegal so they can lock people up.
Wait, John, hold on. If I was processing what you're saying correctly, don't the traffickers have the better drugs though? Just curious.
Well, I think your average psychiatrist that prescribes Adderall is actually doing the exact same thing that cocaine importers do. And cocaine and Adderall, to me, I don't think there's any difference. So white people or anybody in America that has a psychiatric prescription for Adderall, they literally have a license to use speed or coke in their life legally without getting locked up. But you got to get it through a psychiatrist.
And maybe that's the thing. Some people don't want to get a prescription or go through a doctor. They just want to go to, the trap king or queen down the street and get the hookup. It's just easier, less drama, less paperwork, less conversation, very transactional, and keep it pushing. Right?
And it's cheaper.
And there's no record. Like, there's medical records if you have to go through the doctor. There's no paper trail if you just go to the cartel or the local drug dealer. Choices.
I'm going to give you the best example of anarchy at work and being effective. This is the best example you're going to get, and that's with language. The United States doesn't have an official language, yet there is an agreement socially that, hey, it would just be better if we communicated in one standard language. Yes, there's people that speak other languages, some people that don't speak English, but the overwhelming majority of people in the United States and actually around the world, learn how to speak English. And here in the U.S., again, while it's not an official language, the government hasn't said that English is our official language. We print documents in multiple languages. It's a generally accepted thing that this is how we're going to interact and communicate with each other. And that's an example. You can put all the thumbs down you want. We communicate in English. And that's done in a way that people prefer to do it, because I think we all would agree that it gets messy if it's Tower of Babel and everybody was speaking their own language.
I live in anarchy, because there is really no rule of law here. My country, Bolivia. So it's, but I also think that no matter how we want to find freedom or do away with our organization, allow people to do as they please, that's an impossibility, right? Nature rules all our behavior, all our acts have consequences. So order is something that happens naturally, we can't avoid it. But as I was saying, in my country, you've got laws and then you've got what's actually done. And that's kind of relevant in many places, right? I think depending on how astute or intelligent your lawyer is, you can bend and twist things to fit your agenda. But especially crazy here.
there's in Spain they have Catalonia, which that's about as anarchist as you can find in a first world nation. Is anybody familiar with Catalonia?
Is it in Spain?
Yes.
Yeah. They have their own pope there, actually.
Catalonia is very rebellious and probably the most anarchist place. What I find interesting, though, I don't know if you guys know this, but in Catalonia they have a tradition in the nativity scene where they have what they call the cagané. The cagané loosely translates to the shitter. And so in the nativity scene, they have a figure that's taking a soft swirl style shit, and they put this in nativity scenes. Like they have a huge shopping center with a 3-story tall kagane, where the shit pile is as tall as a human being, and they tried to remove it, and the people went absolutely bonkers. This tradition is older than the United States. It's more than 250 years old, and they love it. In fact, there's a website called Kagane.com where you can get your celebrity Kaganes. Like you can get a Donald Trump Kagane, you can get an Elvis Presley Kagane, you can get any Kagane that you want. But these are figurines that are squatting down, and then there's a little pile of shit that's the shitter. They believe that was a piece of tradition that was left out of the nativity scene, and they like to bring attention to it and hold strong on it. Has anybody ever heard of the Kagane?
I have not.
Yeah, I'll pin a link in the chat to Kagane.com. Hold on.
Yeah, don't be either, because you know about Doc Ellis. But Mojo, riddle me this. Could one argue that there's organized anarchy, and I don't mean January 6th, I don't mean BLM, I mean organized from within, such as the 2008 housing crash, where there was this defined anarchy, a lack of authority overseeing these mortgages that they were handing out to strippers that couldn't pay these houses off in 3 lifetimes. The opioid crisis, where was the authority there handing out painkillers for stubbing your toe? Now, unless you have a gunshot or something, you walk into the ER, good luck getting opioids. So there's just, in both of those scenarios, there's major disruption to people that were not direct. So obviously the housing market made housing unattainable for quite a while. Folks who were legitimately in need of painkillers were gone through more of a thorough screening process, if you will, skeptical process, if you will, from doctors. So, thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that we do where government is in the way, government is wrong. I think regulation in general is often misguided, but I think the answer to that is not having no government. I think the answer to over-regulation is less regulation, and the answer to bad regulation is good regulation, and then just understanding proper role of government in general. I think there's a danger in rejecting the idea that there should be an authority that could make rulings. I'm a firm believer that you need to have a judge, and I'm just wondering if anybody would disagree with that, either that's on the stage or in the audience, anyone that thinks that the world would somehow be a better place if we didn't have military, police, or a judge, courts, essentially.
No, I
guess we're all in agreement. Great. I
Well,
can shut the room down.
having been to court, you know, a couple times in my life for speeding tickets and other things like that. To me, it's basically like dealing with robots. Literally, the judge demands a guilty plea, and then you have to confirm it, and then go pay your fine. So, you know, a lot of this is anti-constitutional. I'm just saying, a lot of the legal industrial complex operates off of anti-constitutional behavior. No jury trials, just it's like automatons. It's like dealing with robots that have no care and compassion. And then occasionally you get a judge who has a YouTube channel who puts up videos of people who have absolutely nothing, are living in devastation and destitution, and you know, because of the internet, those videos go viral. Then a GoFundMe campaign gets built up for this old granny or young single mother or whatever, and then they get a little social equity justice. But I'm just saying that to me, you know, robot people are the worst people in society.
But if you know the rules and you show up, it doesn't have to play out that way. I hear what you're saying. The courtroom these days favors those that have money, money enough for representation, and also money enough in case they want to remand you to jail. You can pay your bail, and so poor people have a different justice system in this country, and I think that's something that we should talk about.
Yeah, JB's bringing up prosecutorial misconduct and, you know, basically Russiagate and what happened to Donald Trump. But you know, when I went to court, it was amazing. If you had legal representation, you got to go first, and you got to get the hell out of there quicker than everybody else. So having money to buy a lawyer also saves you time.
JB, what do you guys say?
This is the island of misfit toys. That's one thing. The second thing I'll say is not the judges I don't feel like wrong. This is from a man who's faced many judges and police. Police are not the problem. The problem is the prosecutors. Here in New York, and I'm pretty sure pretty much most major cities, the prosecutors share the same building as the judges. The defense attorneys don't, but the prosecutors do. It's 100% the good old boy network. It's 100% if you have money, you're going home. There's no mechanism in place to stop these prosecutors from falsely charging people or overcharging people. That, my friend, is what I feel is the problem. Not the judges, not the police, the prosecutors. I rest my case, Your Honor.
What about the legislators that make these laws possible for the police to apprehend you or the prosecutor to prosecute you?
Yeah, I was gonna say they are. Go ahead, JB.
I was just gonna say, bro, here in New York, our legislator, they love criminals. You could punch a cop in the face and you're going home the same day. So I don't know. The only law they even acted that I'm aware of lately is that there ain't no bail here in New York, so you could fuck anybody up you want. You're going home to your wife at night.
Yeah, I would say they all the problem, like, from the legislators to the judge to the prosecutors to the police. Like, you can't have one without the other. They all one entity. I don't separate them. They all are part of the problem.
Well, it's the economic disparity that prosecutorial misconduct grants them, that they are funded by the state to take you down with unlimited resources. Meanwhile, you know, the lawfare or the trial is the punishment because you go broke defending yourself.
What do you think of people that falsely accuse people of things? Do you think we could get a law like that if like, I'll be extreme here. If a woman accuses somebody of rape and we can prove that she's lying, could we then maybe say that she should get the same punishment that the rapist would have gotten?
100%. False accusations of any type, any false accusation should be met with the possible penalty of that person. Like, I don't care what it is. Like, but there's no no punishment of all accusations. It's like not basing that not, and that's terrible. They give people the green light to keep doing it. People should definitely. I think prosecutors and police who work hard to find a perpetrator if they just charge anyone. I think they should be fucking prosecuted when they knowingly like fuck had a law. They be knowing a lot of times they don't have the right person. And they move forward anyway just to get a conviction. I think they should be fucking prosecuted.
Absolutely, perjury should be taken very seriously. But I think JB, really brought light to a very, very important point that a lot of folks have no idea the power a typical DA has in their city. They're elected officials, right, or appointed by the mayor. What does the public want? To sleep at night, their kids are safe. Convictions, get the bad guy. There is a great series on Netflix called The Confession Tapes, where each episode is about if somebody confessing to something they didn't do because they've been interrogated for 12 hours, and after the first 9 hours, you eventually break, and everyone, who would possibly admit to saying something that admitting to something you didn't do. But there's studies that show that they do that, and DAs have no problem, no gumption with holding exculpatory evidence that could actually exonerate them from the beginning and not even do the trial because they want the conviction.
Let me tell you a story real quick. Swearing everything low, I love a true story. Somebody I did time with, right, was charged with 2 counts of rape. 2 different women came forward. And the guy had crazy numbers, football numbers, as we call them, behind the wall. And they put him away. Well, a decade later, they find out that the police and the prosecutors promised both those girls different things to lie because they wanted this guy so bad. It's an absolutely true story. Matter of fact, he was able to prove he wasn't even in the state at the time, and they still overcharged him. Now, if that's not prosecutorial misconduct, I have no fucking idea what is. This dude gave a decade of his life for crimes he didn't commit. And they were able to prove that the prosecutor lied and coerced these women into lying. Nothing happened to them. All they did was get a promotion because the conviction rate was through the roof.
Exactly. I mean, when they do get their prosecutorial misconduct, hand caught in the cookie jar, I think it's something absurd, like 1% or less than 1% are ever held accountable. Maybe less than 5 in the entire country have ever been actually fired. Like it's there's just fear of a bubble of protection around them is crazy.
Check this out though. So the guy does 10 years, she can't sue. She can't sue a prosecutor, right? And not only that, if you Google his name, guess what comes up? The charge is not the conviction, not to overturn the conviction. The original charge was pop up first. So now he's a social pariah because he was accused of something with no facts, was found guilty, and he's struggling in life because of it. Imagine that.
On your record for life, but you never did it. Or if you're lucky enough, you signed a plea deal, so you do less time, but it's on your record for life. Even though you didn't do it. Like, literally every attorney on both sides of the aisle say if the plea bargaining system didn't exist, the justice system in this country would collapse.
Well,
There's go ahead, Jimmy, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, not just that, but also the fact of where are all these people, and I'm not saying don't apply, let it fly, but where's the outrage in this country that prosecutors have so much motherfucking power to steal somebody's life? That dude will never be whole. No matter what comes out, no matter what evidence he can produce. When he goes, he can't even get a job, bro. The dude can't get a job because let me tell you what companies do, even though it's illegal. They don't do background searches, they save the money on that, and they still Google search. So if it comes up, Moose likes to fuck Moose, and guess what? That's what they're gonna see. It's a horrible, horrible system.
There's it's either a movie or a series on Netflix. It's about a girl who who was raped, and she goes in and she tells the police, right, a few times. And they don't believe her, right? This is like the 80s, I believe. They don't believe her, and ends up, she gets prosecuted for lying, okay, really. And he's like a serial rapist, violent serial rapist or murderer, I believe. I can't remember, it's been a minute since I've seen it, but it's really bad. But it's a true story. Give that a watch.
Yeah, let's welcome Necro, Tomato, Sloan, and of course Dr. Jordan. Welcome to the stage. Looks like Sloan is new to the house. Couple pig tickets. I believe he still has his pig ticket. He just likes to hang on to pig things. But
well, when in Rome, don't you have in the name of your house? Come on.
Yeah, in the muff, hang on to your pig thing. Anyways, I want to kind of steer back to the topic of anarchy. I think we've had some people take a shot at the definition. Necro, you're romanticized by the idea of anarchy. Why don't you give your definition?
Yeah, so it basically is, definitionally is that there are no sorts of restrictions on, any sorts of freedoms that we have, essentially, and the government is the only thing that limits those freedoms. So, unfortunately.
But Necro, walk me through then how we have left-wing anarchy, right-wing anarchy, and one version says that property is theft, and then the other has their entire philosophy built on property rights being the most important right of all. How without a police force and a court system would you determine whether property is theft or property is a right?
Yeah, and so, it's one of the things why I hate the work, ultimately, but, so, if you have, basic definition of right, or having property rights, is what would divide anarchists, definitely.
Right, you didn't answer my question. So who would decide? Who would have the authority to decide a dispute between a left-wing anarchist and a right-wing anarchist over property? Like, let's say you think that I have stolen it because you're a left-wing anarchist and think it's theft, and I have ownership of it, and so who would decide whether or not I get to stay or go on this property?
No, there is no authority.
This is more the anarchy point, just with the answer tells anarchy point. So.
I mean, yeah, I'm trying to figure out how we decide it. Do we just play a game of Hungry Hippo, and whoever wins? Do we flip the coin like Bruce says? Do we do dueling pistols at 12 paces? I'm just wondering, what do we do here?
You've answered your own question. Yeah, rock, paper, scissors, and whoever has more dice.
Yeah, your answer is smart.
Tomatoes, go ahead, give me the answer.
You answered your own question. It's paradox. It doesn't exist. Even the smart people in Clubhouse demanding an anarchist society, they're not serious. They're just fucking with you. Because if anarchist society existed, precisely zero of the Clubhouse anarchists would move there. It's just a debating point. It's not serious mojo.
Right. Well, and the interesting thing is that in the U.S., the vast majority of anarchists are right-wing anarchists, and globally, they're left-wing anarchists. And I totally agree with you that this is all just some philosophical debate club shit, because the people that say that they're an anarchist, they don't do anything to mimic that. If they did, they would go and move into Amish country, who are the closest thing that North America has to anarchists.
Yeah, I mean, I have friends who claim to believe in certain things and they move to societies that espouse it. So they have credibility with me. Like I've spoken ad nauseum about Singapore. I have a lot of friends that wanted the Singaporean government. They moved there. They're happy. And then I have friends who wanted a more free, libertarian existence, and they moved to New Hampshire. And both of them are valid. The people that are not valid are the people on Clubhouse who they complain all the time, but they never get off their ass and actually move to the place they claim they want to live.
Yeah, no, I think that's true. Did you read the story about the town in New Hampshire where when they got enough of these folks together to take over the city council, one of the major things they did was they got rid of the ordinance that forbid you from feeding bears, and by allowing people to feed the bears, there was no prohibition on it. The bears started getting more comfortable, got closer into the town, and then eventually human beings started getting mauled by the bears. So there's just, as much as I love freedom, there's certainly a level in which if your love for freedom leads you to do stupid things, which is what I think anarchists do. I feel like anarchists are the ones that have they've decided to just go to the extreme of this idea of freedom, this notion of freedom, and to the point where they will ignore common sense. And so I don't know if you've read that story, but it's an interesting read to understand what happens if the anarchists were to get their way. We'd essentially get mauled by bears because they're stupid.
You see Wild Wild Country documentary? That's a form of anarchy, I'd say. I mean, at one point they actually, the whole Raj Mahaji cult thing, and the infamous Sheila that was his assistant. At one point, she was literally orchestrating an assassination attempt on a senator in, where were they? Washington State, I think, or Oregon.
Right. I would put forth the proposition that the average human being without children wants to live in a more anarchic place, right? In general, if you don't have children, you're okay with drugs being legal and it being legal to ride a motorcycle 100 miles an hour without a helmet, and legal gambling. Like there's all kinds of freedoms that you're in favor of if you don't have children. On the other hand, most people that have children want to live in a society where those freedoms are restricted because it's just obvious, right? If you have enough children, some of them are going to be born with no willpower. And if you have a child that has no willpower and you happen to live in a society that allows motorcycles without helmets and fentanyl and gambling, like eventually it's going to fuck up your children's lives. So even within the concept of does a human being want to live in anarchy or does a human being want to live in a highly restricted society, I think the same human being could want different things based on their life cycle mojo.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think, though, the anarchists that I've run into, especially the ones on this app, and there's a small handful of them, they seem to be comfortable with being oppressed. They just don't want to be oppressed by government. They'll let any other entity, in fact, they would erect a society that mimics a government as long as they're just anti-government. They're not anti-oppression. They're not even pro-freedom, really. What they're really looking for is just the elimination of government, and that seems to be their calling card. That's what they're really begging for. Hold on. I just got the laughing emoji from one of the anarchists on this app. Maybe she disagrees. If I was wrong, I'd love for her to come up here and tell me that I'm wrong, that she wants to be oppressed. I mean, the same person that gave me the laughing emoji that hates the state and says that she's an anarchist lives with an abusive boyfriend that doesn't allow her to speak on Clubhouse. If he's around, he tells her that she's got to get off. We've all seen that. In fact, we were hoping to do wellness checks. She probably wouldn't appreciate the wellness check because in order to do a wellness check, you'd have to call a government official to go do the wellness check. So, I don't know. Maybe she wants to come up, but Tomato, go ahead.
I think that it's hard for me to believe there's anyone that stupid. And the reason is anthropologists and evolutionary biologists have data on all societies before government. And the reality of being a human before government was, first of all, we have clear evidence that 20% of the men had sex with all the women. And in order for 20% of the men to have sex with all the women, they murdered a massive percentage of the weaker men. And you can see in the anthropological record, right, in societies before government, more than 40% of men died from murder. Whereas today, because of the benefit of government, less than 1% of men died from murder. We also have records that like civilization never existed without government because the simple reason, like, why should you bother to build a machinery or why should you bother to build a tool when in the absence of government, some stronger man is just going to come and steal it from you and kill you. So in the absence of government, life is nasty, brutish, and short. And for that reason, it seems like we have a lot of retarded morons on Clubhouse. It's hard for me to believe that there's anyone that's that retarded. I'm done speaking.
Could you name one of them?
No.
So I have to challenge that for a second, Tomato. It's possible, but I would think that 20% of the men, if we look back at our lineage, there would be such inbreeding depression, profound inbreeding depression, genetic bottlenecks, and also the heterogeneity that we see today with all these males who are pretty diverse. I would think we would be much more homogenous as a gender, and we're not. In fact, that's why we have so many problems today, because we're trying to accommodate the softness of all the male fragility, the male dominant male, the toxic masculinity.
How about the narcissism? Does this play in at all?
Of course it does.
Can you just say the word, please?
Narcissism.
I think that's a record. That's a record. Long as you said taken to actually say it.
Yeah.
I love it. Let me ask you this: if you could snap your finger now, is there anybody on stage that would want the state to just be completely gone and have no government at all? Is there anyone on the stage that desires that?
Absolutely not. I have a question. I can't get past it. I can ask, or should I wait till we get more people?
Well, you could certainly offer up a question, but I wouldn't ask him. I would ask him.
And I would ask Tomato. I wouldn't ask Tomato.
Oh, okay. I'll ask you, sir. Did you say that people without children want to live in an anarchist society? That they would prefer that over people who have children? I mean, before I continue, I just want to make sure I heard you.
Yeah, that I never understood Tomato.
You heard correctly. I would absolutely benefit from that explanation if Tomato could.
I'd like to know why you think people who don't have children want to live in a lawless society where there's no law and order. Why would people who don't have children want other people's badass children coming to their neighborhoods, robbing, stealing their shit, shooting them, killing them to take their property? Why? I just, maybe a little bit more clarity, please.
Sure, let me clarify. I never meant it to be a binary. I never meant it to say all people without children want to live in a lawless society. But all human beings are on a spectrum, right? And if you interview every human being about how much law and order they want, how much anarchy they want, what you will find is that childless people, and especially young childless people, want more anarchy. Now, they may not want 3 times the anarchy, but they want 5 or 10% more. Now, the issues in which you can see this are issues of, A, should drugs be legalized, right? There's a very clear gap between the opinion on drugs about people with children and people that don't have children. But also you see it on issues like motorcycle helmet laws. You also see it on issues like drunk driving laws. In general, young people that don't have children are a little bit more desiring of anarchy. Now, even on Clubhouse, you can see it in the
parents intuitively sure keep drugs away from my kids' schools or my neighborhoods. DUIs. I'm gonna have to question mark there because I don't think that it's, I don't know if that means you're implying that married people with kids are less likely to drive intoxicated, because I don't think there's any truth there, or is it you just have this reckless, like, people without kids, they've less to lose, they don't have to go home and take care of bed diaper, no one's relying on them. They can live a little on the edge, even though we're in a world now with Uber. I think the DUI thing was that, like, it's just, when you just throw that in as one of your laundry points, it gets blended in there a little bit. So I have to, that just stood out to me. I don't think there's data or to validate that folks people who don't have kids or are childless are more reckless, are less likely to care if some drunk driver just killed an innocent family.
Well, it sounds like you agree with 80% of what I said, and you think I'm stupid about 20%. So I'll take that as a win. I'm not even going to argue the point.
Stupid was your word. I never.
Well, I use provocative, irritating words just for effect.
Interesting. Yeah, the DUI point in the motorcycle helmet, I never would have classed. I had to write a list of anarchist behavior. The motorcycle helmet point, I don't know if that would be on the list. Dumb choices, perhaps, living on the edge, being reckless, but...
Well, no, I would say 4 years ago, Mojo and I used to get in polite disagreements. Very polite disagreements. Mojo, 4 years ago, to my recollection, was more of a classical libertarian. So Mojo, I recall, argued in favor of everyone who wants being allowed to ride a motorcycle without a helmet. And I don't criticize Mojo for having that view, but it was something that I remember pretty clearly him arguing for. And I argued strongly against that. And I puzzled over that for like 3 years of arguing, and then I kind of realized that Mojo was imagining like a young man with no responsibilities riding without a helmet. And I think he was saying, shit, if you're a young man and you have no responsibilities, you should have the freedom to ride without a helmet. Whereas for me, I was imagining a man with like 6 kids to support who was riding without a helmet, and by killing himself by riding without a helmet, he was leaving orphans. And so I think that Mojo and I's disagreement was not a philosophical disagreement, it was just a disagreement about who we imagine when we think about public policies.
Yeah, I can dig it.
Nye, also apparently childless adults are six more times likely to not put the cap back on the toothpaste.
Yeah, that's why we need to have children to remind us to, always put on pants as well.
A lot of the political arguments I've heard on Clubhouse they're not really political. They're arguments between people that have different life circumstances. Like let me cut to the chase. I see a lot of crazy shit being advocated by people on Clubhouse, and I just know listening to them they don't have kids and grandkids. And I'm not criticizing people that don't have kids. I'm just saying very often their brain just doesn't work the same way as people that have a lot of kids and grandkids.
Yeah, but what you're really saying is that when you have kids and grandkids, you become more risk adverse, and I think that's fair to point out. That being said, sometimes playing it safe is not the right way to go either. Some people are so risk adverse that they would bubble wrap their children, and I think that there's a risk in harming your children by being too risk adverse. Would you disagree?
No, I agree with you completely. But the issue on the table is society's rules. And I think in general that whether for right or wrong, the average person that has a bunch of kids wants to live in a society where the government does more and the government has more restrictions. So for example, I think drunk driving, let me go back to the drunk driving point, even though it's taking your license away for life because the risk of you killing my kids is so great, I want to take the chance. So I actually do, at least among the people I socialize with in real life, I do notice a difference in attitudes towards drunk driving between people with kids and people without kids. And you may say, oh, you're wrapping your kid in bubble wrap. To protect your kid from drunk drivers, you're wrapping them in bubble wrap. I don't see it that way. I think that there are reasonable things you can do to protect the lives of your kids. People who have kids they just want a different government than people without. And I would say the government of Singapore is like a government designed by people that have a bunch of kids. The government of Singapore protects your kids a lot, whereas the government in New Hampshire may protect your kids very little. The government in New Hampshire, for all I know, it may allow more motorcycle riding without a helmet. It may allow more gambling. New Hampshire may even be softer on drunk drivers than Singapore.
So here's what I would do if I were king for a day. When it comes to drunk driving or intoxicated driving or whatever, I would simply, I wouldn't even necessarily outlaw it. I would simply say that if you get into an accident or if you harm somebody, the penalty should have a 10x multiplier. We should make the punishment for if a bad thing occurs while you're doing this behavior, that the punishment is larger. The one thing that's interesting, you can find these studies where they've compared drivers that are tired versus drivers that are drunk, and people that are intoxicated on alcohol can drive better than people that at a certain level of fatigue mentally. And so we don't have any laws, that clearly target people that drive tired, but there's a lot of people that do. Whether it's the end of their workday or the beginning of their workday, there's a lot of people that fall asleep at the wheel, and we don't hear anybody talking about that.
Roger, what about people?
Why would you think that talking now while I'm talking would be the right time for you to talk? How about wait till I finish, and then whoever that was, you can respond. Here's what I would propose is if you pull somebody over for a traffic violation and let's say you find that they're intoxicated, let's say they ran through a stoplight, because you could do that sober or drunk. I would just say whatever the penalty would have been when sober, I would 10x the penalty if they were drunk. If they harmed somebody in an accident, whatever that penalty might have been if they were sober, including manslaughter, I would just 10x the sentencing for that. I think that if we just had really harsh punishments if something bad happens while you're intoxicated, I think what we would do is build a culture around people being a lot more careful, and if they choose to drink, which I think is perfectly okay, then they should take the risk that comes along with that, which is a very harsh punishment if they do harm. But if somebody was driving home and they've had a few beers and they get home safely, they really don't care.
What about forcing people to have a certain level of insurance to cover the damage they do? Are you okay with that?
No, I don't think mandating insurance is the answer to anything.
Okay, so let's try to do this. I'm worth $1,000. You're worth $1 million. Okay? You have a grandchild.
I would say 4.5, but go ahead.
Okay, you're worth $4.5 million, right? Is that what you want to be worth?
Closer to reality. Let's go.
Okay, good. You're worth $4.5 million. That's great. And I'm worth $1,000, right?
You're worth more than that, but go ahead. You can value yourself wherever you like. Go ahead.
Well, it doesn't matter what I'm worth. Here's the point. I run over your grandchild and kill them or maim them for life. Okay? Now, you chose not to have insurance, and you fight me in court, and you don't pay it, and I end up being screwed. Is that okay with you?
I don't think I understand your point. Can you try to explain it a little bit better? I'm trying to understand and make your point.
You're worth $4.5 million, right?
Sure.
And I sue you because you killed my grandchild, right? And the court system resists my ability to pay it off, and I die before the court gets it around to it, or your lawyers are better than my lawyers. Is that okay with you?
No, I don't think the justice system should be tied to how much money you have. In fact, I think that's one of the perversions that we have in our justice system
is everything from cash bail to to what type of representation you have in a court is far too highly tied to the amount of money that you have. I don't think that's a justice.
Okay, let me see if I understand your point. And I don't want to interrupt you because you're right. I don't want to interrupt you. But I find your position to be morally reprehensible, and it may be that I don't understand it, so maybe it isn't morally reprehensible. You don't think someone should be compelled to have insurance, right?
No, I do not.
Okay, and if I'm worth...
Although I think it's a good idea. I do think it's a good idea. I just don't think it should be mandatory. I would advise family and friends to have insurance because it's a good idea, it's wise, but I don't think it should be made mandatory now.
Okay, let's try inverting this now. I'm worth $1,000 and I run over your child. You're worth $4 million. You sue me. The worst you can get is very small amount. Is that okay with you?
I don't think if I lost a child, I'd be thinking about money. What I would be thinking about is the justice system. If you took a life, then you should be punished for it. And
so you would rather see me go to jail or be hung or be executed in a... I
don't believe in the death penalty, but I would be perfectly fine with you spending the rest of your life in jail.
Because I ran over your child while drunk and I was only worth $1,000.
Even if you were worth $1 million, I'm perfectly okay with you going to jail for the rest of your life or killing somebody.
Thank you for making your point clear. So, I have a question for Tomato. This parental prudence that you speak of, let's look at climate change. Let's forget that it could be anthropogenic and assume it's biogenic or geogenic, So, how come, there are so few parents, that parents base their belief of climate change and interest in climate change mitigation on what side of the aisle they stand, right? Like, to me, that's the biggest thing that we can be preemptive and preventive about, or at least mitigate to some degree, but we don't. So I'm just curious because, I've been curious about it for a long time. I think that, climate change, whether it's human-induced or natural or geologically sourced, because of various environmental pressures, the forecast does not look good. So why are people with kids not much more concerned about climate change?
Well, since you directed that question to me, I will answer you succinctly. But before I do, if you click on the right link in the room chat, the precise point of fact that I made before that you claimed couldn't possibly be true, I have a link that proves it indeed to be true. Within the absence of government, the top 1 out of 17 men reproduced, and the other 16 men didn't reproduce. So it's in the anthropological record that indeed, without government, the top tier strongest men got to monopolize 17 females, and 16 men were left out. So, Doctor, I don't expect you to read that now, but can you commit to reading that at some point in the next hour?
Absolutely, I appreciate it. I find it fascinating. I appreciate you sharing. I also
let me answer you about climate change.
Okay.
I believe that most people in life are not logical. They don't think things through logically. Most people are tribal. They just identify what tribe they want to be in, and they mindlessly parrot the belief to their tribe. And so for that reason, you're correct. All liberals and leftists mindlessly just say they believe in climate change and they demand that we have to make changes in the economy to prevent climate change. Now, they're not evil. All the leftists who believe in climate change, they're not stupid. They're not evil. They're just shutting off their brains and being tribal. Okay. On the other hand, the MAGA people also don't think about climate change. They just mindlessly parrot So now that you brought up climate change, I'll answer you. Even if all the leftists are correct that humans burning coal and shit like that is causing climate change, and even if all the leftists get their way and America shuts down a bunch of industries and we lower our standard of living and instead of eating meat, we eat bugs, it still doesn't matter. The climate is still going to change for the simple reason that if you actually look at carbon emissions are growing so rapidly from India and China that even if the United States and Europe does the crazy leftist shit and shuts off our industry and lives a poor life, the planet is still totally fucked because China and India continue to emit. Therefore, you're like a religious person who's like giving up meat for religious reasons. Like you are so eager, doctor, you're so eager to sacrifice the lifestyle of Americans because it makes you feel warm and helpful. But even if you're right about the science, even if you're 100% right on the science, the world is still fucked no matter what standard of living Americans have, because people in India and China are causing all of the increase in emissions. Therefore, your desire to cut our standard of living to help the climate, it's a nice religious tribal thing that makes you feel warm and fuzzy, but it doesn't do jack shit for the environment, even if you're correct.
Well, thank you. I mean, I appreciate that. I don't have nearly the passion you think that I do for it. I really don't care that much. But my point more is to the fact that let's just say that we have some control and we are contributing more than say East Asian, South Asian countries, right? The point is that people aren't making that a priority. Forget about where it's really sourced and what contribution they can have in the mindset of people. Let's just say, no one seems terribly worried about the floods in Texas, the fires in LA, the longer hurricane season, the longer fire season. I'm not terribly upset about it, frankly. I don't have kids. I really don't care that much, and I was in the environmental science space in addition to biomedical, and I absolutely don't care that much. And as you know, I'm in a completely different field now. All I'm saying is that logically, the rationale for these parents should be, hey, I'd be pretty worried about, what's happening with the climate, whether I can do anything about it or not. And that's really the only point that I want to make.
Well, I think maybe parents are smart enough to realize that nothing that is done by Americans has any impact on the climate. So it's 100% logical for parents not to think about it. I think if you were a parent, I know you live in a part of America, I'm not going to dox you, I know you live in a part of America where woke, leftist crazies kind of control the public school system. And if you were a parent, I bet that you would be very focused on saving your children and grandchildren from public schools that teach them to cut off their penises, because cutting off your penis is the trendy thing among all the celebrities that live near you. Now, if you think I'm exaggerating, I'm happy to hear it. If you had children, I bet that protecting them from being taught to become trans in school or being taught other insane, dangerous shit is important. And then finally, something that's not political at all. I bet if you had children, you would focus at least half your time on trying to persuade them not to take fentanyl, because the number one killer of fentanyl near you the number one killer of children in your neighborhood is fentanyl. So I think that the climate change is a nice tribal, religious, theoretical thing, but if you actually had kids, I think you'd be focused on more practical things. I'm done speaking.
Tomato, you know who's the number one mule importer from Mexico for fentanyl? Americans. Contrary to popular belief, it's not the immigrants.
Well, you realize that the creation of the cartel and the street gangs that sell this stuff on the street are both products of the war on drugs that's been going on since 1971. So until somebody wants to talk about the war on drugs in a meaningful way, I think both parties are complicit in the drug trade and the street gangs and cartels.
Well, and also, actually, speak of the devil, on October, no, on August 11th, a book is coming out. It was reviewed in Rolling Stone about special ops units at Fort Bragg, essentially the Delta Force members, Green Beret Station in Texas, elsewhere, are implicated in facilitating a lot of cartel operations across the border, and it's kind of fascinating. So that's a whole nother thing. I'd love to do. I haven't done a room in years, but I'd love to do one on that because it's such a fascinating topic.
Let me ask you a question, Dr. Gordon. Do you think if somebody that chose to use cocaine or heroin could go into a dispensary where packaging was clearly labeled that their product was fentanyl free, do you think that the average drug user would opt to buy that versus rolling the dice with purchasing fentanyl in laced products?
I doubt it. I think when you're an addict, you're gonna roll the dice.
Well, that's assuming that you believe that that they enjoy rolling the dice. Maybe, just maybe, we should take into consideration that the addict they want the drug of choice. Maybe they want the high from cocaine. Maybe they want the high from heroin, without the risk of killing themselves with fentanyl. Now, I agree that if they didn't buy the fentanyl-free variety, that evidence shows that they are willing to roll the dice with those drugs, because what you're comparing it to is not getting high versus getting high with the risk of high risk of death. I think that you would actually, if you were to legalize these narcotics and sell them in dispensaries, at very least, what you're going to do is reduce the violence in this country that's associated with people killing each other for selling drugs in a rival territory. You would then have businesses that could sue each other. You could have the right to have a storefront, and if you had a dispute, you could take it to the police and go into a courtroom. When you make something illegal, you, by definition, you're putting it on the black market, and in the black market, they're going to find their own ways of policing it. So I think the people that, if you really wanted to reduce fentanyl death, the best thing that you could do would be to legalize drugs, make it safe, and tax it.
Yeah, no, I misunderstood. I was kind of making the assumption that the fentanyl free would be more expensive, not cost prohibitive, more expensive, and in greater demand. And the point I was trying to make, and it was based on my erroneous assumption, is that the fentanyl, the user, the addict, is so desperate in need of a high that they're going to take what's available, even though they know that it, might be dangerous. Not that they're innately risk-taking.
Truly.
We're going to have a compromise. We're going to have a compromise where Roger gets exactly what he wants in 3 states, and the rest of America
I
stays
don't even need 3 states. I need one location. We could call it Barstow, California, and we could turn that into a drug emporium and oasis for addicts. And then out on the borders of Barstow, we could build rehab centers and a place to get reacclimated if you choose to get off of your substance of choice. I think that would be the perfect setup. If Barstow becomes the drug-free zone, or the drug zone, and then you have the buffer where we have care facilities surrounding Barstow, and then if you want to get back into polite society, you have to go through your detox in one of these facilities. But I think that's where we should put them. And if somebody's
have a segregation, right? Have a big part of America where people can take as many drugs as they want, and then have the rest of America be drug free. Who could argue with that?
You know they prescribe fentanyl patches, right?
Hospitals use them every day, correct? But obviously they're not using them at the lethal levels that addicts are.
Yeah, are you familiar with what a lethal dose looks like with fentanyl?
I have no idea. I heard it's very little.
It's very little. The images is very illuminating, which is what makes it so fucking dangerous. I'd be interested in hearing from any of the anarchists in the room of what they think of turning Barstow into basically a Disneyland for addicts. I would love to understand what the anarchists think of this idea. Well, Abby, let me tell you, Barstow is a shithole, and it's interesting because if you go through Barstow, they have old train cars that have been turned into Subway, McDonald's. It's a fascinating fucking place. It's the closest thing that the United States has to Mad Max, and it's a very interesting place to be. I think it's a perfect place for this Disneyland for addicts.
I'm with you on the 10 times, whatever the charge is for one. Essentially, amplifying the DUI charge for anyone doing harm. I think it's legal to. I think it's GB, a great bodily injury. They factor that into sentencing. I just read about a recruit somewhere who graduated from the police academy less than 48 hours while celebrating, chooses to drive allegedly intoxicated, going so fast at like 2 in the morning, flying through a very slow road. The only car on the road was his ear had a fucking red light. And it's not that red light. This family's life has changed forever. He hit that minivan so hard that it shot into before shoved it into one of those like steel street like concrete lamppost. That minivan bent like a toothbrush. They had to do 6-7 hours of emergency surgery to save the mother. I heard. It's all over the story. Last I heard, best shot, she's looking at paralyzed for life because this guy wouldn't take, or this person wouldn't take an Uber. A cop that just graduated the police academy.
Messi, how do you think certain religions would do in an anarchist society? Do you think there would be compatibility between? Oh, you cut back in? Sorry.
Depends on if that religion is authoritarian.
Well, what do you think would happen if the proponents of Sharia law were to show up in an anarchist society? I'd love to understand. Bima, is an interesting one. She advocates for the good folks of Hamas is who she advocates for, and but yet she calls herself an anarchist. I wonder what would happen in an anarchist society where terrorist groups like Hamas that built a religion around a pedophile and will kill non-believers. I wonder what Bima would think of this religion.
I'm sure it's the religion of peace for her.
No woman, no child would be safe in that society.
Well, the thing is you would have people that want to behead people, and you would have no authority to do anything because of the beheading.
Yeah, rapes and beheading, a plethora, no doubt about it.
Yeah, although one thing I would challenge Mojo is that do you think that Islam is because the reason why Palestinians why they do what they do, or is it just something they use as
well? I think anytime that you're crazy enough to submit to a religion whose perfect idea of a man is pedophile that married a 6-year-old girl and fucked her when she was 9, it beheads people that don't want to convert to their religion. I think that if you subscribe to those things, it probably makes it easier for people of that belief system to dehumanize other people in a civilized society, which certainly could lead it to an easier decision to go and rape and murder civilians as well as take hostages. It doesn't seem like there's much morality baked into their religion whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I push back is because even though I do think, as much as I disagree with Islam, I personally think that you would still have people who would still believe that, they're being oppressed, that would feel the need to elect a group like Hamas, even if Islam never existed, because, that's why I've always said, even if religion did not exist, in a world where religion did not exist, conservatives and liberals would still exist. So, and you probably would still have something like Hamas, just without Islam.
Welcome, Marshall. Marshall, what do you think of anarchy?
I think Madison had a great idea. If men were angels, there would be no need for government. If men are fucking angels, there's always a need for government. If men were what? If men were angels, there would be no need for government. Men are not angels, so there's a need for government. Out of 10 people, you can maybe get 9 to do the right thing. One person's always going to choose to do the stupid or malicious thing. It just is what it is. And so societies that operate in anarchy just simply wouldn't work. Because men's evils would end up driving it into a despotic, tyrannical place. Because in an anarchical world, the person with the biggest stick wins. So it's going to be a monopoly of violence preceded by a very short time with essentially no rules. The idea that you could stay as this anarchical foundation is a myth, a fairy tale. It's a utopia. It promises the human beings working away human beings don't work. Because nothing in 10,000 years of human history since the settlement of the city Pur in Iraq that shows you life without government or like a larger steering hand is not chaotic and despotic and tyrannical. The only thing anarchy would do would be to provide chaotic space for a strong, tyrannical person or style of government to take hold, because people don't like chaos. When they can't get their basic needs met, when they cannot move up in the world, and the institutions don't help, the idea is to dump them over. But that then forms into something. So shortly, anarchy is a utopian fantasy.
Well, that's true. There's a lot of good points, and I'll say the one thing that stood out, you said, Marshall, I said it before, I'll say it again. Take away the people's basic needs. Forget the not January 6th, not BLM, not like which side of the aisle you're on. Take away your basic needs, aka Uber and Netflix, you will see anarchy.
Yeah, that sounds like dreaded circuses from one of the Roman emperors. Very, very Romanesque.
It's actually a new joke on my list I'm trying out, but putting it out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think about it just last night. The power was out, and I felt like completely like going out and driving off the cliff because there was no electricity. So that there's nothing could be more true than that.
Absolutely. Your Wi-Fi goes down for like more than 20 minutes. You contemplate. I mean, you just like, it's how do they do this? How do we do this in the 80s, not even 100 years ago?
Look at societies that had periods of anarchy. It just comes to the person with the strongest stick. The thing I genuinely hate about utopian thinking is that it imagines human beings today are any different in motivation from human beings 7,000 years ago. The basic motivations of humans are all the same. Love, hate, jealousy, greed, covetousness, all of those things are basic human emotions. And so the idea that we're somehow special, we're somehow extra blessed in 2025 is hoping for the future in a utopian, unicorn in fairy tales fantasy.
Pause right there. We do have a new poll up, and I'd love to get full participation from everyone on the new poll that we have posted. Thank you. El Normo's here, the person that I voted for president. We definitely need his opinion on the poll that we have up. El Normo, which do you prefer? Bigger government, smaller government, no government, or sorry, I need to edit the change. I don't know why it auto-corrected. Sorry, but answer the poll, please.
I'm in favor of minimal government, but government that serves our needs and our interests.
What do you, when you say
how do you define minimal government?
Yeah, what's okay, so let me just start and then you tell me what you would add to this. I want a military, I want police, and I want courts at a federal level, and then I want states to decide what they might need additional to that, localities to decide what they might need additional to that. But at the federal level, military, police, and courts. What do you think I'm missing?
Well, I mean, aren't highways handled on the federal level and stuff like regulation of transportation, aviation, shipping lanes? I think the Romans figured out that that's best handled at the macro level.
Well, the shipping lanes, I think, is something that we would agree that the government would deem that the military handles. The Barbary Pirates, for example, is something. It's why we created a navy, for God's sake.
Right. But I mean, even internally down the Mississippi River and so forth. I'm just saying, commonly shared resources need federal regulation. I think otherwise people are going to fight about highways, waterways, airways, right? And then I'm going to build in that I always think we need to make sure that the least among us are provided for. Hopefully they don't need to use it, but it should be there. I believe in safety nets.
Well, so the least among us, why is that a federal government's job to fix that problem? Do you think that there might be other ways of helping the least among us?
There might be, but I think this is a universal value, and I think government should reflect our values.
So we have social safety nets currently. In fact, 2/3 of the spending that this country has are spent on these social safety nets. How much more do you think we we should spend of the budget on these social safety nets. Because right now we're doing it your way, and it doesn't seem to be working.
I think it's helping a lot of people. I don't know if working for you is perfect, but I think the people who are caught by these debts, I think they're very grateful and happy. But I think they deserve it, and I think, frankly, the society, I couldn't say that, the society has sufficient resources to do that. I think it's a good thing. It's charity. Charity's important in life.
Did you remove the poll? It disappeared.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wanted to comment. Government big enough to give you everything that you have can take it all away as well.
Is that from a fortune cookie or something?
No, that's very Goldwater.
That sounds worse.
So I know your poll disappeared, right?
All of you guys are wrong. We need a strong government, strong central government, no local governments. Local governments are the issue. A lot of the problems caused in this country today.
I want to know what John thinks. John, are you there?
Hold on. We just heard from Patrol. Eric, you're one of those chillisms, right? You're a chillism hostage.
No. I'm my own person.
You're not a hostage. You chillism? Oh, okay. So you're the one holding the retards hostage.
No, I don't have that much power.
Interesting. How does it feel to mod a room that's known across this app as having the stupidest people, quite literally the lowest IQ average, which is hard to do considering Io is in that room and he's got the highest IQ. In fact, I would say Io has a higher IQ than the rest of the people in that app, in that house combined.
Probably. You might be right. Yeah, the room is dominated now, per se, with lower end people. But it did start out like that.
Why do you guys let people like Concrete and Ike drone on about dumb shit that they don't know anything about?
Like I said, I don't have that much power. If it was up to me, they would have been kicked out.
Oh, that's fine. All right, well, you sound reasonable. I was in there and heard those two arguing for 45 minutes about who understood Hegelian dialect better. And they were, again, 45 minutes they were arguing about this. And I got up on the stage and I challenged them. And within about 5 minutes, they both acknowledged that neither had even read Hegel. And that was what passed for a conversation in that room. It was very, very interesting. You should try to get control of it. Tally's pretty good. And I don't know if I've ever spoken to you before directly, but you seem reasonable if you agree that those guys are retarded. So you guys should get a pick.
Concrete especially cosplays is somebody of high level intelligence.
Yes, he does. Eric, you do, to echo Mojo's sentiment, you do sound reasonable. I've been in those rooms. It's one of those things where I'm like, all right, it's like a really bad car accident. I try to check my tolerance levels, how long I can actually stay in there. Like if there's bottom of the barrel, some of those discussions are about 1,000 feet beneath that set bottom.
Wait, Roger, did you say talking apes is higher than chillism?
I would say it depends on the day.
Well, if you like Talia, then you like Eric, because Eric and Talia have a little thing.
Yeah, so Eric, I just would like to know which system do you think doesn't get enough funding from the government?
My bad, I was eating some food. Ask the question again.
Yeah, my question is which program in the government do you think is not funded enough?
Social programs, mainly like welfare, education, stuff like that.
get some more votes going on here.
Wait, is politically correct full of liberals arguing about being weird liberals?
I think that's the one with that woman Sin that claimed to have a nonprofit. When I said, yeah, I don't believe you, and then she said, I don't give a shit what you believe. And I go, tell you what, if you post a link to it, I'll donate $500. And instead of posting it, she removed me from the room. She doesn't really have a good sense for fundraising, I suppose. Among the stupidest people that I've met on the app.
Oh wait, Abby said it's the one with Dr. Goddess. Damn it. Dr. Goddess came to my room today and we actually got along quite well. So no shade to Dr. Goddess, but
you know, I got a lot of shade for Dr. Goddess. She's if this app is full of pseudo intellectuals, she's the anti-intellectual. I think she's borderline retarded.
You know, it's crazy, Roger, because, I mean, is this the political bimbo crew?
Yeah. Where you've got like a 7.5 Patty. That's okay, you know, like at least.
Well, I'm not gonna call anybody out by name, Roger. You know, I'm gonna respect your space. You know, I'm not gonna call anybody out by name. What I will say that I'm looking, you know, with one eyebrow left, you know, kind of turned up, you know, any pro-black person with a blonde wig on. Right? You know, I mean, how are you going to be pro-black and you're sitting there rocking, you know, instead of the Beyonce, which, again, you know, Beyonce is very questionable. We'll get to that in a minute. But, I mean, how are you so pro-black and you're rocking a whole Farrah Fawcett? Like, you're not rocking a Pam Grier, right? You know, pro-black, you know, shout out to the band, you know, the Black Panthers. You know, you're rocking a whole Farrah Fawcett, right? You're rocking a whole Farrah Fawcett, looking like one of the Real Housewives of Orange County. So, you know, it's very crazy to me how these pro-black people want to show up in a blonde wig.
Real Housewives of No County is more like it. I agree, Adams.
All right.
I think
that's crazy, Roger. You know, cultural misappropriation, reparations. You know, I mean, should white people be paid reparations every time a black person wears a blonde wig?
Especially if they're wearing the blonde wig and Lululemon.
Right. Thank you.
And if they're carrying on those stupid ass dolls, Adams, what's the name of these dolls that they're so popular on?
Yo, I feel like they should be paying Armenians, right, reparations for the bust down, right? Because you know the bust down came from Cher. So at the end of the day, Armenians should be paid reparations as well.
Now, you know, you follow media like celebrity. Do you hear about that?
I mean, I'm not even going to get into Kim K that, you know, changed the whole beauty standard.
No, did you hear about that paranormal guy about that mysterious haunted doll and suddenly was found dead with the doll who died suddenly?
Moose, I've been obsessed with this story for weeks, and I've been tracking the follow-up. They claim the dog went missing after he died, mysteriously / natural causes, and the Annabelle doll was nowhere to be found, allegedly. That bitch was on the run. They finally found the Annabelle doll, allegedly. Some comedian, I just had his name, Mike Riff, that could be wrong. He is now, according to Twitter, the new proud owner of the Annabelle doll, and he purchased Ed and Lorraine Warren, I believe is their name, the Conjuring couple. He purchased their museum, their house that housed the doll, according to Twitter today. So I've been following this story for weeks. It's been the most fascinating story to me in pop culture in the past month. Absolutely.
You know, to me, as of late, as I've been getting attacked on this app, you know, for not embracing black culture, you know, it's crazy to me. The bust down, did that not come from Cher and Marsha Brady? Right? Cher and Marsha Brady.
Adams, I didn't know it was called the bust down. Let me Google.
I mean, it's called the bust down. That's what I'm saying, the full Naomi Campbell. So again, if you want to give a representation of black women that were wearing that hairstyle, very European centric. You have a lot of the hottest people in black culture talking about pro-black and we should free Diddy. It was crazy listening to Diddy's mom with a full freaking like a fake like it was crazy. Like it was crazy. A whole freaking blonde freaking wig on. Like what are we doing? So it's crazy to me how people want to claim so pro-blackness and appropriating culture and all this other bullshit. Reparations, reparations, reparations. Like what the fuck are we doing? I've never seen the black community so fucking lost with an identity crisis. It's not even, it's crazy.
Adams, I blame Beyonce, I blame Mary J. Blige, I blame...
Oh, you mean the same Beyonce that wanted to say, oh, you need to vote for this black woman. You need to vote for this black woman. Pro-black Beyonce, right? So he threw on that dusty-ass fucking wig, and then the second that she left the DNC stage, she went and posed in a blonde fucking wig pretending to be Pamela Anderson. Let's stop it.
Adams, I got a question. Who's the artist that sung the song about eating her booty like groceries? Who's that?
Suki Hana, no.
I just say this. That's a vulgar line. It's a very vulgar line. But I don't think that's a thing that really is happening. Because I think the people that she's singing to, unless she's singing to the white community, because black men don't even eat pussy. There's no way they're going to eat her booty.
Wait. Okay.
What? Is this breaking news?
Wait, what? Okay,
No, it's not breaking news. Eazy-E said it best. He said, I may be a woman beater, but I'm not a pussy eater. And after he said that, a whole generation of black men stopped eating pussy.
Wait a minute. Didn't he die of AIDS?
Child, baby, bye. Okay.
Hold on. What's going on? By the way, Roger, I'm walking right by 7th Vale Strip Club. I'm going to take a picture of this and PTR it just so you can revel in it.
Nice.
Is there a line around the block?
There's a line around the block at Mojo's door once they found out
No.
who does eat pussy.
The line's at Deja Vu. They have 1,000 ugly women and 3 pretty ones.
Yeah. I went there on a Tuesday afternoon, and it might have been the ugliest women I've ever seen naked.
Yeah, they're not sending out their top guns like most strip clubs at those hours. Those are not peak hours.
Well, the supermarket lighting isn't doing them any favors either.
So, Nye, it sounds like you've maybe had a different experience. Do you not know this trend amongst black men that...
I don't know what you're talking about, sir. I have never heard this before in my life.
You never heard Eazy-E say he may be a woman beater, but he's not a pussy eater?
Well, I'm going to lean into what Adam said. And allegedly, he had HIV, allegedly sucking, slapping on an guard when that rape. So I don't know.
No, he didn't have HIV. He died of AIDS.
Yeah.
So that's just what it is. Sealed up medical coroner report, he died of AIDS. So at the end of the day, looking at the context of that time, how much are you going to take that information as you are, Roger? This is crazy.
Yeah, I don't think he's credible. Him, Dre, they probably were, getting it in with some women, but they like the tranny girls too. They like the chicks with dicks, allegedly. So.
Roger. Oh, sorry, Nye.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Roger, can I ask a favor, or any of the mods? No, but you can ask a favor. Okay, I'll ask. A person I know who's a professor and claims to be and identifies as progressive, but is now hating on progressives, and she's quite influential with 4 degrees from Harvard. She wrote something in their Substack today and published it. I was wondering if you would be willing to put it up at the top, considering it's in alignment with your antipathy and rightfully
rightfully endorsed antipathy toward progressives. But
yeah, let's get it up there.
Now the caveat is she's now a client of mine, so I do probably benefit from exposure, but this is a free Substack. So I want.
Okay.
All right.
This isn't Dr. Natalie, is it?
No, it's Dr. Hillary Anger Elfenbein, who I think you would really hit it off with. I'm gonna try and ask her to come on to Clubhouse because she says now that being Jewish it's impossible to be a progressive because she's hated by her progressive friends essentially. So anyways, I thought you might like to read it.
I'd love to read it. Let's bring it. Oh wow, Master's back.
How should I send it to you? It's in the link in the chat.
Let me see. I'll snap.
Mojo, have you ever heard of Rob Smith?
From The Cure or one of those baggy bands?
No.
Yes,
No. So Rob Smith, he's like a younger, conservative, black Republican veteran.
He's also the lead singer for The Cure, Robbie Smith.
No, he's definitely not. I don't think he's old enough. It's crazy.
No, same name. It's the same name, not this person. Same name, Robert Smith.
Yeah, so he was a black conservative where when the Ebony Festival happened and a lot of people were opening up rooms about the Ebony Festival, oh my god, fake outrage. And again, he's always on like Live a TikTok and he is very pro MAGA and he's a really cool guy. But it was crazy because I'm testing this theory where when somebody has a room that's opened up about them, I'm testing how can I actually get them to respond to my Instagram. And there was a whole entire room that was opened up about him on Clubhouse. And him and I were kind of like texting in the back channels, and I was just like, dude, you need to make an account and come on Clubhouse. A lot of these people that have a lot of things to say about this election cycle and a lot of these influencers, you should definitely come on Clubhouse and come into healthy debates.
Here's the way that we used to get back in the heyday of Clubhouse. There's a lot of people that didn't want to download something. Right? That was a big turn on for people. In fact, there was sitting congressmen that wouldn't come, but they just didn't want to download the app. And you can talk to Justin Higgins about that when he was getting a really important audience on his stages. That was the biggest objection they had. The other thing is the word is kind of out now that Clubhouse can be toxic. It was easier once upon a time to encourage people to get on this app and to participate in rooms because if you give them a clip of something, you say, hey, this is an idea. This is kind of like the idea of what we do on these stages. Love to have you there, and then you can. Sometimes what they will want. I don't know if you guys remember back in the day, we used to bring people on as guests. It would just be me, and then the person that I would bring on, and then I would ask them a few questions. Then I would say, okay, I'm going to bring people up, and they can ask questions. Probably the biggest example of that would have been Dave Smith, comedian and wannabe politician. When he came on, basically just asked a few questions and brought people up, and mostly his haters came up, but some people that were his fans. I lost that fucking replay, for fuck's sake, because that old account, but that was a really good one. I don't know if you guys remember that. That was probably the last big room that helped the fans was from Dave Smith. I don't think you're gonna get up to the point. I think the word's out that Clubhouse is toxic, and it's not toxic because of me. It's toxic because of people like Joe's.
I mean, he's open to it. It's kind of one of those things. screenshot the back channels. Like, he's definitely open to it. But it's one of those things where it's like, okay, is it going to be a divisive topic where it's worth his time to be able to come onto the space? You know what I mean? People talk about the same shit every fucking day. You know what I mean? Like, there's no variety. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing that's going to attract anybody where it's just like, okay, you know, I side and I resonate with a certain type of ideology, but let's have a very different perspective conversation as far as things that are pertinent to that said ideology.
Do you remember when we used to get David Friedman and Patrick to come on here, the son and grandson of Milton Friedman? Do you remember those rooms?
No. I remember the rooms where Ben Carson's son was on the app for a minute.
Yeah, he was. So David Friedman and Patrick Friedman. Patrick used to be on a lot more, but they would get on here and talk about their family and whatnot. And Rose, the mom, Milton Friedman's wife, they swear that she's like the most brilliant person that they had in their family. Which she's actually got a book that she wrote that I want to go read. I haven't done that yet.
Hey Roger, it's Dr. Mitch. On one of the science rooms, we had a few Nobel Science winners. Actually used to come to the room in the heyday. When you were blowing Clubhouse up with, 20,000 followers, there were a lot of prominent people coming here. And then when they changed the app, more or less killed it. So now they're asking for subscription money, but back then when you could do a room and 2,000 people would show up, all they wanted to do was try to smash it.
I mean, I feel like if I talk about big back stuff and post it on Instagram, usually Michael's will come on.
I know it's interesting for somebody, prominent, who comes to speak in front of like 25 people again, it's like, and I don't know how well Twitter Spaces is doing or the other chat thing that was set up.
I mean, Amber Rose was on here, it's her daddy, Wiz Khalifa was on here for a minute. What was that? Wasn't it Joe Budden was on here? I mean, there's definitely some people who are lingering around.
Well, the reason, it's still a good platform that you can bring a few people in, record. It's like any platform. Like even the savvy influencers, like say a Dr. Drew knew in the very beginning that he needed to use whether you like him or not, he needed to use multimedia and multi-stream his programs. And so he knew that Clubhouse was either going to come or go, but he could bring in a few people and still kind of record it somewhere else. So I think that if you can get anyone on here in a small curated room and record it, and then you can upload it somewhere else, then it's worth the time. But if someone's not going to record it, I don't see the benefit.
There was a room where Robbie Schwab and Nick Gillespie of Reason Magazine, they used to come to the room actually fairly frequently, but there was one night where they got on the stage because we were talking about libertarianism and because they wrote for Reason Magazine. And what was interesting is how disagreeable they were with Clubhouse libertarians, because libertarians these days try to be more radical than the next and adopt this persona of being an anarchist, and they shoot that shit down better than I do. It was pretty cool. I don't know if you guys remember back when Liberty Clubhouse was pretty big, but all the anarchists got shit on by Nick Gillespie, and that was one of my favorite rooms.
Dr. Jordan, Dr. Drew, and Adam Carolla were a great team.
Yeah, they had really good chemistry. I was just talking to someone who used to work closely with Dr. Drew, and we're talking about, his marketing savvy, or his team's marketing savvy.
Well, Drew can be, very medical and doctor-like. Girl, I mean, buddies, all this.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, is that there's if you pair with someone who's not credentialed, you also soften any stigma. It's kind of like, there's an agent in Hollywood, a friend of mine passed away, John Ferreter, who was really a sharp guy, taught me a lot about life. He probably gave me some free therapy, even though he's not a clinician. But he would say that, and this isn't original to him, but the kinds of things he would talk about would be like, make sure this person is not too attractive that they're gonna scare off audiences. And you have to know your market. I mean, that's not something so insightful that he said, but it made me think of it that he had mentioned that once to me when I was suggesting some talent for him, and he's like, no, that person's just gonna scare away half of the housewives in America. You have to be able to really know your audience. The credentials don't matter as much as making people feel less insecure or less threatened by whoever's hosting the show. I mean, I actually think that works in the news business well. Fox uses it to their advantage, catering to a demographic of men. CNN has gone the other direction. I think lookism operates within the confines of a Fox, but if you're remotely attractive, you may not get the job at CNN.
In other words, this means narcissism.
Yes.
That's bullshit. Does anybody still go to Chatter at all? Anybody have any experience over there? I got off because Mizzou's got too much of it.
Not a chance.
Yeah, I was on there last night, and they deplatformed me, deleted my profile because I was live streaming the room on Clownhouse back into Chatter. Thought I was being creative, but apparently the 3 people or 10 people that use it, they don't like creative people using their creator platform.
Well, I can't even get on Chatter. Nelson, oh, sorry, go ahead. Listen, I'll tell you quick, Nelson was here for about an hour and explaining people were upset. There was a woman named Bella, she had been deplatformed, and Nelson, I don't know why he felt the need to explain it. And the minorities in the room were good for about 10 minutes, and then it became this free-for-all thugism, just the most vile stuff I've ever heard. I mean, just angry with Nelson that he was actually successful and associated with white people. I'm not making this up, and it's crazy. It's crazy what's going on over here.
So I was in this room yesterday. I think it was Mojo's room, and all of a sudden I kept getting these pings.
Yes.
From folks who are considered the dark side over here, but they navigated over to Chatter, and every one of them was pinging me in the room, because apparently most of them got banned off Chatter, which was surprising. So I was giving you laughing emojis there, because I'm like, I can only imagine what that was like, whatever you know.
Personally, Nelson, for what he's done, in his personal life, how successful he is as a builder of delivery quality products. But it's so crazy to hear someone like him torn down
And it wasn't just you're a bad person. I mean, these people were gonna go after him like strong. I was hard to listen to. Yeah, I think that he's made a lot of people cranky and unhappy with him. I've known of him and communicated with him for the last, I don't know, 4.5 years. I don't like him. I think that he made some mistakes in essentially turning that app into the private playground of Jonathan Dayton, who I don't think much of at all. And I think if he thought of it more of a business and less as a tool to hook up the homies, I think he would do better. I think it sounds like he had to, in the beginning, I mean, the people that followed him were the destructive part of the playhouse. And, they just had so many of those rooms that weren't doing anybody any good. This is why I think a lot of federal sounds like he finally came to a realization. Jonathan had like rooms that like had to refinance with no money down. There's like 7 people on it every other day.
Yeah, so here's what I will say. Every time I've gone to the chatter, it's not popping. I'm sorry. I'm gonna say the quiet part out loud. Like there's not hundreds of people in those rooms. Okay, in fact, and other people on this app generate more traffic. I'm sorry. So Roger, the other thing that I wanted to say is if you click on the link that I posted in the chat, that's Rob Smith. I really feel like you and I should go in on this. You know what I mean? As far as bringing him to the app, bringing a different, fresh set of opinions, to actually hold a different conversation. But aside from that, just looking at the traffic on Chatter, I don't feel like it's the same type of hype that we're hearing on this app. I'm sorry. I couldn't even count 75 people. Then I go into the room and it's like, okay, I'm being attacked by Jennifer Lopez's, a former makeup artist. Like what in the hell? Like it's crazy. Like you have a bunch of people that quite frankly are in the positions that they're in. They're trying to generate a certain amount of traffic towards their own brands. It's like a social media version of like freaking the Home Shopping Network.
You gotta be careful when you type it in that you don't put in Chatterbait. Nothing wrong with Chatterbait.
Okay, it's like the Home Shopping Network of like social audio. Like it's like the Home Shopping Network. Like it's like cheesy infomercial after infomercial. I'm not trying to knock somebody's business. What I'm saying is, listen, bring people onto that app to number one, drive traffic, and number two, Edmund gets more traffic in his recorded rooms than freaking the average active user on Chatter. Like, what are we doing? Like, are we just gonna sit here and just pretend like this is some sensational, like, newfound technology? Like, this is crazy. This shit has nobody on it. And meanwhile, we have this, like, bullying marketing campaign where, people come onto this app that's thriving, successful, and they're saying, hey, download something else on your phone. And, split your time and attention in between people who are on Clubhouse and people who are on an app where nobody fucking logs in.
Sounds like it's a good thing that I cannot get back on Chatter. I uninstalled the app, installed it again, changed password multiple times, and still cannot get on Chatter. And I guess that's probably a good thing.
Listen, I lived at the freaking building next to the W. The young man who did hair for Kylie Jenner and Jennifer Lopez, right, lived in my fucking building. I never seen this woman as a makeup credit, and I went to his Instagram because I knew exactly where to go. Right, Nine? I've never seen this woman credited as any form of this woman's makeup team. Ever. Ever on the Instagram.
Well, at least over here we have Black China stylists, allegedly. Without saying his name, Adam, you probably know who he is.
No, that was me.
You're a Black China stylist.
No, I'm talking about Jesus. I'm talking about Jesus. So again, Jesus lived in my building. And again, I followed him on Instagram. Never saw this woman tagged in any type of post. Because again, when you talk about Jennifer Lopez and people who are student, like actual artists, they give their shout out to their makeup team. Never seen this bitch once in any fucking posting or any of that shit. Are you doing makeup for her to have tea with her freaking grandmother?
Maybe it's the Tebow version of J-Lo. Everybody claims to work for somebody, but they're not really working for that person, right?
But they know somebody who is.
And they know somebody who knows somebody. Black China stylist is constantly getting your ass on this app for being hired and rehired and hired and fired and rehired over and over again.
You know, when you got Crips and Bloods with their own social audio app and they're conspiring to commit murders or drug deals on whether it's Clown House or Chatter or other platforms, you know, I can see why Nelson and Pega might make the strategic move to decide to delete people who are using his investment qualifier app as a way to conduct criminal communications.
Well, John, I learned today, first of all, there's a so-called Crip blood leader that comes into customer base. And he went off on me one day because he thought I removed him from the stage. No. And then today I learned that he was invited over to Chatter to host spaces. Speaking of the games. And apparently he does really well over there. Apparently, he got paid to even promote Chatter. So imagine that.
They took him back.
I don't want to say his name because apparently he's a shooter. Apparently he will pull up to your house.
Listen. And why? We don't want the smoke. So again, Black One Records, I will always respect him as a business person. So he has and drives traffic on social media I think more than any person on this stage. So it's crazy to me how people want to criticize and scrutinize the way that he shows up on social media. We don't want that smoke. Let's move on from Black 100.
We were definitely afraid of him because they let him go on for an hour but not moderate him yesterday. So that's interesting.
I will say this, as somebody that went to Chatter and wanted to believe that, because I like social audio and I like Nelson, I wanted to believe that it was something that, that could work. I think that the fact that they are instituting at this stage of the game, rather than worrying about really onboarding people, that they're worried about monetizing the people that are on the app, because the monetization strategy is really to raise money for themselves. They don't give a shit. They're struggling to raise money institutionally or otherwise, and so what they're doing is half the money that you can give to a creator, quote unquote, the other half goes to the app. So when you do this, I would just say, be careful on that app. I would never ever give money to people on these apps. You don't give your money to them, no matter what they say, no matter how agreeable you are with them. Do not give your money. We need different monetization strategies to make sure that, listen, until you know what their tech stack looks like and how they plan on protecting your identity, it's a very, very bad idea for you to put your financial information on those apps. And so, if Chatter was unattractive to you
monetization, it should be more unattractive now than it has the monetization. Because really all they're saying is they want you to link your financial information to it. And I would not expose that to anybody on any of these apps.
One of the plethora of reasons why I've never been to Chatter.
So I would imagine there's going to be people that when they hear, oh, you can monetize, they're going to go, oh, let me go try that out. Let me go see if I can make $3 a day by doing the same thing I do for free on Clubhouse. And if that's what people are here for, is to try to monetize, go for it. Go make your $3. I personally think, as somebody that's experimented with, let's go check out Chatter, for me at least, it was a mistake because it was a big waste of time. But that doesn't mean that I don't support Nelson. I hope that his vision can come alive at some point, and maybe he can separate himself from some of the people that are clearly trying to draft off of his momentum. I think he's surrounded himself with some boobs. Jonathan Bing is one of the dumbest people I've ever met in my life. And the guy that they have running their tech stack was a guy that Clubhouse was smart enough to not hire, and that was Nozzle. So, I mean, I would seriously look at that stuff, and honestly, if somebody's telling you, hey, you should come check out this app, support it because there's monetization, just think of the ask itself. The app is saying, come here, you get paid, and then the creators are like, come here, I'll get paid. You gotta ask yourself, what's in it for you? Are you gonna have a better conversation over there or over here?
So this also begs a question, Roger. What do you think of this? I'd also be curious of others' opinion, Dr. Mitch John. This notion of doing business with friends, right? Like the two Clubhouse founders were friends, but they had skill sets that were complementary. But when you pick business partners because they're friends alone, and you simply may trust them more, while it makes sense to some degree, you need to surround yourself with people who have expertise in areas other than yours and are willing to challenge you. And so I'd actually give the Clubhouse founders much more credit. While they happen to be friends, they had the skill sets that were compatible and necessary to bring something bigger to fruition. These people surrounded themselves with only the folks that were in their house that they happened to be chummy with, and were a bunch of cliquey mods. And it just seems like any MBA program or someone with just lived experience in the working world who sees it would know that that's not a recipe for success.
I mean, I give people credit for trying, that's all I can say. And sometimes it works to be explosive, and sometimes it doesn't. It's when they put lines outside at night.
Wait, Roger, was the lady who claimed to be, she said she's like a realtor. She's got like some big real estate company that's for like $100 million or something.
Are you talking Cindy Stumble?
Yeah, she one of those, is she?
No.
I think she's an advisor.
Yeah, she's an advisor, and she runs like construction crews. She's a builder.
Yeah, that's her. Yeah.
No,
She made it sound like she owned the company. She was telling
Cindy Stumble is the real deal. And if you knew her story and what she built and what she's accomplished since in her 20s, you would be blown away. So don't denigrate her.
Well, hold on. He was just asking if that's the person. I will say this, our own Dr. Jordan had some very choice words for Cindy Stumpo at one point. Dr. Jordan, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, Cindy Stumpo survived me, as hard as that is to do. I had a moment of narcissistic rage. There's the word for you. Moose is still in the room. Moose is in it. Oh, yeah.
Appreciate it. I appreciate that. Yeah, I was about to leave, but you just said the word, so I'm staying.
So I went off on her because my take on it is as nuts as I am. So my family on both sides is in commercial real estate, which makes me no expert, right? But I did grow up in that space. And I had this chip on my shoulder because she talks like she's the God's gift to real estate. And she is a builder of residential properties and does a phenomenal job and has really high-end clients. I can't knock that. But something triggered me and something she said that night, and I had to bring out my insecurity was going ape shit, and I had to call her out on like, you know nothing about the International Council of Shopping Centers and this, that, and the other, and there are bigger real estate people out there than you. I went on this fucking absolute like diatribe. Yeah, it was. And then, as Mojo and others of you were there to point out, then I went into my self-victimization program and sounded like I was at a 12-step reunion.
If you thought his attack of her was bad, his apology to her was worse. It's crazy. Cindy's had a lot worse happen to her in her life. She probably doesn't even remember it. So
Can I ask you a question, Dr. Jordan? So last night, Nelson Apega was getting absolutely torn up by this girl who lives in Chicago. And if you go to her Instagram, she's Bella Larica, whatever. She looks like a prostitute on her Instagram. My question to you is, she kept screaming at Nelson, saying, I thought you were a federal agent.
Gossiping.
You kept coming on this app.
You're
I know I'm gossiping. And I'm going to finish my statement, even if you loud mic me. I don't care. I'll turn the volume down. She said over and over, I thought you were a federal agent, Nelson, and you kept promoting the vaccine. So my question to you is, Dr. Jordan, I have also heard people accuse you of pushing the vaccine. I'm just wondering, in hindsight, after COVID-19 is over, are you still a supporter of the COVID-19 vaccines? That's the only question I wanted to ask. Thank you. I'm asking you.
Thank you, Edmund. Thank you.
So, I'm so far removed from the vaccinology space. You should ask Dr. Mitch this stuff, but to me, I just saw that the chief vaccinologist, that's not the actual title, from Norway, died at 53 the other day, and there's all these conspiracy theories being floated about this particular guy. I mean, hey, the amount of research, like, if only canine coronavirus had been studied this much, veterinarians would be making a fortune. They've studied this stuff so much, and the epidemiological data. I mean, I don't know what to say. I'm more skeptical of science now than ever, and part of that has been influenced by COVID. I'll say that much.
That's a great answer. Trust in the medical community. So many things were done to suppress information and treatment that what it really did is it eroded confidence in research, science, and medicine.
Shout out to your blood.
Does that answer your question, Tom?
It does, but I just still think it's interesting how people are still calling people out for being vaccine promoters, and you were recently called out as being a vaccine promoter. So that's the only reason I brought it up, Dr. Jordan.
Oh, I definitely was. Well, you got to remember, my work was in preventive medicine, using a lot of animal models, and everything that I learned, I was almost programmed to vaccinate for everything, even the rabies vaccine, the mRNA rabies vaccine had come out, I think, in like 2018, and if you work on the veterinary side of things, everything is about prevention. Parasitic agents are prominently used. It's different than human medicine. We focus on infectious disease because of food safety, and the concern about zoonotic pathogens is a real threat, even in the wildlife conservation arena. So I was programmed for that stuff far before COVID. So that would be my excuse.
You know, going back to the title of the room, I would say that COVID-19 and that whole 3 year run was an exercise in what I would call anarchy.
I agree, and I believe we were attacked by that virus, by the makers of it, as if we were attacked physically by bombs or war. And I think we haven't seen the full effects. Who made it? The lab in China.
See, David, I think you got it backwards there. It's not the Wuhan lab that was the attack. It was the Pfizer, Moderna, J&J vaccine that was the attack. That's my opinion.
No, that's wrong. The attack came from Wuhan. Whatever you want to think about, that should never have been called a vaccine. That's the first wrong thing about it. It never was a vaccine.
I'm just wondering, David, if you could actually repeat back to me what I just said.
I'm not your puppet.
Okay, well then I rest my case. You made my case, by saying exactly what you're saying. I think, you're actually a victim here of propaganda, and unfortunately you can't recognize it.
Yeah. I know propaganda when I see it. Heard it from you. 6 years now, 5 years. Delusion.
Okay, I mean, do you want me to post the links about what J&J recently disclosed within the past month? Do you want me to post a dozen other links to show you that what you're saying is completely opposite truth?
Okay, so relax.
I am relaxed. I'm just asking a question.
It's over. It's done. J&J was never a good vaccine to begin with. They didn't even make their own vaccine. That was a live virus.
What do you think's going to happen the next time there's a pandemic?
Wait, did you say landemic?
Nope, I said pandemic. I'm not a weirdo.
It starts with an A and it ends with a Y. That spells, come on everybody, anarchy.
They'll just set up another booth in Costco and have you bring your babies, stick them full of shit.
It's beavis wintry.
Well, RFK Jr.'s in charge. It'll be interesting.
I think that guy's a fraud.
Really hard to tell, but I've heard suspicious conspiracy theories. Hard to tell. It seems like he's bent a lot on a lot of the things he came in to do. The medical machine is so huge. I mean, it's a behemoth. So I don't think that's an easy system to change by any stretch.
True. 14 years of heroin use, getting people in his family addicted didn't help either.
Dr. Mojo, I'm wondering if I could make a special request. I was the first person in this room and I read what's called the next steps from the book of the law with regards to anarchy, socialism, communism, fascism. Would it be okay if I quickly recited that to the room, Dr. Mojo?
Is it short?
Yes.
No.
Yes, it's very
No,
short.
of course it's not.
It's very short. I read it to you when you first opened the room. Okay, hold on one second.
Wait, hold on. Are you calling Bima a communist?
Well, I mean, she doesn't actually want anarchy. She wants to remove our current government and replace it with her strict authoritarian government, where she rules everything.
Don't you think it's weird that the person that doesn't like government also likes oppressive regimes like Hamas that was elected to govern people in Gaza?
Okay, I'm ready to read this if you're ready to let me read it real quickly. Let me know what you think.
Yeah, go for it. Read it.
Okay, this is called the next step. Democracy daughters, ferocious fascism, cackling communism, equally frauds cavort crazily all over the globe. They are hemming us in. Liberty stirs once more in the womb of time. Evolution makes its changes by anti socialistic ways. The abnormal man who foresees the trend of the times and adapts circumstance intelligently is laughed at, persecuted, often destroyed by the clubhouse herd. But he and his heirs, when the crisis comes, are survivors. Above us today hangs a danger never yet paralleled in history. We suppress the clubhouse individual in more and more ways. We think in terms of the herd. War no longer kills soldiers, it kills all indiscriminately. Every new measure of the most democratic and autocratic governments is communistic in essence. It is always restriction. We are all treated as imbecile children. DORA, the Shops Act, the motoring laws, Sunday suffocation, the censorship, clubhouse deplatforming. They won't trust us to cross.
I like that last one.
They won't trust us to cross the roads at will. Fascism is like communism and dishonest into the bargain. The dictators of Clubhouse suppress all art, literature, theater, music, news that does not meet their requirements. Yet the world only moves by the light of genius. The Clubhouse herd will be destroyed in mass. In the words of the famous paradox of the Comte de Phoenix, or Edmund Dacon, the absolute rule of the state shall be a function of the absolute liberty of each individual will.
Who wrote that? Why were they referencing Clubhouse?
Well, I wrote it, last night after Nelson Pega deplatformed me and deleted my account on Chatter, so I just wanted to share it with you all. I hope you enjoyed it.
I got a question. What could he do if we were to just continue making accounts to stream in rooms, stream this room into his platform? If we just continue to make accounts to do that, like what could he do about it?
I think first of all, if I used my name, he would delete it right away, I'm sure. But if I created something, random name, they might not detect it. But I think there's like a control type of thing there where, anyways, if you listen to my replay from last night, anyways, I'm done answering that.
Yeah, I think if we just create a bunch of accounts, make most of them look like left-wing accounts, and then say glowing things about Chatter and saying that your favorite host is Jonathan Bing, things like that in your bio. I think that might allow them to be less suspicious, and then we just pop up and just stream this room over.
What if you just generate like 800 random accounts?
I'll try it again on a different burner phone that I have and keep it generic and see how it goes. But it's just actually what I was thinking about doing was creating an account over there and just live streaming their rooms, and they probably wouldn't be able to figure out which profile was mine.
Yeah, they would. There's only like 3 people in the room.
It's great audio over there, much better than here.
Well, anyways, I'm just saying I thought about that. I was like, that's one more live stream of social audio.
Do you think your audio is better than the audio here?
Yes.
But I don't think so. I wouldn't agree with that.
So did anybody have any thoughts or opinions on what I just read to you?
Nope.
My first thought was when I heard Clubhouse, I knew instantly you wrote it. My second thought was this individual is such a fascinating human, John/Edmund. You truly are intriguing, sir.
Thanks. I have to warn you, I'm susceptible to flattery.
The science one is brand. Yeah, he probably has one. Next to IO, he probably has one of the highest IQs on the app.
No, he's definitely the highest.
John, who? Well, I'm just going by the name in his PTR. I know it's not John.
So wait, Mojo, were you not aware that Donald Trump had declared English the official language of the USA?
Not unofficially. Nothing will ever officially document that ever. Mojo still has to press 1 for English.
So, one of the things, maybe this isn't important to most, but the fact that he said something apparently about not pardoning Diddy because of something Diddy said during the election, is that the most asinine thing? Like the one thing I have now in common with Diddy is that I won't get pardoned by Donald Trump because I said a lot of things that he wouldn't like.
You said a lot of personal.
Were you a vet at some point or are?
I taught med students, but I have a PhD. Why?
I wanted to ask you, have you ever heard of a case of a dog chewing up glass, like a glass jar, swallowing it, and surviving?
I mean, I'm sure it's possible. Why?
I was just curious.
I mean, it's probably, it's probably possible, but like, I don't know how you would, depends what else it ate, it depends on all kinds of things.
Bima, can I ask you a question about pit bulls? So say you take your pit bull to the park, and this guy has a little Yorkie, and your pit bull gets off leash, grabs the Yorkie, and just tears it to shreds and kills it. But then that guy pulls a gun and kills your pit bull. How do you respond?
Yeah, I would. That would be self-defense. I would have no recourse. I mean, I would obviously be very upset, but you know what I mean.
So okay, let me just ask a question.
Because the thing is,
Bima, do you think that Diddy is innocent?
So just to finish that question, John, Dr. Brennan.
Got it.
I don't follow the Diddy. I don't follow the celebrity stuff. I leave that up to whoever likes that type of stuff.
Right.
I have no idea. I have no idea anything about it. I can't.
Conspiracy theory, as far as how you form your opinions, especially in the.
What does that have to? I'm not even following. What does Diddy? I'm so confused.
Bima, you sit in
a
propagandist echo chamber.
Okay. So, all right. Anyway, so the thing is.
Got it.
Okay. The thing is.
So you don't feel like you've been brainwashed in the spaces that you've been in chillism?
So the thing is I would do the same if that was another dog that came to attack my dog.
Wait, Bima, let me change the question. Let me change the question real quick, Bima. Can you explain your PTR to the room? Thank you.
This is crazy.
Yeah, so unfortunately, AI didn't want to give me symbols. I wanted it to represent like Islam and then Judaism, but it only would do flags every time, all my prompts. But the idea is just a peaceful society. All of us living together peacefully.
Bima actually used to show up on social audio as herself. It's crazy. It's crazy with that time in that.
What do you mean as myself? What are you talking about, Adams? Adams, are you okay?
Are you okay?
Well, I mean, like it's Saturday. Are you like drinking and stuff?
Are you okay? Are you okay?
Well, I'm okay, but I think I'm making sense.
Yeah, you're definitely not making sense.
Okay.
So Bima, what's the source of coexistence? Again, the question is, what is the source of coexistence?
Well, what is the source of coexistence? Can you break that down for me? Because I'm not I could answer
Sure.
that in a million
So
ways.
source is basically where something comes from, and coexistence means peace. So what is the source of peace? Thank you for considering my question. I am complete.
The source of peace would be a way to reciprocate rights, so not violating each other.
Okay, wait.
That would
Before
be
you
the
go
source
any
of peace.
further,
So
let me
consent.
interrupt you.
So
I'm
consent.
gonna interrupt you. Let me ask you a different way. What is the source of love? Thank you.
So that's much more difficult. What is the source of love? God?
Wait.
That's how I would answer it.
You're gonna say God? That's your answer? Ding, ding, ding. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
Yeah, but not everybody answers that way. Not everybody believes in this. Not everybody is even a theist.
2,000 wars in the name of God since Christ. That's love.
So, David, let me ask you a question. What's the source of life?
The one time my parents had sex.
The hydrogen.
I got a question for Bima. If you bear with me here. If somebody were to steal your car, who would you call first after your car is stolen?
I called this whatever security firm, aka the equivalent of what you guys would understand as a police, right? It would be my.
No. We're living in the world that we're living in today. Like you go outside, you're double wide, and your car is missing. Who do you call?
Ghostbusters.
Oh, if you're being very honest with you, I wouldn't call the cops right away.
You wouldn't. What would you do?
I would try to figure out who took it and what's going on with it. I would try to find it myself.
Are you a skilled investigator?
I have skilled investigate. Yeah, I have very high sources that can help me. Sure.
Phenomenal. What happens if you found it? What would you do?
I would take it back.
What if the people were armed?
What if they don't have to worry about them being armed? They have to worry about me being armed.
But if you were to shoot them, you would go to jail.
And wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be something that someone who's protecting their property, right? A peaceful person, not harming any other person, but the person
Well, if
who
you
is.
shoot them, you'd definitely be harming.
Well, I wouldn't just shoot them right off the bat. I would only shoot them if they threatened violence or they tried to stop me from claiming my property, which would be.
Well, don't you think a more prudent step would be to get the police to retrieve the vehicle for you?
I mean, this is the thing. I don't subscribe to the police, so I would do it myself first.
What do you mean you don't subscribe to them?
I don't support. I don't align with anything they do. They're terrorists. And
Well, hold on. Even if they could retrieve your car and return it to you.
See, this is the thing. I would appreciate just being able to. I don't trust them for to return my car because listen, the worst case scenario. Okay, listen. I'll be real. Likely, I would try to retrieve my car, but I'm not going to kill somebody over my car, right? And I also wouldn't want someone to be killed over my car. That's why I'm not going to call the police. So I would like to deal with it. I would deal with it.
What if you found out that the people that stole your car were a dangerous militia that was heavily armed? Would you then just say, "Oh fuck it, I guess they can keep my car"?
Well, if they're a dangerous militia who are known, who are violating people's rights and have already been proven to harm other people, well then yeah, they have no right reciprocation, and I'll go and get my car the way that I see fit. So that I wouldn't care. But if it's just like some downtrodden person who saw an opportunity, took the car, and it's like some woman with her homeless bag. I mean, like you've seen these videos, and of people finding their vehicles, and she has a kid or something. Yeah, I'm just gonna go talk to her. I'm gonna talk to him.
You're gonna go talk to the car thief?
Right, exactly.
Phenomenal.
How does
Wait, isn't that what the police would do? Wait, hold on.
Well,
Do you think the
exactly.
police would
it's not really a debate. They're
Right, but it's not up to them. It's not their property. It's not their property. They don't get to say what happens with it's my property. I get to say what happens to the thief that stole from me. It's not
Actually, no. If it's against the law, which it is to steal a car, you don't even have to press charges. The police can apprehend the car thief, and the prosecutor, without you testifying or willing to press charges, the prosecutor can press charges on their own because they want to rid society of car thieves. They want to crack down on this stuff.
That is correct.
Right. That's what the law is. But I'm having a different conversation. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's what would happen as like a matter of fact of law today. But I'm saying, law is on. Just because it is that way, it ought to be that way.
Can I ask a question? That's one of my dumb questions.
You cannot ask, but you can, John. John, tell me what you think.
So, if I want to ask, so how does anarchical principles?
This is gonna have to
Exactly. How does anarchical principles, how do they apply to like open marriage or marriage? Like, can't you just steal someone's wife? And like, I mean, maybe I'm talking about uncivilized behavior, but how does it apply to like marriage and like divorce and the union of a couple?
So it's voluntary, so it's all based off of just contracts.
How does a murderer?
So it applies to
real quick. How does a murderer get prosecuted in this society? Who apprehends a murderer?
What you would understand, and I'm using this term so you can understand it, is what the police.
Okay. So you have police.
Of course.
But you'll call it something else because it makes you feel more comfortable. So basically, you just want to rename things.
Well, no. The thing is police means they're law enforcement, right? And they're policing. So there's a difference.
Anarchy police department.
So these in an anarchist society, in a voluntary society, there isn't going to be law enforcement because there aren't going to be laws. There isn't a centralized authority. There's going to be a bunch of different rules.
If there's not a centralized authority,
yeah.
If there's not a centralized authority, who's to say that the murderer can just say, "Hey, I justifiably committed this homicide," and then if there's no central authority, who would determine innocence and guilt?
Right, well, that's why it's up to the DA to decide. A lot of people forget just because the cops arrest, it's still up to the DA whether they're going to press charges.
No, it's not about the
anything. If the DA thinks there's enough evidence that jury would
we're talking about in this imaginary anarchy world.
The anarchy world.
She believes that what you're going to have is you're not going to have courts, you're not going to have judges, you're not going to have police.
Oh no, she doesn't say that.
But you'll have she does say that. But what she says is that you're going to replace it with something that's like police and like courts and like judges.
Oh yeah. Okay, I see what you did there.
And what would those be exactly?
Judges, police.
people who couldn't get on the rail police.
We would just refer to them as a private security agency, and that would make her feel better.
Yeah, we had that for 2 square blocks in Seattle during the Summer of Love. 4 people died.
Yeah, I was gonna ask how that turned out.
You know, Bima, I think a lot of people give you a lot of smoke, Bima, but I think you got a great speaking voice. I think you're probably a nice person. You know, I mean, we talked about the golden rule earlier, but I just want to, try to give you a compliment. Say you're a great speaker. I hope you keep reading books. I hope you get out of that abusive relationship. I hope all your dreams come true. I hope you get all the health and wealth and love you deserve. And I hope you have a great Saturday night, Bima.
Thank you, John. I appreciate it. And don't be dismayed. I'm not in an abusive relationship. If anybody's abusing anybody, it's me abusing him. He doesn't even encourage fierce. He can't even kill ants and flies. He's just as sweet as, well, he's much sweeter. He's a much better person than I am in almost every way.
Do you think that if you hung out in rooms where you had conversations with intelligent people, that you'd be less radical? Do you think that your gradual slide into this fantasy land is being aided by hanging out with the low IQ people in chillism?
No, I've hung out with people who are much more intelligent than anybody on this app, who actually write philosophical works. They are the leaders of the voluntary societies of the world.
Hold on. Can you point us to some of these people? Like you said, they publish works. I want to read it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's right in my bio. Patrick Smith. Go ahead.
Patrick Smith. That sounds like a fake name.
It's a real name. It's a
So
real guy.
Bima, if you read
Smith and Christian Moore, these are two individuals.
Bima, let me ask you a question.
With hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds.
Bima, let me ask you a follow-up question. If you read such an Bima, hold on, let me just do a quick diagnostic here. You read such intelligent authors. Let me ask you a question. What's 100 times 1,000?
100 times 1,000. So 3, 4, 5. So 500,000? No, that's wrong. I don't even know. I couldn't even do. No, that's what I was trying to do. So 100 times 1,000 is 100,000. 100,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? 100,000. There we go.
Again.
Are we gonna do long division next?
Hold on, can I just say that her getting basic math on the second try is impressive to me.
I mean, what kind of diagnostics do you use, Bima, when you gauge these magnificent intellectuals that you consume in their books? Like,
They sound cool.
How do you measure intelligence?
To the app, ask them if they'll come and debate with us.
Oh yeah, they absolutely 110%. But I don't trust. Like, I wouldn't ever. I don't. I mean, like, if you were to make a pledge to me that you wouldn't, act like you do most of the time. Like, if you were a decent human being, I would. But I would never subject people that get paid to speak at universities and travel the world and to come here to be treated like shit.
Bima, let me ask you a follow-up question here. Like, how high do you think you are, like, in terms of comparing yourself to people in this room? You sound very egotistical in a way. Does anybody agree with me?
Egotistical?
Oh, yeah.
About what?
Well, how about when you go on about how much you know about the conflict between Hamas and Israel?
I don't claim to listen. It's only. Do you know that you're the only person that has a problem with it? When I'm in other rooms with intelligent people that have civil dialogues, exactly. I'm also in Ruben's room and Daniel's room and Tobias's room, and I have wonderful Simon's room. Okay, and I have wonderful conversations.
Let me ask you a follow-up question.
Civil dialogues.
Bima, let me ask you a follow-up question here.
Anything that happens in this room.
When I say egotistical,
Chillism 2.0.
Bima, I'm just wondering, when I say egotistical, can you tell us what the ego is? Thank you.
The I, right? The belief in the I, the thought, the understanding of what and who, how we understand ourselves.
Bima, when I say ego, and you can explain it, it's not subjective, objective. An ego is called a concept. Have you ever held an ego, touched an ego, tasted an ego? It's called concept, Bima. Can you tell me what a concept is? Thank you.
An idea? That's it. A concept is an idea?
Correct.
John, are you done with the deposition or no?
merge it all together, I'd be interested to understand where you're going. Ego, what was it? Ego, what were the other two things that you talked about? So, ego, concept, an idea.
Yeah, he said you're a egomaniac. And you're dumb, you can't do math.
Well, anarchists will have calculators.
Anybody else want to tie that together?
Wait, Beam, I got one more quick diagnostic question for you. What is 500 times 1,000?
The fact that takes us long.
I got it, John, thanks.
So I got one more follow-up question for everybody in the room before I go to Emerald Island. My question to the room is that I want to ask, why do people come into like a social audio app and then basically like think that they're smarter than other people, like, and they're not really, like, you got no really way to compare, but like people make this claim all the time that they have superior knowledge and wisdom on how things should be. Why do you think that is?
Dunning-Kruger effect, narcissistic behavior.
The fact that smart people don't have to tell other people how smart they are.
Condescending, narcissistic.
Well, Beeman at least got one question right. When I asked you what is the source of love or life or the source of wisdom, I mean you answered correctly with the G-O-D. So Bima is G-O.
I'd like to revise that. Actually, it is what is love? It's anti-coercion. That's what love is. Anti-coercion.
Speaking of, so John, Congressman John, can this would be helpful, if we could help with not psychoeducation so much, but just education. I need to talk less about narcissism, but that being said, we need to distinguish among the terms narcissistic, egotistic, and egoistic, right?
Yeah.
Say that 10 times backwards.
I've seen the Narcissus flower in Washington, D.C. at some castle in Washington, D.C., but it's a flower. It's a plant. Narcissus or self-love, I mean, I don't know why you always bring up the term. I mean, it's basically an irrelevant term in terms of who you are. I mean, the question is, who are you or where did you come from? If you know where you came from, you solve all your problems.
Well, for example, I'm egoistic, right? I'm absolutely preoccupied with myself. The usage, the overusage of narcissistic, borrowed from popular psychology and even in a sociological context, we overuse the term, but a lot of people are really meaning someone's egotistical or egoistic. They're not differentiating, and that's important, right?
So is the typical serial profile narcissistic or egotistical?
A typical what?
It's the same thing, essentially.
Serial killers using profiles as being severely narcissistic.
Well, I mean, again, I'm not a clinician in that space, but I'll say that, most psychopaths almost all psychopaths would be considered narcissistic, but not all narcissists are psychopathic. But that being said, what's interesting is overt narcissism is often thought of as narcissism, people aren't so insecure, they're over the top, overconfident, right? So a lot of people are beginning to think that it's only the covert narcissist, not the grandiose or overt ones, that are really the true narcissists who have insecurities, and they constantly they have to belittle others to feel good about themselves, right? Whereas the one who's more like a psychopath, the overt narcissist, like Donald Trump is not. It may have a little bit of a thin skin, but he's not spending his time preoccupied with really what other people think of him, in the same sense that, like, for him to be president and take that kind of criticism, he thinks, he really does believe that he's smarter than everybody else. And so he doesn't like criticism, but he really believes it. He is so overt. He's a malignant narcissist, but he's also so overt, right? Like, he's great.
Well, hold on, Dr. Jordan. It's not about whether or not he thinks he's the smartest. Sometimes just being decisive is the power, right?
True, 100%.
Being able to make a decision. Was it Abraham Lincoln that said the worst thing to do is nothing? The best thing to do is the right thing. The wrong thing is somewhere in the middle. Like doing nothing is worse than doing the wrong thing. Like,
well, 100%. Go ahead.
So here's my point. When you take somebody, if you're going to try to analyze somebody like Donald Trump, you need to analyze him without a political lens. You need to just figure out, like, okay, well, what is it that makes this guy tick? And clearly, it's not that he doesn't have a desire to be the smartest guy in the room. What he desires is to be the winner. And sometimes you can be the stupidest guy in the room and still win.
Yeah, so a hallmark characteristic of a narcissist like Donald Trump, and this is to his credit, because he's like they can go, when you're overconfident and rely on instinct, you see the world so different than other people. And even if, let's say someone's a scientist at the top of their game, and they're narcissistic, they're still largely relying on instinct. They may be able to provide empirical data to back a lot of things up, but they are, Dr. Adams, you're, hold on a second, I'm not modded. So, I think there's great benefit in relying on instinct, but think of the other narcissistic people in your lives. Do they tend to rely on instinct? Go ahead.
Hold on. Here's the thing, right? It's not just instinct, though. It's about talent. Like, if you were to compare this, let's take it out of an intellectual realm and just say, let's say we're talking basketball, right? If I'm physically gifted and I know the fundamentals of playing defense, and let's say I'm quick, I can afford to play you very close man-to-man defense. I'm less worried about you beating me than somebody that's slower or less skilled. So I can play you close. And even if you did make an incredible move to try to blow past me, I then have additional tools in my repertoire to be able to play defense against you. Whereas a weaker defender will not play close to the man. So now you don't have good man-to-man defense. And if they decide to pull up and make a jumper, you've got nothing to do. You're not close enough to even defend that. And by the way, if you give them room to work, they still might blow by you. And so the point being, and the thing I'm trying to translate here, is that if the more skill you have, the more like talent that you were born with, confidence. What it does is it gives you the ability to be more effective, and it allows you to make mistakes and still be okay. I see this with artists all the time. There's a girl that I know that paints, and she sells her paintings for quite a bit of money, and she'll do something, and then she'll go, oh fuck, and like she made a mistake. But she also knows that nobody else on the planet knows that she made a mistake, and then she just makes something new, and she takes that mistake and lets the mistake be okay. A less artist might have thrown away that and started over.
Wait, Dr. Jordan, would you say that like Michael Jordan and LeBron James are narcissists for knowing that they're the best?
no, but Michael Jordan definitely has. I mean, he's got a healthy dose. He's a good example of someone with a healthy.
How about LeBron?
Lesser so, but yeah. But what I wanted to say.
So to be the best, you have to be a narcissist, you're saying?
Let me just say one thing. I think that like Mojo talked about. Well, we often talk about poker. You like confidence. What we're essentially saying is confidence is a skill, not just a trait, right? So
you're saying it's narcissism.
no, well, it is like I talked to this guy, talked about him before, Michael Maccabee, who's a Harvard anthropologist and psychologist. He wrote a book about productive narcissism, which Donald Trump read and reached out to him and wanted to be lumped in the group now he said to me, I was interviewing him because I was working on a documentary that has never come to fruition. But anyways, Michael's like 90 years old if he's still alive, and what he said was that, but the fact that Donald Trump became president means that he is technically a productive narcissist, right? Like you can't become president of the United States without me meeting that criteria. But where I'm going with this is that
everybody that's ever been president is a narcissist.
Oh, 100%, but to different degrees. But where I wanted to go with this, and I'm forgetting what I was going to say, was that there's something to be said for like, oh shit, I forget what poker. Like the confidence, the idea of confidence being a skill rather than, more of an arbitrary kind of, a trait that's left up to kind of subjective interpretation. If you're a poker player and you don't have confidence, like a poker player with fewer brain cells but great confidence, probably going to be far more successful, right? Like, and this is true in many fields. Like, if you're in real estate, you don't have to be an intellectual giant, but if you have a ton of confidence, you're going to do far better. I told you guys last night, I was watching this documentary about this woman who was an escort, and she's like, it's amazing how many escorts become real estate agents. These are women who have a lot of confidence and charisma, and they often become successful in real estate if they choose to go into it because it caters to the kind of characteristics that they often have.
Wait, so Dr. Jordan, you're saying we should stop using narcissist as a negative term, since if you want to be successful and good at anything and be the best at anything, you have to be a narcissist.
No, because I believe it exists on a spectrum. Like,
yes.
And if it exists on a spectrum, so does psychopathy. Like psychopathy exists on a spectrum. If you're too far on the spectrum, you're going to end up in prison and you're going to kill somebody. If you are, much more closer to the middle, right? If there's a middle, you might become a surgeon or a Navy SEAL 6 member, right? Team 6 member. Like it's all about balance.
Would you describe this this spectrum as kind of like the spectrum of AIDS, where like some people get AIDS and they die, and other people like Magic Johnson get AIDS and they like go on and live forever?
I don't know what to say to that. John, say something.
Well, Mojo, now he's called Magic.
Well,
he's got money in case for medicine people.
Dr. Jordan.
Isn't he physically an impressive guy? Like after he was diagnosed and he was, highly medicated, he turned into a machine and like much more physically fit than he ever was.
Dr. Jordan, the thing about a narcissist, I'm reading the Tanya over here, and it's acts of selfless kindness. So, this is why therapy is helpful for people who may find themselves to be misers, stingy, malignant personalities. I mean, sometimes I think maybe I have a malignant personality, but I have met people that I know that have, malignant personalities that are so difficult to deal with. But I think it's because those people can't let go of anything. They hold people that hold grudges carry a lot of weight with them. And so, I have a picture of the Buddha near my toilet, and I painted it, and it says, "Let it go." So to me, that's the words and the thoughts. And if you just constantly talking about narcissists, I mean, it all communication is projection.
Well, first of all, I don't have anything against narcissists. I have narcissistic traits, but I'm more of an egotist. I'm more of an egoist. Like I'm consumed with my thinking about myself.
I know, but the term ego is a concept. It doesn't exist in the real world. So, what are you really saying? When you think that you're constantly think, I mean, this is like obsessive compulsive behavior. The point is, like, go to the gym, read a book. I mean, do mantras. Like, if you have an overreactive mind that is constantly pinging you, I mean, the blessed state is silence. So, do you find that you have like an inner monologue that's constantly running and you're not in control of it?
Well, 100%. That's why I'm meditating because I'm someone. Most neurotic people are going to be more in their heads than in their body. You know this, so you understand the mind-body connection. The narcissist is also going to, like, quite frankly, be largely in their head, right? Because they're constantly thinking about, their image, right? Which is fascinating, right? If they spent less time thinking about their image, they would do more. They would be healthier.
Yeah, John, that yoga makes you a narcissist.
I mean, I go to the gym, I lift weights, and now my elbow's hurting. Like, cause and effect. You have to have, like you just said earlier, that balance. So, there's a guy on here called Heronstone, and I said, do you know that the heron is like a bird in the mystical aviary? It stands on one foot, so it's like in a yoga pose of great focus and concentration. And at 42, I mean, I see how cell phones have essentially brain rotted people's, like, brains, maybe mine included. But the point is, you see how younger people are just, to me it seems like there's a health crisis on top of a fiscal crisis or a debt crisis. It's my opinion.
If your elbow hurts, you're doing it wrong.
Well, that's what she said, but I got to get to the bar so I can try to meet her tonight.
Roger, does it feel like to you that these guys, these people that are talking about this, these world burnout, scientists and shit that are, applying narcissists to like every positive thing of human behavior and stuff? It's like the same way that they want to diagnose everybody as like gender fluid or like autistic and shit.
I actually think that people are pussies when it comes to dealing with narcissists is the problem. It's not usually it's not the narcissist. It's the people that are incapable of communicating with them. Like Dr. Jordan and I are good friends. He's incredibly narcissistic. That doesn't mean that we can't get along. I just accept him as a narcissist. I accept him exactly the way he is. And I think that if you accept yourself and all of your all of the faults that you have, and I have plenty of them, it's just easier when you're honest with yourself and you realize that you're not perfect. You don't have to worry about whether or not the people around you are perfect. You can just accept them for who they are. In fact, I actually appreciate Dr. Jordan and some. I mean, dude, I'm the only person on this stage that's been in a car with Dr. Jordan. He damn near killed me in said car. And I think that it was a bonding experience rather than me thinking less of him.
There's a good saying, it's to understand all is to forgive all.
Do you think we can find it in our hearts to forgive Bima? Anybody?
Yeah.
If she stops being a communist.
I'm telling you, if you spend a day with her, you'd actually,
forgiveness for.
Well, okay, so first of all, she's intellectually dishonest. That's number one. Number two, she's guilty of sympathizing for Hamas terrorists. C, she's, man, how do I say this one without sounding rude? Because I feel like I was being nice in the first two.
Okay, you could say.
I'm going to hold that one to myself. Thank you. I don't want it to sound like a personal attack. I want it to just, it's just observations of the way that she opinions. And what I'm unsure of is if she even believes the bullshit she's saying. If she does believe it, then I think she needs some clinical help. And if she doesn't believe it, then I think that we've gone easy on her because she's just being a fucking weirdo.
Well,
do you attribute some of it? She sounds young. She ever actually said like early 20s, maybe even.
No, she's not early 20s.
Yeah.
She's like almost my age. It's like
I'm gonna guess. How do you know that, Rich?
Shamos is the same age, and him, Shamos and Dima were dating for a period, and they're like almost the same age.
Oh my god. Somebody on this app dated that?
Yeah,
I'm not interested in anyone's personal business, but that surprises me because she sounds younger.
But don't you think?
She sounds like late 20s, early 30s.
Don't you think though that there's a communication problem? Like there's not your large language models aren't matching up. Yours is bigger than hers, and she can't. There's a failure to communicate. But if there's no violence, well, that's okay. But I mean, that's kind of the point where it's like if you were to spend a whole day with her, technically you should be updating her LLM, by having these conversations.
Do you think that she'll ever grow to the point where when somebody asks her a question, that she maybe pause and say, you know what, I don't know that, or I'm gonna have to think about that more? Do you think we'll ever get to that version of Bima? Because I feel like before we even finish asking our questions, she's already just starting. The spin of bullshit. I think if she was to just pause and maybe think, it's possible she could tap into a library of different words.
Yeah, I think one observation after using this app for so many years is people are so set in their ways and so conditioned, and their personality is so formulated. Like there's no budging. People will die on a hill for their concept on this app. And I've never seen people just repeat themselves. I mean, nobody is, upgraded from using this app. So if that's this app, imagine all the TikTokers and Instagram and YouTube consumers who have horrific brain rot, or even more. I mean, total cultural brain rot. The rest of the rooms on this app right now, if you were to pipe in some of the bang rooms happening right now, to me, that's like schizophrenic, or ghetto schizo, basically.
Like, for example, in shamanism, like they just speak over each other, like constantly. And even an appeal to the mob, you ask them like, hey, can I go? They don't have any concept of that. Their preferable communication style is for everyone to speak all at once. 12.
Well, I think that's what anarchy is. I mean, it is that sound wall banging your head and really not. Anyways, I mean, a lot of this. The other thing is the environment of this app is the green beans, the title, the clickbait titles, but also individuals' ability to create, a node and a network, and why people come to listen to you, Mojo, or Dr. Jordan, or anybody in this room. Like, what is that? It's dopamine. I mean, this is like a medical device. I'm repeating myself all the time. This is a medical device technology app. Like people are coming here to dope up, but there's no real, intelligent discourse happening. I got blocked from Patty's politically correct room. To me, filming liberals and hearing their emotional instability on the regular is like the juiciest thing to record or observe amongst people, because politics, it's going deeper. There's 100,000 reasons why people are, crashing out or doing what they're doing on this app. I mean, it's cloud chasing, etc. But it's if you're not making money doing this, like, I don't know, that's what I think you really are banging your head against a wall. Or, anyways, I'm just saying that there's a structure to this app. There's a structure to it.
Yeah, but what about the fact that people just convene in places to talk because we're a hyper-social species? It doesn't have to be about something like there are 8 billion people on the planet, and we're so removed from in-person experiences because of the internet that this actually encroaches on old traditions of like meeting in person. We actually hear each other's voice and just chat, right? We're not going to the bar, we're not going to the pub, we're going to a place to meet probably more interesting people.
It might just be people just want to come for entertainment, just listen to opinions, exchange ideas. It's just fun. I don't think it needs to be as deep as perhaps you're positioning it. I don't think people really come to this app to, I suppose, for lack of better words, be educated on anything. Sure, there are rooms where you can learn. I always like to say I would like to listen and learn when I go into some spaces.
Well, that's why you follow me to the Brown Nine.
Yeah, well, you're quite possibly one of the funniest people. Like somebody sending me a message. Who is this? And then you get strange messages from people that you don't know pop up on the screen. That's another way to kind of meet folks. So I don't know. It's just fun. It's just a fun way to meet and engage. It's not that deep.
Did you ever watch the TV show Cops? I often thought that show was kind of unfair to the people that the police arrest, that the cameras just show up and start filming this person, because that causes you to act in a certain way. And so if you were in Nelson Pega and Jen Bubblicious and fucking Whack 100 last night, the Bang Room is really almost like a cacophony of performers. And so it's very easy to...
A better example is World Star Hip Hop.
Yeah, he was saying, "Oh, World Star Hip Hop about to make a 7-figure payout to me." Anyways, my point is, because people know they're being recorded, they go for maximum bang. And I never heard this kind of shit in my whole life, but a Bang Room, like a Whack or a Cray Orange Cray, whatever the fucking guy's name is from, what I'm talking about, Cray. Anyways, those, I don't know. I just think it's interesting to record those many people screaming into a phone where it's just this garble of garbage. It's not healthy to listen to, but in terms of uniqueness, it's very unique.
John, you could have just said the black guy. We would all know.
No, you're right. Sometimes it's not healthy, depending on what room you go into. The ghetto ratchet bang rooms can be very, very disturbing at times. You're right. When I first got on this app, I thought the same thing. Why is everybody over talking each other? Why is everybody screaming into the phone? It can be quite annoying. So I think there are levels to this app. Sometimes you want to go into the bang rooms and the ghetto ratchet rooms. Sometimes you want to go into the biblical rooms, the political rooms, the entertainment rooms. There's something for everyone, don't you think? I mean, you would know. You're recording all of them for you.
No, believe me, I wish I could fully automate the scraping of this app and total export of every room 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I mean, I'd be making a lot of money if I could figure that out, because it's spamming. I mean, I've made a lot of money in spam. I've worked for a lot of advertising ad tech companies that the whole thing's fucking spam. What do you think Facebook and Craigslist are? They're just fucking spam platforms. This is also spam. This is personal audio communication spam. So I just don't think people realize that all communication is spam, and it's up to you to determine, what kind of spam you're going to have for lunch.
Well, as much as there was intellectualism, if you will, early on in the app, there was also a lot more garbage. For example, the dating rooms, which were entertaining, or what did they call the people who got paid to host these houses or clubs or whatever? There was one else doing something. There was shoot your shot. There was a lot of lowbrow content, and then there was some really highbrow content, and that's why, as we've talked about endlessly, is that finally we got to a point where this became a friendship based space, and it's about the people talking about anything, not really the content.
Exactly. I've met some, and not in person, but I've met some really pretty cool people on this app. And I've maintained, relationships. I use that term loosely because I don't know many people in person. Over the years, and they're cool. They're seemingly cool people, authentic people. Sometimes I get on here and I'm looking for certain people, like, where's so and so, where's so and so, because you just want to tap in, listen to them, kind of absorb the energy that the social audio space brings, right? Surely, John, you've met a couple of people. I mean, listen, you yourself have admitted you've made a whole movie and website and your URLs built around Mojo. Clearly, you admire him in some way. You're getting something out of this, right? You have found someone on this app that you have dedicated hours of content.
Mikhail, right, John?
Well, listen, there's a saying, every man and every woman is a star. So, like, if I'm a filmmaker and I want to come here and record what I would consider the brightest and best stars, because if I'm recording, bang rooms or ghetto rooms, I mean, those are not bright stars in my opinion, but they're still stars nonetheless. But the problem is, I listen to a lot of this stuff because I got to hit start and stop. So I would much rather listen to intelligent conversation. But I will say, I think black media, or, I had a website called blackpodcast.com or something. Somebody bought the domain name from me. And I was like, that's a smart buy, because, like, black media or black conversations on this app, particularly, is like a hotspot. You can go to X, you can't really find these types of rooms. So to, like, listen in on African American conversations, this is the app, and there's a lot of really entertaining people. But the point is, it's like, I think anybody can be monetized, but there's no collective effort, and I think that's one of the problems with, like, social audio.
Okay, so what if we got into revenue sharing with you and we came up with domain names to sell, like bigjewishpenis.com? I'm sure that's not taken yet.
Well, I met the owner at tit.com, TIT. His name is David Titcomb, and he's on the city council in Miami. And he's a really cool guy, but he never developed tit.com. And I met him at, like, a domain name trade show. I'm like, dude, that's a great name. I'm like, just put up a website, put a Tumblr site up, forward it to Instagram, start posting content. The guy's never done a fucking thing with it. A lot of people have digital assets and they'll never do anything. I just let go of almost 1,000 domain names this year, and I'm still letting more expire. I'm just done paying GoDaddy anything. I don't want to own any domain names. I want to be free, I want to be free of these platforms. And, Facebook and YouTube, Meta, Instagram, etc. Like, these aren't just websites. It's like, and they're free to publish on. So it makes no sense to own these .coms anymore.
I would say that, I talked to Mojo about this before, or he actually introduced me to this, the behind the scenes of marketing the adult industry, right? Just because from a digital standpoint, not, and I just the other day had a conversation with Mark Schechter, who is one of the leading agents in adult film, and he got into it because he was an affiliate marketer, and he understood the need. These adult film stars needed, websites. Their websites kind of built the internet in many ways. They had to find a way to advertise. And the number of domains that are out there in the adult space is freaking crazy. Like MILF this, that, like MILFy, MILF Kingdom. I mean, it's just, like, unbelievable. And those things are worth fortunes.
Well, I think from, like, a social and a political perspective, I mean, X has big audiences, big rooms talking about Jeffrey Epstein for day after day. There's a lot of crazy rooms on X. This app is, to me, it's like a secret little treasure nobody knows about. There's not probably one party hat in the whole room. So, you know, to me, it's just one more place to record, but it's a premium place to record, and film and build these libraries of people's takes. I mean, from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m., there's like valuable content on here in terms of, you know, political conversations. It's hyper political app. Just that Patty's politically correct room, to me, like I'm gonna have to create a new anonymous account because I outed myself on this account. So I'm gonna keep recording those rooms, but I'm ready to I would actually want to stop doing this, and go.
Wait, how did you out yourself with the Congress?
Because yesterday,
Kitover account?
yesterday I couldn't. Mojo couldn't bring me up, so I was like, okay, I will unmask my anonymous account, rebranded as John Kitover, and I'll just create a new burner account in the immediate future.
What if we did this, John? What if we start doing rooms where we just say what's going on Clubhouse, and we just have you pipe in the other rooms into this room, and then once they say something really just like crazy, then we'll stop the streaming, and then we'll just have a conversation about whatever they're talking about, and then we could go, okay, let's go tap into another room, and then just do that and like allow their content to become our content.
Yeah, 100%. What's that show where they do the comments and they watch the movies, Space Theater 2000 or whatever the hell it was? Like
Mystery Science Theater.
Mystery Science Theater. Like, we need to do live play-by-play feedback on this app in the same way as if we were watching a football, match. Like, we need immediate analysis on the stupidity, because
So we need to do exactly what you do.
yes, because
Laugh hysterically.
because they will start talking about our room, and so it creates basically like a hive, effect where the hive goes into chaos mode. And to me, that's like how we control, the app in a way. When people know that I'm recording and their shit is popping out of their fucking, tuchus, and they're going crazy, like, that's when my dopamine, that's when I'm at the casino and I'm winning on that craps table. That's when my dopamine is flaring. That's when I have the most fun here.
Roger, I would just like to say that you've gotten the best of Nathan when he goes and takes your fucking picture. When he does that, that's his form of crashing out. That means he doesn't like it.
You know who went in? Well, hold on. The reason Nathan's upset is because I've been, who's in here? I could say it honestly. So I've been pretending to have a crush on Monica, and I like Monica, but I've been pretending to have a crush on her, and Monica said something flattering back to me, and Nathan got jealous because apparently he has a real life crush on her.
One person who went total troll, which kind of surprised me, was Christopher Sweat. He went from heightened public intellectual to consummate troll. I can't explain the transformation.
He's always been cool. I've always thought he was an interesting character on here. But when he speaks, I was trying to figure out what is so interesting about his speech pattern, and I finally figured it out after watching videos of him speaking. I think he just has too many teeth in his mouth. I think he has more teeth than the average human being, and so it causes this weird impediment.
I mean, that's not the direction I was going, but I can now hear his voice, and I get what you're saying 100%. Speaking, just to turn the subject on that angle a little, I met a woman the other day who was very open about, it was weird, she told me she had an overbite, and I'm like, I kind of thought to myself, well, I think I can kind of tell, I didn't say it to her, but I'm like, you didn't have to say that, I kind of knew that. I thought it was such a strange comment. Nothing bad, she's a very lovely person, very nice looking lady, but she kind of put that out there. It was just so weird.
You know,
It's one of these things where people, if you're insecure about something, as of course I have been in my life, you'll put it out there in the world before someone else makes mention of it. But you don't have to because most people don't notice.
All right, what are you insecure about?
Oh, I'm not gonna. I'm not. I mean, I'll say one thing.
Don't talk about it. Don't talk about it. Don't talk about it.
It's just girth. It's just girth. I have a huge. I need to take some girth. I need to take. I need to take some size off.
you need to be de-girth. You know, going back to anarchy, like this app is a huge like advancement in my opinion in terms of psychological or human action. I was looking at the Mises Institute. You know, this is a perfect place to really even run experiments and do observational studies and research on people's behavior and personalities, particularly the liberal mind, the delusional, mind that would run a pizza business into the ground in 3 days. That type of like disastrous type of person, in a way. There's a lot of, if you talk about narcissistic personality disorder, or or leadership defiance disorder, all just people who are so obnoxious, inflexible, or just people you would never want to work with in the real world. You can listen to them here. So, anyways, what I'm proposing is if we do live stream rooms and do a Mystery Science Theater 3000 on these rooms, like in the morning, that's the best time to do it when they're doing their morning MSNBC redistribution news cycle. So, but the thing is, back to anarchy, this anonymous feature causes people to really get paranoid, and it's really interesting to observe paranoia. It's not often that you can observe it, but recording these rooms, and they go, oh, that fucking John, we know his fucking name, fucking John Kitover, and they put out my address, and then they come on the YouTube and give me death threats, or say that like Isaiah, aka Goat, he called my local police department 2 blocks away. He called them twice.
Isaiah and Goat are two different people.
Okay, well now he calls himself what is a man who doesn't like a woman? I'm rambling here, but anyways, Goat. He called the police on me twice. Of course they didn't respond because if you, I'm just gossiping here, but he claims he called
Why
the
did he
police
call
on me
the police
twice.
on you?
Because I live stream his room while he holds his liberal fiefdom, discussing whatever topic under the sun that he's talking about. He doesn't like to be recorded, but Anonymous forced these people to create friends only rooms, which I think is totally fair, that they can have a private room and not be recorded, because what they really want is just their dopamine. But the problem is they can't play the cat and mouse game and invite the opposition party up, bat them around for a good 30 minutes to an hour, and then get a new, person to bat around. I'm just saying that, if you're academic and you like books and you've been to college and you sat in a classroom for many fucking years, you know that this is like entertainment and toxic communication, or a waste of time, is what I like to call it.
Okay, so I'm thinking programming wise. If we did regularly scheduled rooms in the muff, and maybe we'll just shoot the breeze, and then we'll say, okay, let's go see what's happening in chillism, and then we set up the streaming. I would imagine that it could stream in here as well as stream onto YouTube at the same time. We could and then what I would say that would help the algorithm is for all of us to have YouTube accounts, so we can like and share those streams, so we can help promote it. And then what we do is as we're streaming it, we go ahead and we we wait until somebody says something, and then we communicate. We like, for audio quality, we don't say anything in this room over top of it until we communicate through chat only. And then once we decide, like, okay, let's pause it, then we'll pause it,
and then we'll critique it and we'll have a conversation about it. And then, and then as soon as that's not fun, then we go, hey, let's go see what's happening in Politically Correct. And we can just go around the app. We might even discover rooms that we're not familiar with today, and just figure out what the hell's going on in these rooms. And then we'll just spend our time critiquing it because we're so smart.
I agree. See, that's why this is a roast app. Self-deprecating humor, or Schadenfreude, or taking pleasure in other people's misery. That's what this app is all about. It may sound cruel, but like good comedy is a little cruel. Because there's some truth there. So that's to me the optimal way to use this app, and it's artistic, critique.
I think we just got our strongest, reinforcement that this is a good idea. Jarl says, you guys might need to take a break from this app if this sounds fun to you. So I know what sounds fun to him, and if he doesn't like this, I think this is a good indication that we're on the right track.
We could start it right now if you're open to it.
Can't. I'm actually going to be logging off here in a minute. I'm going to watch some television, but we can definitely get this thing started, and I will be back channeling some of you to coordinate so we can facilitate this in an organized fashion. And I think if we put a little bit of thought into this, this could end up being the go-to room, because if we're playing the clips there and then breaking them down, it's kind of like an aggregator. Like, nobody watches nightly news anymore, but they'll watch a podcast where somebody's breaking down like the news of the week, essentially. So this could be the place that people come to just make sure that they're not missing anything.
Well,
yeah, I mean, how about various iterations? So rough in the muff, tough in the muff, fluff in the muff. I'm not joking. Different people take on different themes, and it's.
So I want you to think of it this way. Are any of you familiar with NFL Red Zone?
No.
So NFL Red Zone was an idea where it was like casual football fans don't like to watch an entire football game, but they had a channel that if you watch that channel, all it would show you is when a team is about to score. So you're only watching the best shit, and it became highly addictive to people that didn't even necessarily love football, because they were watching the best part of the football game when the score was happening.
Well, I'm really looking forward to this because I feel like, this is maximum entertainment. I mean, and if we can monetize a YouTube channel and generate some revenue from all this clown house activity, and we were to donate that to charity or something, I mean, just think about how much, more magnanimous and how, effective we are. I mean, I really want to be, I want to optimize and be effective. I mean, this to me is going to be a lot of fun.
I'm excited about it. So, guys, I'm going to keep the room open. I'm going to mod you guys. You guys do what you want. Just be nice to each other.
We're gonna optimize control. I love this.
I mean, let's organize these, these organizers. Let's organize the community organizers. Let's call the room Organizing Community Organizers.
Don't want George.
Well, you don't have to. One of the things is that we don't.
Actions. It would be interest. So you have much greater self-interest in a volunteer society to not create harm, because you don't have laws protecting you. The things, not violent, not necessarily, not just, don't think like, oh, because somebody will just kill somebody, but all of the other things, that could stop somebody from hurting you. So, criminals would still be, they're gonna have, like due process. These things will all still exist, but they're going to happen under private investigators and arbitrators and DROs. It's going to be much more effective. It's going to be much more fair. There's going to be a lot more transparency. There isn't going to be the bullshit of the system of police
and profiling and sentencing and falsities and all this other stuff. That isn't going to happen because they get paid to do this. The police get paid to do this in a way that there's this they're incentivized.
More corruption though. Like I could see that as becoming more corruption because then you're gonna have the rich and the super elite. They're able to get justice, but the people that are more poor, they're not gonna be able to get justice at all because if I have to pay the police force, right? What do I do? I just get taken advantage of, and the elite just keep getting more and more elite, and the people on the bottom of the totem pole are, they're just going to get more and more poor. Yeah, that's what happens now. That's the system that we have now. We have the poor being sucked dry, being taken advantage of, being harassed, traffic court. If you ever show up at traffic court or any of these other little things, no money, putting the worst circumstances, if you can't afford bail, all of this shit. But none of that would be the case in a voluntary society because, objective, investigations and facts have to come first. There's not going to be this, this other type of. Who enforces that? Well, the security forces. So it's just like private investigation. Paying for, correct? Right, you have to pay for that. Right. You have to pay for that. Right. Well, to me, it would invite more corruption because, like I said, hey, we're going to give justice to these people, or we're going to side with these people because they can give us more money than this person. So it doesn't matter, there's no justice there. It's just whoever has the most money gets the justice. The system of a voluntary society, those incentives would be naturally sucked out because the rich are a very few. Would you agree that there's much less rich than there are people? Regular people, less, it's like 1-3%, right? They say. Okay, so the majority of the funds, right? The majority, the type of society that are going to chip in. You're going to want to put your money into the institution that's not, offering fraud or offering this or that. So you're going to want to put your shit into the systems that are going to better serve the little guy. So more little guys are going to put the money and their policy into the best and the better police. And police, it would be what we would understand the police, right? These investigators, in the investigator system. I mean, in every case, private investigators do a better job than police any day. 110%, right? They dedicate their lives. They do this. They're better skilled. They have better equipment, and much fair. It's much more fair and transparent. Everything is fair and transparent. Right now, there's a monopoly on violence. You can't even get. We don't even have. I don't even know what the auditing procedures are of the police, which is always interests me. They say that there's third parties that come in and audit our police procedures, right? But I've talked to police when I did a project back in 2018, and the in-house, the police reports, they stay in-house. They don't have to report them to the county. They don't have to report them to the state. They definitely don't have to report them to the FBI, right? Or the federal levels. So basically, these police departments are running carte blanche, whatever the hell that they want to do. They have. I mean, you're outnumbered in every way. You should be terrified at what would happen, at what's happening right now with you as a little guy. In a voluntary society, none of that shit would stand. They don't have that same power anymore. That power's been completely stripped of them.
Do you want police reform, or you want to create this? You want to You said it's like a volunteer society, but it has due process of law. So everyone volunteers for what that law is gonna be.
That's another question. Who sets the rules?
It's all kinds of fucking loopholes here. Like, I don't even know how much you can begin with that. You said there's due process, but to receive due process, there has to be some kind of constitution, right? That's the highest laws that everyone volunteered for. Yet they're breaking the law.
No, yeah, okay, thank you. Got it. No, so yes, you're right. Everything would be very, very similar. The structures of society that we have today, we've already figured out that this stuff is good stuff, right? We've already looked at evidences and logic, and we've been able to figure out how how good laws work, right? We got a little out of control, and there's a lot of overarching power structures and a lot of coercion and a lot of force and a lot of violence where there shouldn't be, a lot of over legislation. So basically, sorry, I got distracted. You would still, the only difference is that you would be voluntarily, you contract in and you give explicit consent. The difference of the society today is you cannot withdraw your consent of whatever type of system, whatever type of police, whatever type of life, all of the stuff that you have to subscribe to, you don't have a choice. Your funds, whether right now, a congressional report just said we're sending over, I don't know how many billions. I heard anywhere from 22 billion to $100 billion over to Israel to do what they're doing to Gaza. And a Brown University report said 70% of what's been waged on Gaza in the past 2 years has been funded by, our tax dollars. Listen, if there are people that want to say, no, I don't think so, that's not what I support, they can withdraw that. That's my point. They can say, no, we're not going to put our money to that. We're not going to give you our money for that, right? We're going to instead go to a defense system. We're going to say, okay, I want to put my money towards defensive measures. I want you to defend my property. I want you to defend me, right? Defend, what would be the nation, right? Right?
You're talking about America and taxation with representation and how we're represented by Israel.
We're not representative. We're not represented. It's a farce.
We're represented.
You're not represented. It's impossible. It's impossible. Parts of people, like parts of the populations are represented, but they're not even truly represented because you can't make the decisions.
You on an iPhone or a cellular phone right now?
Yeah, I'm on a cell phone.
And you're on the internet?
And I'm on the internet.
How are these services made available to us if the U.S. Army didn't develop them with funds from our proxy wars?
They could still be collected if these were. You don't think that peaceful people could have put their heads together to say, okay, let's pool our money and create this?
You have shit imported from China. 90% of your phone is imported from China.
So let me ask you this.
That was imported based on dollars that we had to invest in China, and businesses there was built factories. All of this, every war we've had, Vietnam, all that, all the way back to like 1899, all right, we've started, hey, we're gonna get in the war business, right? And that business has generated a bunch of revenue, and it might be your tax dollars that are going into it, but it's kicking back, right? So all this technology we have, and you can see how the United States is a little bit more affluent than other countries in the world. That's directly involved with the proxy wars we've been in.
So
a lot of money flowing in from that.
So you're making the case that, oh my God,
yeah, taxation with representation is in the Constitution, and it has to be physically determined that these tax dollars are going to things that represent us as Americans. They do. You're never going to get that on the military-industrial complex, because everything from the internet to the fucking highways you drive on, all that, it comes directly from those funds that we put into our defense budget.
So answer your question. You said that we're represented. How are we represented? Is everybody represented, or just some of us represented, or how does that work?
We're all on the internet right now. They're not saying we can't use it.
Yeah, but you're making the claim that the internet wouldn't exist without a state, and I would beg to differ.
The internet was developed by the military, and so was our highway system.
Yeah,
military equipment, and we were
I bet it would have been.
using that.
I'd say that it would be developed a lot sooner, and there would be much more technological advancements if we didn't have so much red tape and patent systems and things telling free people and little businesses that they can't create and build. We would have much greater than we have right now.
If you look at a place with similar ideals to you, like a voluntary society, like the one they have lost in the Amazon right now, they've had all the time in the world to build this utopia. Why are they still hunting monkeys in the jungle?
Well, that's like an appeal to what? Like, what are you saying? Like, you have to have the idea.
Have anything that would, like, anything you mentioned that you wanted to be free of in American society, they don't have that. They're completely unburdened by that. Yet they're still in the jungle hunting monkeys. They haven't developed internet or roads or anything like the U.S. did, right? Off of war dollars.
So are you saying, this is the thing, like, are you saying that they are less of a people than the West?
No, they have all the freedom in the world. They get up in the morning. They don't have to fucking, like, they don't have the same stress that I do, like bills and shit. They're perfectly fine living their lives in the jungle hunting monkeys. The worst case scenario, that they might get, like, bit by a snake. Right? These are very minimal stresses compared to the stresses we have.
So my only argument...
There's pros and cons here. We're on the internet right now, and that's directly involved. Like, you were represented by us bombing Iraq. Is that those bombs were purchased from U.S. companies who pay taxes, right? You stimulate the economy, and all wars have done this. And that money is sent to China to bring you your smartphone and shit like that, so we can build factories over there.
So all I'm saying is, if you, and this is what's excellent about this, if you, I don't support what you think is valuable in this particular case. So what I'm saying is, how about you and I, you put your support into this military that's going to go and do all that and bomb other countries. I'm saying that, listen, if they're going to have any type of issue, they're going to come and they're going to find you. I'm out of it. I have nothing to do with it. I don't want to be involved in that. I'm living a moral life. According to my own morals, I'm not harming other people for the sake of other bullshit. That's toxic. Go to Toxic's house, right? And they'll be able to, and then you're going to have to, for violating other peaceful people, depending, right, on what, you're going to have to, you're going to have to stand for that, right? And that's what I'm saying. I don't want to be a part of your shit. You want to go and do immoral shit? You do it on your name. Don't do it under my name. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be a part of that. I want to be able to take my money and put it towards moral things. I want to build education systems. I want to build, irrigation systems, and I want to build sustainable farms and organic farms. I want to stop pollution. I want to figure out a way to destroy plastics and get them back into a way that doesn't harm our oceans and deplete our fisheries and all this other stuff. That's the type of money, that's where I want my money to go. You want to put your money into this other bullshit? Go ahead. But I'll guarantee you at the end of the day, the people, they're going to want to also benefit also the beauty of the things that they have, that they see, the beautiful oceans without plastics, and they're gonna say, hey, you know what, I'm not into dominating other and violating other peaceful people, and I'm not into that either.
Like, that's what you're talking about, what you want, but the mechanics of all this, like the United States, I explained it to you, like us going to war and having an Israel in the Middle East so we can launch proxy wars all around it and whatnot. You don't have to sugarcoat it. It generates revenue, and our tax dollars get invested. It's an investment we make, and it kicks back a lot. I mean, a lot. We've made trillions of dollars off of wars in like fucking 200 years. All right, you're saying that you want where's your money coming from? You live in a volunteer society. What are you doing? You're a slave? You do slave labor for other countries? How are you making money?
No slave labor. The free exchange of peaceful people coming together, contracting with people. It's nobody else's business.
Money, though?
Contracting with people. Contracting with people. It would be the same exact thing. Whatever I do for business now, I would be doing it in a voluntary society. The people want to contract with me. What's the problem?
What are you contracting with these people?
Whatever contracts it is, whatever jobs it is, whatever it might be. It could be anything.
It's labor.
No, it could be absolutely not. It could be marketing. It could be whatever. It could be a million different things. It could be whatever job you can think of right now. It could be one of those. In every category.
One of those.
Of course it could.
Unless it's like gatherer or slave labor.
Why do you think that why are you think it's a primitivism? Like, that's weird. That has nothing to do with it. That's the exact opposite way we're going. We're moving forward, Toxic. We're taking the great constitution that we've founded already. We've already figured out that a lot of it works. All right. We've also figured out that a lot of it doesn't work. We've figured out that the foundation was pretty shitty, and we started off pretty bad, and we had a pretty bad start. And it wasn't even until maybe 50 years ago that every person in this nation even had the same fucking rights. Okay. If we started that constitution in a different way with explicit consent instead of implicit, things would be much different. So I'm saying, let's take the constitution and upgrade it very simply by adding explicit consent. And as soon as there's something that happens that violates your own moral...
I understand all this. I understand you said all this, but the mechanics behind this, all right? If you look at another place that is isolated, like North Korea, it only exists as another proxy state for another large government, all right? So we'll take that out of the equation. You don't even have proxy funds, all right? North Korea literally has, for its economy, slave labor. That's one of your options, all right? Another option is you all just say, you know what, we're just going to live off the land and eat the animals and grow our own food and be hippie. But once you get into, I'm going to have a cell phone, we're going to have marketing and computers, you're already back in the system that you're trying to escape.
No, and that's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't have to be that way.
You haven't addressed that at all.
Hold on. I am. If we were moving, as a matter of fact, from today, yeah, you're right. But that doesn't mean that it has to be that way tomorrow, right? You have the ability. We can end all fucking problems tomorrow if we just stopped initiating violence on peaceful people and allowed people to contract freely with each other. What?
North Korea is an isolated nation. All right, that's what you're aiming for. But you don't want the proxy funds, right, to exist. Like, you get proxy from China and Russia to be there because that's a strategic defense against the West for them. You don't want that, right? You don't want the proxy. You don't want these funds for proxy wars. You're trying to escape that from us.
So, Bima, I think part of the issue is that Toxic is trying to articulate is that you can't do what your plan is in isolation. Like, you can try to be isolated, but you won't be becoming an advancing society because you won't be able to work with other countries that effectively are like bombing the fuck out of other people. Quite honestly, you'll eventually probably be taken over. Even if you have defense, even if you have all these things, like you will be assimilated.
There's no way that a voluntarist society would a voluntarist defense force would be less effective than our military right now.
How many people do you have in your society? Like, ideally, like, how many people will there be? Minimum amount.
We could do the whole world. We could have the entire world in on it.
No, if we had the whole world, then it would be like a utopian Earth, right? Then we would have like one like law. We would have one like sort of moral standard, because moral be able to like stay off other people from trying to take over, and how do you participate with countries that don't share that moral, that don't share your that have they don't share your morals and value.
I think you're forgetting that countries, especially the United States, operates in a way that it represents everybody in the nation, supposedly, right? That's how it operates. So when it goes around and it commits these war crimes and harms other people, steals resources, whatever else, these are things that what the quote unquote military is committing, right? So that is why most of the hate happens. Like, why would peaceful people aren't going to hate peaceful people? Like, that's not what psychology says. That's not what where we've come to at this point. It's not in our self-interest to hate peaceful people. So the hate comes from the idea that we're committing these wars to begin with. So stop committing the atrocities, and you won't be a subject, a target for hate and attacks. It's very simple.
Name a powerful nation in the world today that is not committing war crimes outside of the Scandinavian countries.
What? Name a nation, name a military?
No, a powerful nation, a powerful sort of self-sustaining government today that is not committing war crimes. Name one.
I have no idea.
Yeah, that's because they don't exist. That's because they don't exist. Even countries that like North Korea is committing war crimes, right? Like, it's an isolation. Almost every country is contributing to war crimes, either implicitly or explicitly.
Okay, so what type of normative claims do you have on that, though? You're saying that just because something is that way, it has to be that way? What's the point?
No, I'm saying that your position is an ideal, which is fine, but it is not realistic in the world in which we live. And quite honestly, I understand that some of the people that you hang out with sort of blame America for all of the crimes of the world, right? Which is a theory. It's okay, but part of the reality of it is that it's kind of not like America. In many cases, America was fighting countries that were also committing war crimes, right? They just sort of got involved. Even in the Middle East, before the West got there, if you do like some history on the Middle East, like, they were killing each other, like the various ethnic groups and various communities. It's just that America at some point got involved to whatever extent. And quite honestly, even before then, you can look up the American-Algerian Wars, you can look up the Barbary Wars, you can look up whatever, but there were, like, some of these Islamic countries that were also already trying to attack America, and they were all the way overseas, right? We didn't have planes, and we didn't have military ships like we do today. Like, a lot of what we see today is an extension of historical warfare that existed before America. America just kind of inherited it, right? Like, even the Barbary Wars, they are connected to the Inquisition and the Reconquista, which were also wars between the European Catholics and North African Muslims. It just so happened that the Jews, who were also in the middle of it again, we're in the middle of it. Like there's a whole history behind it. This is nothing new.
So you're saying?
I'm not saying.
Go ahead.
I'm not saying that your idea is a righteous endeavor, but it's not just something that was invented when America became a country.
So I'm not even understanding your claim though. You're saying that everybody should be forced to pay into these proxy wars because why?
Yeah, it's not just even a proxy war. Like people, you think that America, I'm sorry, that the Israel Palestine thing is a proxy war. No, it's not necessarily a proxy war. Well, to some extent it is right, because in a lot of ways, Gaza is a proxy war for Iran, right? So everybody's part of a proxy war to some extent. The Hamas, they are being paid by Iran or facilitated by Iran to fight a proxy war. The same with Hezbollah, the same with the Houthis, all of these people, right? Like you brought this up earlier. This is not, and I don't know if America is using Israel to fight its proxy war, but I think everybody's to some extent participating in a proxy.
So no, but that's my argument. My argument is if I don't want to participate in this war, I don't want to put my tax dollars into the system and fund these things.
Well, you can leave.
And go where?
Yeah, a place where they aren't participating.
You know that's a logical fallacy. Saying that you should leave doesn't remove the moral claims.
I said you could leave if you
want. Sure. And some of my friends have done that, and some of those same friends that have actually left because their families, their entire history was built in the United States, that if they try to come back to visit them, they've been denied over and over and over by the embassies. They're not allowed back in for the pure reason that they have too much there's too much incentive for them to not leave again. These are Americans that were, born in America, raised, and then decided, hey, I don't like what the system's doing. I don't want to pay into the system, so they left to a place where they didn't have to do that. But then they're not even allowed to come in to see the family. So the point is that running isn't going to stop anything, and running isn't going to change anything. And it also doesn't say. I don't know. I don't remember.
If there was a place where they didn't have to pay taxes, they went to a proxy where I would be very interested to know which country that was. Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, someplace where
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think they bought an island somewhere.
Okay, so they weren't on an island. They were in isolation.
Sounds like it. Maybe that's what they did. They're still not able to come back, but still don't. The idea though is a logical fallacy to say, I'm telling you, right? If I brought to you, I said, hey, look, this is the United States. Slavery's fucked up, and you say, you could leave. I'm saying, no. How about we just address slavery, right? Telling me to leave isn't going to stop the injustice, isn't going to stop the crimes. So when I say to you, why should I be forced to pay into a system that's violating it? If I don't want to, why should I have to?
One, slavery on the land is different than proxy wars or whatever you want to call it in other countries. And quite honestly, for whatever reason, countries do have vested interest in certain things. And Toxic is right that a lot of the things that America has, the comforts and luxuries that we have actually brought to a lot of the world, even some of the countries that we have had proxy wars with, do benefit from those things. I'm not saying that it's great. I'm not saying
that it's ideology. Don't forget our ideology here. Ideology stems from American. Because Americans are the first first people to do this. Because when Americans came from Europe, they found endless farmland, and before that they lived in feudalism, which means there was a little bit of farmland, and people would fight over it. Right? They had to have wars to control that, and the peasants had to work it. But people came to America, and there was more farmland to build a farm for every person on the fucking planet. So everybody could just come and go, hey, look, fuck you guys, I'm gonna build a farm, live with my family there, and there's nothing you can do because I'm so far away. And that's where you get this ideology from. Because they had it. This is the only place where self-sufficient farming ever existed.
Exactly.
Now, obviously, it didn't exist long because there's other colonialists saying, hey, America's got a lot of land we can get, so you need a central government to protect your little self-sufficient farmers.
There was anarchist writing in the 1700s talking about locations and regions around the world in the 1500s and the 1400s. It's mutualist societies is an American thing. It's not a Western thing. It's just a moral thing. That's it.
I'm pretty sure it was just gibberish.
Well, you want me to? I mean, like, what else do you want me to say? The point is that it's not Western. These ideas, mutualism, right? Reciprocation, consent-based organized communities. These have been around for much longer than America has ever existed.
So you just want the government to go away, but then you're talking about building a new government. So you're obviously not.
No, it's not building a new government.
For more than a couple days.
Yeah, it's not building a new government. No.
We talked about this.
If you don't build a new government, how can you give people due process of law and shit, all the other shit you were talking about without a government?
So we've talked about this before, and the reality of it is that effectively they would be building another system that was very similar, if not the same, to America today. I mean, they'll try to like remove the bad stuff. I guess the things that they find are bad, but essentially it'll be the same thing. Like, what if I kill somebody, right? God forbid. What if I kill somebody and I decide that I'm opting out of the system? Like, am I really opting out of the system, or will like your police forces or security forces like take me away because I actually killed somebody and I violated other people's rights? Like, you can't opt out. I mean, I guess you could create a system like that, and you just say, oh well, I opt out of the system, so you can't do anything to me.
So you can't opt out of a system by violating just to violate somebody else's rights. You still have the consequences of that, whether you opt in or out. It doesn't matter. So if you're violating somebody else, it doesn't matter. You don't have to opt in at that point. You've stopped reciprocating rights, so you don't even get them. So if you're gonna violate, rape, rob, murder, you don't get rights. There is no protections for you. Be scared.
Okay, so then effectively you have the American or the modern policing system, right? Like it may be the ones that we have today may be a little more aggressive in some ways, but essentially, like, you have the concept of like this universal rights that people don't have to opt into, and then you have this other system of rights that people do have to and opt into if they choose to. And it depends on like certain interactions. What if I steal somebody's building, right? Like, what if that's the negative rights versus positive rights? I think there's a whole book about this. Actually, I have a book here that you might be interested in called The Concepts of Law. Let's see if I can find it.
Yeah, positive and negative rights. It's a great concept. We're going to have to get into epistemology and then metaphysics, metaethics, and then we're going to have to talk about what the role of government should be, and we could do all that if you want, no problem. But I'm going to guarantee you we're going to come up with the idea that you are going to, have your idea of what morality is. I'm going to have my idea of what morality is. You're going to have, everything's going to be subjective. We're going to have different ideas on what the role of government is going to be, right? And what I'm saying is that we both, the only society where both of our moral principles can be honored as in a voluntary society where we're able to align with like minds voluntarily, freely. Otherwise, we're forced under a coercive state to operate under whatever the majority says, whatever majority rules, whatever the biggest gang says, right? You don't have to, in the police systems, the police forces, I mean, they wouldn't at all be the way that they are today. They're one of the biggest reasons to remove yourself and sever yourself is from the what modern police and law enforcement is. Law enforcement is law enforcement because there's law, right? And a lot of laws harm people because they consider them criminals and cage them and allow the state agents to use violent force, put guns to people's head for victimless crimes. That is insanity. Have you ever asked a cop, next time you talk to a cop, I want you to say, hey, look, if I didn't use my signal and you walked up to my car, you pulled me over and you walked up to my car and said, hey, license or registration, and I said, hey, look, I'm sorry I didn't use my signal, but nobody was harmed, so I'm just going to be on my way. You say, what would you do? And they're going to say, well, find out. And then when they say, well, I'd ask it for you again, I demand it, and they say, well, I don't want to give it to you. I'm a peaceful person. I've never harmed another peaceful person in my entire life. I didn't use my signal. I'm on my way home. I gotta go, so I'm just gonna be on my way. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again. What would you do? They will, in all cases, they will escalate all the way to death. They will say that they will use a full mile. That is insanity. That is what we have right now, policing our systems, policing our societies. Carte blanche authority, judge, jury, and executioner, just random dudes with power trips, right? Just human beings. And a lot of the times, I feel bad for cops because they don't, the stresses and the pressures that are put on them, it's not realistic and it's not fair. I don't
saying
think
that every time somebody misuses a blinker or something and they are stopped by the police, they die.
No, I'm saying that in our society, you could ask any officer in any state of the nation, they have a duty, they take an oath to uphold the law, right? And I'm saying if it's a law that's broken, that's harmed nobody, no person, no property, nobody's been harmed, they'd be willing to follow through and enforce that law, that breaking of that law, all the way to your death. And that's just a matter of fact. That is not a sane or rational society.
You did harm somebody, though. You harm society by breaking its laws.
Right, and that is the bullshit. That is where you call bullshit. That's that's a myth, that no person has been harmed. The only time you can say a person's been harmed is if they have a name.
You harm the person that's driving behind you that doesn't know that you're going to turn, or that's why we have traffic signals. It's not just so that law enforcement can flex, it's because in a majority society, you gotta tell people where you're going. So, every little law, there's a reason, because somebody else can or will have been harmed by something. They don't just come up with the law because they feel like it that day.
Ashley, do you think that if I don't use my signal and you're behind me and nothing happens to you, right? You don't have to brake heavy, you don't have to do anything, you just witness it, right? You get a little frustrated, maybe, because you could have, you just frustrated, okay? Do you think you would support a police officer pulling me over, and then if I refuse to give him my license or registration, and I'm just like, listen, I'm sorry, I'm tired, I just worked back-to-back shift, I have to get home to my kids, they're waiting for me, I know that I didn't hit it, I was, whatever, I'm gonna be on my way. You would support them escalating that all the way to my death?
I don't support them escalating it, but I do support fines, like what we have now, because if there's no repercussions for not doing the thing, there's no reason to do the thing. So, like, if there's no repercussions for me coming over and taking your car and saying it's my car now, what stops me from doing it?
From
Even in your society.
From taking my car?
Yeah. I'm just gonna come take your car. I have them as well.
Do you think that would be in your best interest?
It could be because I'm getting a car.
Okay. And you'd be willing to take the chances and sacrifice what might happen to your children. You don't know who I am. You don't know if I'd come and get you and do anything. You're just completely okay.
I have the same things, access to the same things you do, right? I have access to the guns. You also don't know how many people I have around me. So what then just stops me from just taking what I want?
Well, what is your incentive? Would you do that? And let me ask you this: would you actually do that though?
Not right now. Society. Not in our society.
Hold on. Okay, so you said not in our society right now. Is the only reason you wouldn't do it in our society is because there are laws, or because you have laws?
There are people that do it.
No. I'm not asking them. I'm asking you. I'm asking Ashley. Would you personally? Would you do it if there was no laws?
Yeah.
I wouldn't myself, but there's others that would.
Okay.
I mean, let's be honest. There's plenty of people that would.
Situation.
Okay.
See, I don't think you agree with any of the extreme examples of anarchy.
And then what would happen? Hold on, but listen. It doesn't mean that criminals aren't going to exist. I'm not saying that's everything. You gotta be kidding me. You would be in more danger to steal from somebody in a voluntary society than you would in this corrupt, backwards, I don't give a fuck police department shit who really don't give a shit about you. Just some number. They can't barely get their shit together. Are you kidding me? Imagine how critical and how easy and how fast if it would be for people that actually make it there to come on. Like that's crazy. That's crazy. You turn it into a competition. You have two police departments next to each other, right? Two quote unquote police departments, investigative. We'll say investigative services, right? Security forces. We'll say two different security forces. You're telling me that they're not going to compete with each other to get business?
I opt out of them, so they have no jurisdiction over me because I opt out.
That's not how that works. Why not?
Why not?
Because if you
we're gonna go in a circle again. This is gonna go in a circle again. It's happened multiple times.
Because if you stop reciprocating rights, hold on, wait, Toxic. Let me just answer Ashley. If you stop reciprocating,
you keep pointing to an objectivity.
But I didn't hurt anybody. I didn't hurt anybody. I took your car. I didn't hurt you.
Hold on. You stole private property. You stole private property.
Yeah, but I didn't hurt you. Yeah,
hold on, wait, Toxic, I'm not sure.
Property. Like I say, that's mine. I say that's mine. That's my car.
Yeah, this is the circle.
It's my car.
I think you want judicial reform, and that's the safest place to put all your eggs. Because you keep saying you don't want a government, but then you refer to things that you would have to have a government for, like laws.
Property and law is property, or property is law.
Objective morality, all kinds of things that you want, but you can't have without a government.
No.
But you do have a very consistent animosity towards the judiciary branch. Because even if you get what you want, right, there's still going to be cops that violate people's civil rights.
No, I had explained.
And there's still going to be a slow-ass system that, right? See, you want the judicial reform to emphasize violent crimes over non-violent crimes, right?
But then it's going to be for profit. It's going to be for profit at that point. Like justice is going to be for profit.
What do you think it is now, Ashley?
It's not for profit now.
Hold on, wait a second. Not only is it for profit now, there are so many situations where we have no recourse. In a for-profit society, we can immediately, a bunch of people that say, oh, we don't like that judge is, has harmed and done enough has violated enough of its customers, you're gone, right? You're able to get. You have to wait for the next election.
What about the impoverished person, though? What about the person that's impoverished that
just like any society, there will be some sort of recourse for. There will be some demand that will be filled. If there's a demand, if there's enough poor people, then there's some type of nonprofit organization, something is going to pop up, just like it does now. It would just be more direct agency, more incentive to do it. You don't have. I mean, right now we
have homeless people now, right? What happens to the homeless people in your society when they can't pay for their homes? But now, if somebody walks up and slaps them, they have to pay into the police force to even go report a crime because otherwise they can't afford it. They can't afford whatever the policing is wanting you to pay because there's no cap on what they can charge.
Well, it depends on whatever. It depends on the society that this homeless person would be around. It would be in the self-interest of police departments, no matter what. If somebody was slapped, even if they're a homeless person, it would be in the best interest of that. What would be a security department to find out who's. It doesn't matter. Listen,
I'm not getting anything from that person.
But it's in the businesses. It's in the business's self-interest to make sure that they're protecting their clients.
Why?
Because that's the business.
That's not their client, though.
No. But you're not. Hold on.
Their client. They're not paying.
Right, but they're
not homeless. That's not a client.
Ashley, you're not listening. It's so their clients, if it's in a particular jurisdiction, okay, like let's say the homeless person gets slapped in jurisdiction A, that's just where they are, right? There's going to be some security department that is going to be incentivized to find whoever slapped this person, because if they're violating a homeless person, guaranteed they're now putting their customers at risk, their clientele. They're going to be fighting over to find who this guy is that slapped this homeless person, okay? Because that's part of their job. It's going to be two competing institutions trying to do the best to figure out the best way to investigate, solve as many issues as fast as they possibly can. Most effectiveness, most objectivity. I mean, it's literally built into the business model. That's all that it would just be better in absolutely every single way.
I don't think so, because then you got to think about what if this homeless person doesn't actually live there? What if they're just passing through?
It doesn't matter if the person got hit and if it got. Listen,
that's not my client. They're not my problem.
I just explained this, Ashley. I'll explain it again. If a homeless person is walking through jurisdiction C, okay, well the clientele, the security forms. Let's say there's 5 of them.
Slapped the person is their client. The person they slapped is not their client because they are not paying into that system.
Hold on.
So,
and that's exactly why they are incentivized for that homeless person who's not paying into their fucking thing. Go to them. Hey, look, I just got slapped by somebody in your jurisdiction. That puts your clients at risk. They're going to be out there trying to find who violated that client, not that client, who violated that person. Because even though that person is paying into the system, because if there was a violation in their district, it's their responsibility to go out and make sure that their clients are protected. Because whoever the violator is in jurisdiction C. Right, so it's built in. It's just an incentive. It's just a built-in incentive.
Client. That is not their client.
What don't you understand about it being protecting the self-interest?
What moderation? Are there any Kendalls left in the audience?
What is going on,
So far, we got 3.
Like I was saying, if you're going off of this person paying, they're trying to get their business, but hey, they're just passing through. I'm not getting any money out of them.
They're getting paid by their clients, Ashley.
Yes.
They're getting paid by their clients.
The person that slapped the homeless person, that's who's paying them.
Hold on. The person, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if the person that is the violator, okay, it is in their interest to find out who the violator is, even if it's their own client. Because if that person is violating and violating other people's consent and harming people, then chances are they're harming somebody else, or they're going to do it again.
They're not harming anybody under the jurisdiction.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't
people that are having the group.
It doesn't matter. People don't just go up and slap people on a regular basis, okay? It's
okay,
not
we're not going to say slapping. We're going to say, that's the people that they rob. You come through our area, and hey, I'm paying.
Do you think that the client is protected?
I'm going to rob them.
Hold on. Do you think that the client is protected? Let me put it to you this way. Okay. So that's where you're going to make
the person that's not paying. The person that's not paying.
Okay, Ashley, is that how that works today in the police department? Let's say you and I live in the same town and we're paying to the same exact police department. Am I protected? Am I protected by that police department because I pay into that police?
Yes, because guess what? They all work together. In your society, nobody is working together. There's no need to work together.
What are you talking about?
There's no need to work together. Okay, so in my area, we have Union County, we have Alexander County, and we have Jackson County. Just coming up with 3 names, right? If somebody violates somebody in Union County, but they live in Alexander County, guess what? Union County is going to get on the phone with Alexander County and say, hey, we need your help to go find somebody.
So what makes you think that even if they're separate agencies, okay, that they...
Why do they need to communicate?
Oh, hold on. Yeah, but why wouldn't they communicate? It would make sense.
Because it takes away from their profit. It would take away from their profit for another agency to come in and do the job that they need to be paid for. If everybody's independent, and they're all competing, they're not going to work together. You're not going to work with somebody that you're competing with.
No. Come in to do the job. That's not what I'm talking about. Their only responsibility is their own clients. That's it. So where are you getting confused? I don't understand. What do you mean, like coming in? You're gonna have to
I've been saying this whole time. Like, their clients are their responsibility. So the people that are not their clients are not their responsibility. So if somebody you're stopping travel. Well, even just travel, even if the person's not homeless, if they're from District 12 and they're going to District 4, right? That's not their client. Hey, you haven't paid into our system, so I can't help you.
Yeah, no, that's not how that works. If there is a violation,
because everybody has their own sense of justice. Everybody has their own idea of what the law should be.
It would be a poor business model because their clients wouldn't be protected. They need to make sure their job in District 12, their job is District 12
to protect that person.
Right. Their District 12 is the only job is to protect District 12, right? That's it. District 12 clients, if that's the case, right? So I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay, somebody from District 4 gets violated, or somebody in District 12 gets violated in District 4. That's not their client. What are they going to do? Call District 12 and have to go like 500 miles in order to take care of that client that traveled to District 4?
No, because as I explained before, if there's a violation within a district, just how the police are actually exactly how the police operate now, it would be very similar to how they would operate in the same society. Hold on, yeah, exactly. And that's okay because the 2 police departments aren't, they're still getting paid separately. They have an incentive. they still have an incentive to make sure that
Walmart
their
and
clients
Target and work together. Do they work together? If Walmart runs out of Heinz ketchup, can they call over to Target and say, "Hey, I'm out of Heinz ketchup. You know, I see that you have an overstock. Can I get some of that Heinz ketchup put onto my shelf in order to make a profit?"
I mean, they could. I don't think that
Do
it
they?
works that way. I don't think it works that way. I don't think so.
Why wouldn't a police department work in the same way in that form of society if they're for profit and if they're competing against each other?
Because it's their
Because at the bottom line, you're out for you.
Because
that's it. In your society, everybody is out for you. You are out for yourself. And if everybody is individualistic and if everybody is out for number one, then nobody's looking out for anybody but themselves. And I think
security and the security department is a for-profit system. So, like, what if somebody pays more money to that, even if it's within the same district, like somebody pays the opposition, right? The person that violated you has more money than you. They can pay for them to like drop the case. Yeah, it's a bad business model, but but they still make more money at the end. So it's a good business model, actually.
Try judicial reform. Might have to compromise a little bit on some of the other stuff you do. Judicial reform sounds like what you really want.
I'm all for police reform. I'll say that right now. Like, I think that it needs to be opened up and redone.
So this like self-government shit's like a fucking it's like reinventing the wheel, but the wheel's a square. Doesn't have laws, it does have laws. It's schizophrenic.
Yeah, it's like it's based on this idea that there's a universal morality that everybody sort of agrees to, and which we kind of do already. Right? But you have to be indoctrinated into the system of morality. It's not something that you can like come up by yourself or by yourself. Like we all do it. Every country indoctrinates its population to have a system of morality towards the other people within the state or system, right? Like, we are all Americans. We all drive on the same side of the road. We all pay for things with this type of money through this type of system. We're all indoctrinated into it. When you go through school, you learn who the police are. You learn who the firemen are. You learn what their jobs are. You learn what doctors are and what doctors do. School is a system of indoctrination into a moral society. Whether or not you agree with the morals later on in life is something else. But that's how societies work. You have to socialize people. You have to cultivate people. You have to create a system of law and teach those people the basic foundations of that law.
You don't have to. It's just what you want to do.
No, you have to. Otherwise, you raise children who are disassociated from reality, right? I find a lot of people. I have a lot of friends who grew up in very religious communities where their parents homeschooled them or put them through a private school system, and they didn't learn how to deal with people in the rest of the world. And in some cases, they got in trouble. In some cases, they learned like pretty quickly once they like left those communities how the real world works. But essentially, you have to, and like that's part of the job of the adult is to raise their children in the society around them to perpetuate the society. Societies have to be perpetuated in order to maintain. Like, what happens if in the next generation after Bima like and her cohort pass away, does the society start over?
Why would you say that?
Say that again.
Take off a bit.
God forbid. up society, or maybe a combination of the two. Like, right, this is why when somebody, you can't just like pick up a law book and decide that you are a lawyer. You have to be indoctrinated into the legal system. You have to go through law school. You have to do internships. You have to understand how the law works. You have to understand.
Oh, Beamer, that's another problem is who sets these laws? Like you can say everybody comes together and agrees on them. Well, what if like what if say even just 50% of the people think that theft is a victimless crime? That theft isn't against the law. Like theft is fine. Let's just, theft isn't, there's nothing wrong with theft.
You gotta remember, laws came with age. Like Hammurabi's laws, many of those laws is used now. So, yeah, there's a reason we have these laws.
There's a book that I came into contact with recently called, I think it's like, it's about Bedouin law and how Bedouins in the desert developed their own legal system. And I think this was like pre-Islamic, but it's like, the desert is the Wild West, and Bedouins are a sort of traveling people. They don't stay stationary, and yet they find a way to create like a legal system in case certain things happen that are outside of their social norms. Like what happens when, a 3-year-old dies because her husband killed her or something like that. I mean, and their system and their reality, in many cases, or in some cases, it is illegal to like marry, children. And you would say, from your system's perspective, that is morally wrong. It has an objective moral reality, but it doesn't. That's completely subjective. It sounds crazy, but the reason why we are here today is because of Western civilization.
Oh wait, actually, another thing I can point out. Okay, so everybody's agreeing on laws, but what is it like? Each district has their own rules because you can opt in or opt out. So let's say again with travel, that system makes travel impossible because if I don't know, chewing bubble gum on the sidewalk on a Sunday is illegal in District 12. But in District 4, it's fine. Like, how do you keep all the laws in all these different districts straight?
Yeah, the same way that we do in the United States. People, state to state. If you get arrested and jailed for a victimless crime in state A, you go to state B, and it's perfectly fine. You can't, put your basketball hoop on the street to play basketball in this city, but it's a misdemeanor of up to $5,000 or however that would work, and then a fine, right? Or in this other place, it doesn't matter. It's the same way. It's a bunch of people coming together, and they're deciding on what they want to do. And I still haven't gotten a better answer from anybody of why I should be forced to do something, or why I should force you to do something against your will. That I'm not making moral claims. I'm saying that that's in society.
Right, but the whole. But all these little laws that we see is
But that's according to you. I disagree with you, and a lot of other people would disagree with you. So who's right?
Traffic lights.
Ashley, just go with that. Hold on, Ashley.
It is a victimless crime to run a stoplight unless there is a victim that is trying to cross that intersection. Then there becomes a victim. So then that's why it is a crime, or that's why it is against the law to run a traffic light, because you don't always know what's coming.
So Ashley, So you have the way that you think society should be, and I have the way that I think society should be. Who's right? Me or
I would say whatever benefits society the most. I think that stopping at traffic lights, it benefits all of society. I think that if you just leave it up to people being honest, I think it would crumble. I really do. I do not trust people.
And so I say the same thing. I say the same thing about my society. I think my society would benefit the people more. That's why I want to do it. So now who's right?
In your society, if this person they get in the habit of running red lights, but there's one time when there's another car, everybody's just running red lights because there's no reason to stop.
There's rules. There's rules. No. There's rules in my society. There's rules in my society, and if you violate the rule, however those properties would work, they would all work as citizens and businesses or collectives, but they would be voluntarily. But that's why it's called voluntarism, because they would be voluntary collectives. Okay, so now I say, but don't get distracted with that though. My point is, hold on, Loki. So my point still now is you still think that your society is the best for the people. I'm absolutely certain that my society is best for people. So now,
well, I'm gonna be that. Okay, so I can opt out of a law, right?
No. Actually, I'm talking about. Listen, we could go through. Hold on.
I opt out of the rule. I don't agree with the rule.
Actually, you're losing the track of thought that I'm trying to have with you, right? I'm not talking about the specifics now. I'm saying after you and I have gone down 100 issues, we've gone down thousands, right? We've spent 5 years going through every issue, you and me, back and forth, everything that we could think of. And at the end of the day, I say, look, my society is better, and you say, my society is better. Okay? Now, I have my evidences of why, you have your evidences of why. Now, who's right, you or me?
Everybody's gonna say me. Everybody is.
Okay, hold on.
People are different.
Hold on. I'm asking you who's right, me or you, and according to what? Just because other people are saying that you're right?
I am. Just like you say you are.
Okay, all right, now good, because now we're getting somewhere.
Their own rules. Everybody's operating under their own rules.
So now you're saying you're right, and I'm saying I'm right. So now the difference is that under your society, you have no problem enforcing your preferences and the things you want on me, but I am not going to do that to you.
But all in all, you aren't, because in this society, you have to follow somebody else's rules.
No, you're going to be able to congregate. You're going to be able to, if you want to build a military up with people who have like minds, you want to get it as big as however many millions of people. You go person to person, and you build it up. And go ahead, you could do that. Whatever, as long as it's voluntary, as long as people are coming to you and saying, I want to do this, right? And I'm saying that. All I'm saying is that's the society that I want. I'm saying that your society is not doing that though. You're saying I'm going to have everybody do what I want because I'm.
Okay. Your society has the roses. I have the military. I come in, I kill all your people. I get your roses.
Being our children forced to follow laws in this society?
Are children forced to follow laws in a voluntary society?
Mm-hmm.
You mean rules? Because there's not a centralized authority in the same way that we.
Okay, so are they forced to follow rules? Are they forced to follow rules?
Well, they wouldn't be able to reciprocate rights until they can take responsibility for 100% of their successes and 100% of their failures. So it would be up to their parents. Right? Their parents would be responsible for those children until that time, whatever that time might be. So until those children can themselves reciprocate rights and enter rights reciprocation and, you know, be self-sustaining, then it's up to the parents. It just, guardians.
Children with no ramifications.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. We're still getting away, and I still want to know who is right, actually. And I want you to answer this. You're saying that your society is right only because of what? You have nothing. You can't give me any moral justification of why your society is right over mine. No, you can't.
We protect the people that are weak. Your society only protects those that are strong. It's the strongest survive.
The complete opposite. My society does everything that your society, it forces. Your society uses initiation of force and aggression upon peaceful people. You arrest peaceful people. And this is the thing, but this is the idea. These are our opinions, right? And if I can even objectively could come up with an entire list, I said, right, hypothetically, I want to know what your moral claim is to say that you're right and I'm not. And it has not, I'm talking about a moral principle to decide how you're right and I'm not. Because I'll be able to prove that exactly, Sam. Thank you. So now what, Ashley?
But I'm telling you,
And it's fascinating that someone like Sam is going to say morality is objective, but then turn around and say that the law.
I said morality is subjective. It's not objective, it's subjective.
Right, and I'm saying that's fascinating to someone who you believe in a state? You believe in statism?
Everybody believes in a state.
Okay. Okay. So I mean I know descriptively that a state exists, but I don't believe in it morally. No, I don't. I reject a state. I reject all states. I believe that they're the most dangerous. It's the most dangerous superstition. It's a myth.
You said y'all got a constitution.
No, there's no constitution. I mean, you can have a constitution if you want, but you would have to opt into it, right? You would contract.
The reality of it is that.
So how do you know about the law? Like, not the laws, like your society.
We're back here.
but we have that now. If you want to opt out of being in the United States, there are plenty of other countries that you can go to.
And that's a logical fallacy. Again, it doesn't, we're talking about the moral, we're talking about whether or not it is, what is the best practice. Okay, we're talking about normative claims. We're talking about normative claims, Ashley.
No, we're not.
Ashley, if it was slavery times and I said, hey, Ashley, buddy, I see that people are enslaving people and I don't think that that's right. And then you say to me, well, Bima, you can leave. That's not in our...
Exactly, because we have to have laws.
So
to protect against stuff like that.
You can't opt out of the Constitution, but you can't hurt anybody.
So can we survive without government?
So you should. I'm sorry, look, I wanted to. So you should know about slavery, right? The reason why these people who had slaves were able to maintain the idea of slaves is because they also didn't count those people in their society, right? They said only people within our society are the people that cannot be slaves. So all of these other people who are outside of our society, however they got there, whether we deem them outside of society or whatever, they can become slaves because they are no longer people. There's a concept in law called personhood. A person, right? It's not just because you have a physical body, but because you belong to the system or the body of law, that therefore you have personhood. We in America is really the first country that said outsiders to our system have a type of personhood. This is why we have this argument right now about what ICE and Trump are doing, because through the Constitution we have developed a system of law that gives anybody that is on American soil what they call the 5 basic laws, right? And one of those things is due process, and that does not exist in every society or community. It's not universally recognized because in many countries you go to, if you're outside of their legal system. If you're not a citizen, right? This is where we get the idea of citizenship. Having citizenship gives you personhood into society. But if you are not a citizen, you are outside of their legal system, then you do not have any rights whatsoever, and yet you can be prosecuted by them in by their system of law. Just because you are not within that legal structure as a normative citizen, as you say, does not mean that you cannot be impacted by the law itself.
I just want to say this. Look.
And under your system, it's still the police is still there. So I mean, in all reality, they're still coming in. Even if I do a basic, like travel violation, or a basic, or say I offend you in some way, you're still contacting that police force to come use force on me. But then it could escalate even further than what we have now, because you're their client, you're paying for it.
All right, so
therefore, the people, like, keeping customers happy is the best business model. So they're more likely to keep you happy that's paying into that system versus me, who is just coming in.
Is the objective of your society to not have a government?
That's correct. No monopoly on force.
Wait, is it to not have a government, or not for the government to, how you say it, operate through legislation and enforce it through violence?
Well, that's correct, yes.
All right, so what kind of natural rights is your society offering?
Whatever the people want to congregate and collectively agree to, that's not up to me to decide. That would be up to each group, each people to decide.
All right, so would you say land is a natural right?
No. A natural right, no, I wouldn't. Rights are only things that people agree to. So
right, what you said, natural rights are only things people agree to.
Well, no, what I'm saying is, like, what the idea of natural rights are, right? What I'm saying is, descriptively, what it actually translates to is just people saying, okay, let's agree to say this, or let's agree to do this.
That's exactly what the Pilgrims did. And we see how that turned out for the people that already lived here. But
right.
They weren't.
We see how the Constitution and the United States government colonized first another government, right? Do you see there's going to be a trend, and what you're going to see constantly is government, or this collective mentality, coming and using massive amounts of destruction and harming people under the idea of a government. So it was actually the United States. Individuals weren't enslaved. People were enslaved by the government because they had force, they had jails, they had state agents to prosecute, because they were funded by taxation. Okay, these were done. In a voluntary society, that shit would have been cut out first fucking thought.
I'm going to say micro governments. That's what you're describing, micro governments.
So Bima, look.
But it's all for profit.
All right, so Bima, are you saying that people have to agree upon to preserve life, the right to liberty, the right to own property, freedom of speech, the right to make a living, and freedom of religion? I don't even include the right to have a family. I never heard of that. But price of religion. So you're saying that in order for these things right here to be a natural right, people only have to agree upon?
That's correct.
So if everybody agrees that slavery is legal, that they have a right to enslave people?
No, that's not. That's might makes right. That's just a bunch of people coming together, right, and just doing that and enforcing that on other people. Obviously, there's not an agreement upon everybody. Some people are going to say, I don't want to be a slave.
All right, so individually you agree that a natural right is what makes someone able to say, I don't want to be a slave. I have the freedom of speech. These things that no one can take away, right?
Well, they can take them away. That's a
So
problem.
people could take away our freedom in this society legally.
Well, it has happened. That's what the United States did, right?
Yeah, and they established that a natural right of what you call that, the freedom of liberty, was entitled to all.
Then we collectively came together and we said that it was wrong, and we created laws or rules in order to not do that anymore.
Rights. To enforce these natural rights.
So do you think society largely believes that this was the better idea, like at this point? Okay. Do you think that so okay, that's great. I want to hear that. Do you think that if laws disappeared tomorrow that people would start enslaving people in the United States?
Yes, 100%.
They could because they put somebody else. Because like you working for me for free, if I said, hey, I own you now.
Yeah, like see, now you gotta remember, these are natural rights y'all speaking of, and that also entitles the freedom of property, the right to have property. And that was the dilemma. Was these
what is property?
Or was it
With no law.
And now listen,
without
so
law,
now,
what is property?
Hold on.
What is property?
Hold on. They had to establish that each individual had the right to their own life. Now, once they established that, they was able to say this person is not property. This is not a thing. Now, if this is why I'm asking them, if we have these natural rights such as property, such as life, such as like liberty and happiness and all this, whatever the shit is, why not include land if it is just as needed as a natural right as all of these? You need land to make a living. You need land to be free.
But yeah, even under that system, the system that you're describing, being that there is no property, because who draws up what property is? Who decides where the property line is?
The same. In this, what do you mean? We used
You have to agree with
years ago.
You have to agree with your
Before
property.
before rulers and emperors and all this other stuff started to define what property was, people just they were just peaceful people. They came together and they made agreements, and that was it.
No,
and
they
they kept
did not.
archives.
No, they did not.
They absolutely did.
Because
they
they
used
thought that
archives all over. They used archives. Hold on. But this is what's interesting. You guys are saying.
Oh no, that's not your property.
So what I hear is that it's right to enforce your preferences on a bunch of people just because you think that it's right. That's what I'm hearing.
That's what your society would do as well.
No, that's exactly what my society could not possibly do. My society would literally not do that.
Okay, under your society, I opt out at I go and I kill somebody. What happens to me?
Why do you opt out? Why do you opt out? Actually, I heard you. So why do you
It doesn't even have a foundation. It's both groupists and individuals at the same fucking time, which is impossible. It has laws, it doesn't have laws. It has a collective agreement. It's still a term to law. How can you be groupists and individuals at the same time? This is the first step.
Toxic.
Let's stay here until we can go further.
Listen, most of society would be exactly the same. If I were to snap my fingers and we were all wake up in a voluntary society tomorrow, largely the structure all the structure would be the same. All of the things that we've already figured out are the better things to do, and we've already sorted through to see what are good ideas and what are bad ideas. We're not just going to disregard them. We're not going to just start to regress as people. The only difference is that we would mature because we'd be able to put our productive ability into things that align with our principles. That's the only difference.
Details are relevant.
You were to wake up tomorrow. Imagine you woke up tomorrow
under the jurisdiction, correct?
Actually, you've been paid, but you opted out.
The details just keep going around.
I opt out. Okay, I opt out. What happens to me? I opt out. What happens to me? And that's
absolutely. I don't think you're
you stepped on my toe, so I murder you.
Ashley,
You step on my toe, what happens to me in that
Ashley,
society? If I
Ashley,
opt out of the system,
Ashley, you can
you
opt
step on my
out.
toe,
Oh
I think
my.
that's an egregious act. I think that's an egregious act. You stepped on my toe, so therefore I pull out my gun and I shoot somebody. But I opt out of the system. I don't think murder applies to me. I think if you step on my toe,
They collectively agree they're gonna live together and not kill each other, right? But are you individualist?
I cannot opt out. I don't agree with that. That's what I'm saying. What happens to me?
They're individualists, but they're also groupists at the same time.
Let her answer. I opt out. I do not agree that, that there are certain lines that can't be crossed. Me as an individual, that if you step on my toe, then I have every right to murder you, because that is the morality that I have set for myself. That is what I opt in for. I do
So you
not
can
want
answer that, but it's just gonna lead to another question, and then another one, and then another one, and another one. We should start at the very basics of this. She's proposing that individuals come together and collectively agree, and then they're going to be both individuals and groupists at the same time, which is not logically possible. Because they're not going to have the majority rule, right? They're not going to have a democracy like we do as individualists. They're not going to be like Japanese people and shit, they're all groupists, and they have unspoken rules and shit amongst themselves. If there's this individualist freedom, this is like the first step in this society, and I don't think it's possible to reconcile, is it?
So Ashley, I don't even really know how to. It sounds like you're gonna. I mean, you're giving me these scenarios, but you know that you would never do that in real life, right? This is like a sociopath. When I say voluntary, you don't get to like redefine voluntary as I get to do what I want without a consequence. That's not what voluntarism is, right? That's just illusion.
That's one contradiction.
You can
Look at it. That's a bigger problem.
opt out.
I give you a
You
smaller
can opt
problem.
out of the voluntary society, the mutual respect all you want, but you can't opt out of actual reality of what your consequences are. If you violate somebody's life or somebody's property, you still are the aggressor no matter what, and you just gave everyone around you moral and practical justification. Hold on, but hold on, Ashley, let me finish. What you just did by shooting somebody that stepped on your toe was you gave everyone around you moral and practical justification to stop you by any means necessary. Because you're describing psychopathy wrapped in words. You're using opt-out to avoid responsibility for initiating violence. Right? That's exactly what voluntarism condemns. That's what voluntarism condemns. You understand? Voluntarism is you can live however you want to live as long as you don't initiate force. But once you decide to initiate aggression, you become the aggressor, shooting someone overstepping on your toe. You're not practicing voluntarism anymore. You've broken the one rule, which is to not hurt people who haven't hurt you. And that's it. You can't scream. You can't say I opt out and then murder somebody. Any more than a thief gets to say I don't believe in ownership, and then they get to rob you. It doesn't matter. It's not about you opting out of you can't opt out of consequences. You would be stopped, and you would be stopped quickly for the same reason why you wouldn't do it today. Okay, you don't need a government to justify self-defense. Well, I'm trying to say you would be, but Ashley, you would be ostracized. If you decided to shoot somebody who stepped on your toe in a voluntary society, nobody would pick you up in any way. You'd be ostracized. You'd be blacklisted from any type. Nobody would want to interact with you or contract with you. You would be a liability. You would be living on your own, completely isolated. Nobody would do anything. You'd be free to act like a lunatic, but no one else is obligated to tolerate it. Nobody's gonna watch you in their stores.
But we also said that, but that other person aggressed on me first, right? Because there's no law saying where that line is. Is it when I fear for my life, or is it when somebody steps on my toe? Because that can be seen as a form of aggression. If somebody pushes me, that's a form of aggression.
The non-aggression principle is a maxim. Actually, it's supposed to say if your life is threatened, right? If someone steps on your toe, if someone slaps you, if someone like these things, okay, those are violations, but they're not life-threatening violations. If a 3-year-old kid comes up and slaps you on your leg, right? Your life isn't being threatened.
You can live in a group of people and not kill each other. It's called groupism. It doesn't need to be a law. It could just be rude. It could be frowned upon. They all agree. They all know they can't survive. That's called groupism. There doesn't have to be laws etched in stone. Individualists do need those laws. And you have both. And you didn't address that. I don't think you can. It's a very simple problem.
Dima, didn't we have this argument with Carmelo Anthony with that whole trial that you said because he aggressed on because Metcalf he had every right to stab him in the chest and end his life? Weren't you on that side of the argument?
So the thing is that listen,
You were on that side though?
a lot of things. Listen, he could have done a lot of things, and that's not saying that should be the standard created for that type of scenario. Okay, but that's not what we're measuring when we put somebody on trial for murder. What we're saying is whether their actions were justified or not. And I'm saying that ultimately what I'm saying what I'm saying is Carmelo Anthony. Ultimately, what I'm saying is Carmelo Anthony. Was he a coward? We could say he's a coward. We could say he was a pussy. We could say he was weak-minded. We could say he was stupid. We could say that he had that he was a horrible human being. That he was a piece of shit. We could say all of those things. But if we're going to put him to trial for murder, you cannot put the onus on the defender for a series of events that were initiated by not the defender, by the aggressor.
That person stepped on my toe. I'm gonna go right back to that. That person stepped on my toe.
And I explained to you that that's the max of the non-aggression principle isn't to say you stepped on my toe so I get a chance to murder you. Nobody who believes in the non-aggression principle is gonna say something stupid like that because it's not how it works. The idea is that it's used as a maxim to say if you believe your life is threatened, which you have to be able to logically, but you have to be able to show, okay, look, my life was being threatened, so I'm able to defend myself, okay? If it was an accident, obviously these things, that's not non-aggression principle violations. That's just an accident.
And what's another way of kicking these people out of your society? Jail. Because you said that, hey, I can't murder this person because they stepped on my toe, even though, let's say the step on was purposeful. They aggressed on me first. They slapped me. They pushed me. So I aggress on them. I end their life. You said that, all society you'll be blacklisted. That's pretty much what jail is. They're just in a facility that takes care of them, that you get meals every day. In fact, I think your society, it would be worse for criminals. Because pretty much they would have to starve to death, and I think that's far worse in a society than putting somebody in a prison away from society, but they still get 3 square meals a day. They still get a place to sleep. They still get, basic human rights.
But under yours, basically, if that person's not a part of society, they have no human rights at all.
And this is where we get to the idea of personhood. Personhood is the foundation of a person having rights within a society. And BIMA's position is that you can opt out of that personhood. And the reality of it is, in all cases, or mostly all cases, right, of a society where one exists, if one opts out of personhood within society, one effectively is pushed out of society.
I'm not sure that that's anything personhood. No, personhood is just who gets rights. That's all personhood is. That's why we use the term personhood,
well,
right?
You were saying that a person can opt out of these structures, out of this whatever. Therefore, they are opting out of their rights also, because not only in society are you opting into like following rules, you're also opting into having rights granted to you by the society. So it goes back and forth. It goes both ways.
Okay, I see what you're saying, but it still would be your choice. That would still be your choice.
Let me know when I can tap in.
That it would still be your choice. If you wanted to stop reciprocating rights with other people, then go ahead and do it. But just because you're a sociopath or a psychopath doesn't mean that other people are still going to defend themselves and protect themselves. So you're going to have to deal with the consequences of that.
I think the reality of it is that like a lot of people are sociopaths, right? And a lot. Yes, it may sound crazy to you, but there are a lot of like societies, and we can probably find a lot of proof out there that in an uncontrolled society, you find is what I call the wild west, right? Where any person does whatever they want to, however they want to, and like you said, might is right. And even if that's the unintended consequence, is still a consequence. But go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna jump in. Bima's been on this app for years, bastardizing the language around the non-aggression principle. I don't think she's ever read Murray Rothbard, where this comes from. But you gotta understand that this is derivative from John Stuart Mill's harm principle that he wrote about in On Liberty, another book that she hasn't read. I think these concepts have been best articulated by Ayn Rand, who reframes it as the non-initiation of force axiom. But whether you talk about not initiating force, non-aggression, or the no harm principle, in either case, you're simply saying that utilizing force or initiating force, initiating aggression, initiating harm, that's where the crime is committed, and that you reserve the right for a righteous retaliatory force. And the problem that Bima runs into with her mixing this with this anarchist ideology, which is born out of just this childish philosophy that comes from lefties that are not committed to a real, thorough, rigorous, ideology. She's basically mixed these two things and thinks that they're compatible with one another, and they're actually not, because in order to have the right to retaliate, you have to have a system that honors the structure that you can't commit harm or you can't initiate force. And so if you have an anarchist society, you don't have anyone with the authority to make the decision of identifying that somebody's either done harm, initiated force, or coercion, and then can righteously impose their will of retaliatory force. And so it's just a very sloppy, non-rigorous thought experiment that attracts some really weird people. And at the end of the day, there's a reason why you don't see anarchist societies, and the reality is that anyone that puts it to the test, they understand it breaks really quickly. And when you start asking Bima the real questions about, well, what would it be like in an anarchist society? Who would have the nukes? 5,500 nukes in North America. If the government was gone tomorrow, we have nuclear subs, we have nuclear bombers, we have silos with nuclear weapons. Who who's going to use them, and under what set of circumstances would it be right to utilize them in retaliatory fashion. She doesn't have an answer for any of these things. This is just fantasy. It's absolute fantasy, and she's put 5 minutes of thought into it and 1,000 hours of fucking words. It's craziness, and it makes no fucking sense, and she doesn't understand the non-aggression principle at all. I recommend she read Murray.
I'm gonna read Murray Rothbard. Thanks for letting me know.
So there is a set of laws and shit that they follow?
What was that?
There is some laws. There is a government with laws and all that. Not just groupies that have like customs.
Hello? Is anybody there? Okay, so Toxic asked the question. So in Murray Rothbard's conclusion, or his idea is there are laws that people follow. Like, I've never read them, so I don't know. And apparently,
So what Murray and others have proposed is that you don't need government, and what you would do is that you would privatize security, and you would have private security forces that you would engage with. So, and let's say you were accused of a crime. Let's say you were accused of murder, for example. You would then find a contractor, security contractor, that has lawyers, and you would privately seek their counsel to protect you. The victim would then hire a separate one that would then try to prosecute you. The problem in this system is that there is no arbiter of justice. There is no judge in this system. So they talk about having private security forces, but one security force is going to be more well funded than the other. And the people that have access to resources to be able to pay for the best security force, they're going to be the ones that get the justice. And so what happens is you take an imperfect system that we have today and you make it even worse by not having a system of justice at all. You're essentially saying that whoever has might can go ahead and inflict their will, and then in order to bring them to justice, you would have to pay for a security firm that can then go and exact that justice. And so if you have no money, you're not going to be able to participate in this, because nobody's going to voluntarily fund you. If you're accused of murder, nobody's going to want to defend you unless you have resources to defend yourself. And so what Murray Rothbard theorized was that the idea is that he was critical of this idea of how did he frame it? The monopoly of violence. And he said that the state has a monopoly on violence, and that they could come with guns and they could apprehend you and they could take you to court, they could lock you in a cage. All these things are true. The problem is the alternative he's proposing is a democratization of violence. What he's suggesting is that you should give everybody the ability to commit violence, and by democratizing it, somehow that's better than having someone that has an authority with a responsibility, with a standard that you're upholding, such as individual rights, and then having a codified set of laws. The other thing that's interesting to know about Murray Rothbard is when he failed to convince people that this was a good idea, this guy that was an anarchist, the guy that was that wanted to sell you on the non-aggression principle, you know who he tied in with politically towards the end of his life? Paleo-conservatives like Pat Buchanan and KKK members like David Duke. And so when you really start thinking about who this guy is fundamentally, what he was a guy that read philosophers that were much more intelligent than he was. He was in a school of economics from the Austrian school that had much greater economists, guys like Karl Menger, guys like Ludwig von Mises, Friedrich Hayek. Rothbard was the bottom barrel, and all he did was took ideas that he barely understood, and he went and he bastardized them. He famously feuded with Ayn Rand, who
when Atlas Shrugged came out, he wrote a letter. You can go Google this and find the letter that he wrote to her. It was a love letter saying how much he really appreciated it and it changed his life. I read that book, felt the same way, by the way. And then later, when he started taking her ideas and tweaking them a little bit and making them worse and making them make less sense, she called him out and said, well, he took the best parts of what I said, gave me no credit for it. I have the love letter to prove that, I'm his inspiration. But then he took things that I don't believe in and he tried to, and then he put all these bad ideas layered on top of it. The only people that paid any attention to him were radicals that were looking for something to believe in. The early Libertarian Party was fascinated by his shit, and then when he realized that they had no real political swagger, that's when he tied in with these paleo-conservatives. And really the only thing that his mantra was at that point is that he went from an anarchist to a closed-border bigot. And these are the ideas that Bima comes and talks about as if this is like this enlightenment that is going to free everybody. You guys should read Murray Rothbard, the early stuff, the middle stuff, and the late stuff. It's interesting, but it's not as profound as he makes it sound. If you want to understand a logical sequence that borrows from these same ideas of reducing government power and a government authority and asserting that you do have the right to retaliate, you should read Anarchy, State, and Utopia by Robert Nozick. He's a minarchist, if you're not familiar with what that is. It's an advocacy for minimal government, not anarchy. And what he does in his book is he destroys anarchy from top.
Thank you, actually. All of these things actually came up earlier to varying degrees. Ashley and Toxic both presented her with some of the same issues that you brought up, and there were no clear answers. And I actually brought up the idea that if someone were to game the system in this sort of pay for security forces system, isn't that just re-perpetuating the might is right situation, which she wants to get away from because she believes that America as an entity is using this might is right to inflict pain on other people when she wants to opt out of the system. But effectively, if somebody or some collective of people were to game the system, they would wipe out all the other security forces, and then all the security forces would be their own because they will have the largest amount of money, they will have the largest amount of influence, and they would do the same thing. Also, the idea of having lawyers without having a governmental system to to impart justice, judges to say what is just and what isn't just is fascinating. There seems to be no foundation of law or justice or rule or order, and even though it is an attempt to get away from the might is right system, it is effectively re-perpetuating it.
Yeah, what's even worse is if you pin her down and say, okay, so you don't want police. She'll say, yes, we don't want police. But you want to privatize the function that police would serve. Yes. So basically she wants police, she just doesn't want it run by a government. So it's this wordplay of we don't like government, more specifically, we don't like the US government. So this all starts with a distrust of government, which I think we all should have a healthy dose of that, right? Because we know that the government can do some things that we don't trust them, and we have good reason to not trust them. The problem is that what she's offering is even worse. It's not offering a solution. In fact, she's offering a replacement with just changing words. We're going to have a private security force. So instead of being held accountable to the people and have elected sheriffs or appointed police chiefs that are hired, we're just going to have people that just spring up. And if they've got a gang of people, they've got ammo and if they've got ammunition and firearms, then they're the ones that are going to serve justice. There's no code. There's no sense of authority of who's going to implement these things. There's nothing. But the biggest problem that she has, and this is the thing that she'll never reconcile, is that there's two major branches of anarchy. There's a lot of niche, things as well, but the two major branches are. The first came out of left-wing philosophy. The left-wing anarchists are anarcho-communists. They want collective rights first. Then you have the anarcho-capitalists that want to emphasize property rights and individual rights. The problem that arises very quickly here is that the anarcho-communists, their number one thing is that property is theft, and the anarcho-capitalist number one value is that property is a right. You should contractually be able to own property. So now you have a system with no police force, no legislative branch, no judge, and you have two competing ideas. One that says I can own the property, and one that says that you've stolen the property. And so who's going to adjudicate that? If I decide, hey, this is my land, my family has lived here, and then by the way, there's far more left-leaning anarchists than there are right-leaning anarchists. So if the left-leaning anarchists come to my property, they're going to assert that I've stolen it, that the land cannot belong to anyone. And the question then to Bima is like, who decides what to do here? And then we get right back to what Sam's saying is might makes right. Whoever has the most guns is going to determine whether or not the property was stolen or whether you have a right to that. And so if you can't protect your property, you're going to have marauders from the left that are going to come and throw you off the.
Right. My whole point, though, is the reason why I'm an advocate of voluntarism is to say that all of our interactions should be based on consent, which is not might makes right. That is the entire point of voluntarism. So if you can give me any type of moral argument of why other people should have the ability to force preferences on other people, right? Violate people's consent. Like, give me just one moral principle. Like, it doesn't matter. All of this consequentialist hypotheticals, that's not for one person, one stupid idiot to decide. This is for society who's much more apt, much more educated. They know how to congregate and put these things together. You guys are regressing society, thinking it's going to go back to like some crazy primitive, caveman days when nothing would change except progress, where people would then be able, all of the limitations of people being able to exchange freely and peacefully exchange, all of the victimless crimes are going to disappear, all of the trash that stops just peaceful people from doing shit today, right? Think about the way that our fiat system is. Think about our monetary system. Think about so many different things. All I'm saying is we should be able to congregate, and yes, of course, it's going to be similar to what we have today. The only difference is, Mojo would know this. He doesn't mention Lysander Spooner, Constitution of No Authority, No Treason. He wrote this many, many years ago, during the time the Constitution was written. And the idea is that there's an explicit consent. The Constitution would be great as long as you can opt into it. But the moment that you begin, your morals are not aligned with what's happening, you should no longer be forced to do these things if you believe that no other human being on this planet has moral inherent authority over you. And if you do believe there's a human being that's been born to the planet that somehow has some moral inherent authority over you, then that would be great to talk about. Maybe we could do that. That would probably be our best argumentation. But I'm pretty sure everyone in this room is going to agree that every single human being born on this planet, no matter where you're born, time, circumstance, location, we all have the same moral inherent authority. And that is not to enforce. That's our only job, is to not violate the next person. That's your only job. Don't violate consent. If you do violate consent, you're now just back to might makes right. So what I'm saying as an invitation is we can continue to operate off of might makes right, because that's the system that we have now, right? It's not exactly, not entirely, the worst might makes right case in the world, but it is a general might makes right, right? So it's probably one of the best systems of might makes right, but you're still operating in the amoral state of nature, which is just might makes right. And if you want to actually step up and have a moral principle, the first and most easily accessible, non-arbitrary point is consent. That is the only thing you have to do, is not violate the next person's consent. So everything you do, you operate, you congregate, you enjoy whatever you're going to enjoy, you create and build just like we build today. The only difference is if there comes a time where you no longer want to participate in that because you don't believe that it is aligned with your morals, you then get to take that and put it into a competing institution without any type of consequences or penalties. That's all that voluntarism is.
At what age does a person have the right to give consent in your world?
I had answered this already, and it is the time
Muslims
when
say it's 8 years, 9 months. The Muslims say 8 years, 9 months. The Prophet Muhammad was out there fucking 9-year-old girl.
It would be the time that the individual has the ability to enter the reciprocation of rights. So the moment that a human being can take responsibility for 100% of their successes and 100% of their failures, and they're able to maintain contracts, they now are they're a part of the moral code.
Hold on. Quick question. So Bima, I like the idea of contracts. I like the idea that we're going to uphold them. Who has the authority to enforce the contract in this?
So when someone, obviously there has to be evidence, okay? When someone stops reciprocating rights, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because you've now withdrew your shield for rights reciprocation. So now whatever happens to you, defender's choice.
No. My question to you was, who enforces the contract?
Whoever you've put in the contract to enforce it. When you sign the contract, you're gonna
There's gonna be an entity that enforces the contract. That almost sounds like a court.
Right, exactly, Mojo. That's exactly right.
Right. It almost sounds like exactly what we have. It sounds like you're describing what we have and using different words for your own company.
Well, no. If you read Lysander Spooner, Constitution of No Authority, you'd see that a lot of the thing, it would be okay. As the only difference is the consent, the explicit consent is being able to opt in. So right now, if something happens, you have to go to a particular court system, wherever that jurisdiction is. You don't have the option of going to a specific court that you and the person you've contracted agree to. That's the only difference. Instead of going to court Mojo, you get to go to the contract that me and you say we are going to go to court.
Where do they get their authority from?
They get their authority from us because
who's us? If you and I disagree, where does this court of yours get their authority from? Because the court that we have now, we have a constitution. I know that you like to quote Spooner, who doesn't believe in the Constitution. He doesn't believe that the Constitution is binding. So what Spooner doesn't believe in, he doesn't believe in that there should be a standard at all. What he believes is that people are just going to go ahead and get on. They're going to travel the fucking world like Kane and Kung Fu, and that nobody's going to enforce anything, and that nobody has any dominion. The problem with the way that you're explaining these things, and you, like, honestly, I don't even think you understand what Spooner is saying. What Spooner really is getting at is that because he wasn't a signer of the Constitution, that he doesn't feel that he's bound to it. What he doesn't understand is that the Constitution is a societal document that's saying we do have the authority, and we are going to establish a just standard in which you're going to have these rights and government is going to have these limitations. And if you don't have these standards, then you have no standards. And the problem with Spooner and the problem with you, quite frankly, is that you guys don't understand how society works. You reject objective reality that if you're going to have a country, if you're going to have a society, you're going to have some set of rules. Now, I understand that you believe that rules should exist. You just think that the rules should be imposed autonomously. And the problem with that is that you can decide that murder is okay, where the rest of society says, no, you shouldn't murder. And when there's a conflict of you murdering somebody, you making a claim, a moral claim that, oh, I was capable of doing that, I decided it was okay. My moral subjectivity led me to believe that murdering somebody or taking from somebody was okay. You need to have a standard in which everybody understands that these are the rules, and if you break the rules, here are the consequences. You have to have lawmakers, you have to have people that can apprehend criminals, and you have to have a place to bring them to make sure that they have the chance for a non-partial arbiter to decide based on the framework of laws, not the framework of fucking anarchy where fucking you have your thoughts and I have my thoughts. There has to be a code. And the one thing that we need to agree upon is, are we protecting individual rights, yay or nay? And so when you have your collectivist rights as a lefty anarchist, and I have my individual rights, which is the standard of the United States, we're in conflict with each other. We're going to be in constant conflict with each other because you don't uphold to a standard. And that's why the standard must be imposed on people that don't want to play by those rules. Otherwise, we have utter fucking chaos. This is why anarchy exists nowhere on planet.
Just real quick, the answer that you're going to get as to what the enforcement is or how it's going to be enforced, I think I've asked the same scenario in a different set of ways so many times. Here's probably, and I'm going to try to steelman it if I can.
She's gonna say competing security for it.
It's not any of those. Usually the things that she'll say along the lines of, it's enforced by the people, and then when you ask the follow-up question, what about a disagreement? Well, everybody's going to act in their best self-interest. You wouldn't be acting against your best self-interest, or you wouldn't be acting in your own self-interest to not agree to the contract or not follow through with the contract, etc., etc. And then if the follow-up question is, so what if someone doesn't care about their self-interest? Then the response is most likely, well, everyone cares about their self-interest. And then that's where it usually ends up going into a circle.
Okay. Yeah, I've already been trying to be with some of the smartest.
Lysander Spooner, just to respond quickly. Just to respond, you're incorrect, Roger. Okay, Lysander Spooner in his work, he explicitly says that if you do decide, the concept what he was trying to put forth was that the Constitution has no authority. Okay, so without consent, and so if you don't explicitly sign it, then you are not bound to be contracted by it. But if you decide to explicitly and voluntarily consent and sign, you can be bound, but only you can be bound. That's the whole thing. So the Constitution, he makes it clear. Clearly you haven't read it, which is hilarious. You like to say what I didn't read, because if you read Constitution of No Authority, you'd see all the different ways that he talks about how you can be bound and how it would work as long as explicit consent is there as well. You have to explicitly consent to it, because how else can
a piece of paper and a bunch of other people have authority over you. You then have to claim that magically some people just are what? They're just born with inherent authority to bind you to contracts. We don't do that in any other area of society. No other person, no, you haven't been bound to a contract today in any area of life that your great grandpa's neighbor signed a contract to stay for you. It doesn't work. That's why it's the myth. It's the constitution of no authority. Not if you haven't explicitly signed to it. We're individuals first. We each have. That's how society's supposed to change. It's how it's supposed to grow. It's how it's supposed to be adapted to and adopted to. And Sam, you were talking about this too. You're like, well, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to start over. Well, not necessarily start over. Obviously, we'll be able to, push down good practices and things. But yeah, the idea is that once there's something that we want to fucking change, we don't have to wait for an election or, if there's a stronghold on a voting, forget that. You're just effed for however long that voting block is going to be voting that way. You'll never see any type of changes. No, forget all that. So that's all that is. Oh, Laird.
Let me ask you this, Bima. How much traction are you getting with this anarchist movement of?
We've been growing significantly in the past 15 years. Every single year, there's more and more by the thousand.
Oh yeah. What's by the thousands out of the 350 million people in the U.S. How many do you think identify as anarchist?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I could just tell from where I go to every year, the annual events and festivals that I go to every single year, and I've been on stages. And
like what? Anarcho-Polka?
Anarcho-Polka is one of them.
Never been there.
I could give you. Hold on.
Yeah. I'm telling you, you've never been.
Who runs it? Who runs Anarcho-Polka?
You want me to fucking walk
Go
you
ahead.
through
What's his name? Just give me his name. What's his name?
Come on.
What's his name?
I don't have the name.
Yeah, exactly. All right, shut the fuck up then. Exactly. You don't fucking know. You don't fucking know, Jeff. You don't know. You're a fucking liar. Go ahead, Roger. Go fucking ahead. No fucking. Yeah, exactly. You just proved yourself a fucking loser. What a loser. Maybe you should check.
You're crashing out.
Exactly. Because you just got.
No. Not recalling a name is nothing to be ashamed of.
Don't
nothing to be ashamed of.
Stupid.
But
don't you feel fucking stupid? Don't you feel?
You know why you're talking over?
Of course you do.
You know why you're talking over?
Of course you do.
Okay. I'll mute up. You can crash out as fun.
You better.
I love a good Bima crash out.
With your tail between your legs. Exactly.
Bima.
There. What a fucking loser.
Bima, when's the last time you went to there? When's the last time
I haven't been in 4 years.
Really? And when you did go, tell me, where did you fly out of?
Fly?
Yeah.
I didn't fly, I drove.
Oh, okay. What would you drive, like a Volkswagen bus?
You're a loser.
Dude, here's the fucking problem with anarchists. They're so detached from fucking reality. When you start quoting Spooner, just so you guys know, Spooner's big claim to fame is that he rejects the Constitution. So, like, for starters, there's not a serious political scientist that would ever take that serious. What people do when they read Spooner is they see the delusions of a crazy man. And crazy people are drawn to this. And they say, oh, well, that is interesting. I didn't sign the Constitution. Maybe I'm not bound by it. Let me just say this. If you commit a crime, Bima, I want you to tell the police that are arresting you and tell the prosecutor and the judge when you're in a courtroom that you don't believe in the Constitution, and then go ahead and quote Spooner, and let's see where that.
Well, yeah, of course. And like that makes sense because we've been trained and indoctrinated to believe this, right? But that's still when we still get down to it, Roger. What gives and where does the Constitution get its authority? You tell me. Let's just go through it. Okay, well, hold on. Let Roger answer. Right, he'll say it. Roger, where does the Constitution get its authority?
Very simply, we have a representative government, so it's the people that give it the authority.
Okay, so we're gonna say the representatives?
No, the people elect the representatives, and the representatives are there to represent the people.
Okay, so what happens when the people go to elect somebody, but they don't get the person they want elected? What happens then? Are they represented?
No.
Elections are not.
Elections are not. Do I get to answer? Is this going to be Bema Crash Out Hour? Yes. This is fun. If it is Bema Crash Out Hour, I'll just go down to the audience and eat some popcorn. This will be fun. But if you want to have a conversation, I'm happy to. Listen, elections have consequences, and if your ideas are less popular and your guy doesn't get elected, then he's not going to be in office. If he's not in office, he doesn't get to impact policy. So. Here's a question for you. How are you? Walk me through the transition from the government we have to the world that you want. Because right now we currently have a constitution, and in order to dissolve it, it would require abolishing it, which would require having power and the desire to do that. You can't even today get a convention of the states because we can't get enough people to agree that we should do that. So the changes that you're looking for, I want you to walk me through. Take as much time as you want, how you're going to go from the constitutional republic we have to this fantasy world that you've dreamed of. Walk me through what that transition looks like and make it make sense.
And I would like to add, just as a little quick note, nobody is going to fully 100% be represented. If there's at one point where 399 million people have voted in one candidate and one person doesn't vote the other candidate, guess what? Someone's not represented in that one either. It's not that strong of an argument unless you have a literal dictatorship that forces thought upon people in order to.
Well, can we not interrupt her? I want her to be uninterrupted to walk us through the transition from a constitutional republic that we have today. I want you to walk me through step by step, Bema. How do we get to anarchy from? I didn't think.
That wouldn't be for me to answer, Mojo, and you know that. You know that that's the exact point of voluntarism. The idea is for
to avoid questions.
No. For competing institutions, ideas where people have better ideas than others, right? That come up, and then just
you didn't answer my question, though.
Hold on. You want me to tell you like how to transition? There's a million ways that you can transition. Go ahead.
We're in a current state where we have a constitutional republic. Everybody knows. I don't have to describe what that means. We know the system that we have today. What I'm asking you to do, because you painted this fantasy idea of a future state. So we have the current state, constitutional republic. We have this future state that you've dreamed up, or that you're repeating that others have dreamed up about an anarchist society. I'm simply asking you to walk me through current state to future state. What does that transition look like?
Yeah, that wouldn't be for me to answer. I wouldn't be able to answer that.
You mean you can't answer?
Why do you think I would be able to answer that? Why do you think it would be up to me to answer?
Well, you said that there's this optimal future state, and you can't tell me how we could get there. If you don't know how we're gonna get there, then how the fuck are we gonna find?
Yeah, all we would do is we all wake up and we all just start operating off of consent-based interactions.
Well, what about the government that doesn't want to yield their control? What do we do with it?
Well, they would have to obviously want to operate off of consent-based interactions. Everything would stay the same. The structures could stay the same. They're a little bit of
nothing's gonna change.
The things. Well, the biggest things would change, right? We would no longer become an offensive military force.
We have a Congress, and we have a president, and we have a judicial branch. How do all those things go away? Walk me through how do those things go away? We have political parties that are well funded that
system the way it is, and the majority of Americans want to continue with the way it is. The majority of Americans think that your ideas are batshit crazy. Walk me through how we're supposed to go from current state to future.
So all of the politicians, if they still wanted to have those particular jobs, which I think would be a good idea to be able to organize, but that's all that they would be. They would be organized, and they would be like board members, right? To offer you suggestions and opportunities of what you could or should or shouldn't do in your particular society.
No,
You're
just explaining what the future state looks like. I'm asking you to walk me through. Where is this linchpin? Like, what is the process? Like, does somebody emerge as a leader and then just declare, okay, the government no longer exists by decree? Like, walk me through the mechanics of how the transition from current state of having a republic constitutionally recognized to this anarchist society that you are advocating for. You're advocating for something, and I'm asking you to explain to adults what it would mean to walk through this transition. If you can explain this, maybe you'll convert somebody, because otherwise you're just describing some utopia that doesn't exist. Walk me through realistically how you see this transition.
Okay, yeah, so you wanna, I don't know, false dilemma me.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
I got a question for XG. My question is for XG. Do you think that I'm committing a fallacy by asking her in good faith to walk me through how to get from current state to future state? Do you think there's anything problematic with my?
No, because you've asked me the same question on my worldview, and I've been able to explain it.
There we go.
Okay.
And I'm able to defend mine as well.
Okay, so let me ask this. If I can give you, right, an entire breakdown of how society is supposed to look, what is that supposed to?
It's not even an entire breakdown.
Hold on, HG. I'm sorry. It was from Mojo.
Yeah, it's very clear. We have a current state. You're describing a future state, and I'm simply asking, could you walk me through how you would envision we would get there? And typically, if you have even the most radical ideas, there's usually like a roadmap. Even if it's less likely to happen, there's this idea of, well, first this would have to happen, and then that would have to happen, and then after this cascading effect takes place, then we eventually reach this conclusion. My question is, how do we take the first step of this constitutional republic that we have? How is that ever going to go away? And more importantly, why would it get replaced with anarchy? You do first of all, I think you do a terrible job of describing anarchy. Secondly, you do the worst job I've ever seen of defending it, and I'm giving you all the opportunity to crush me right now. All you have to do is give me a blueprint, tell this room, this is how it would happen, and then we go, you know what, Bima, that makes a lot of sense. And then we would just say, you know what, maybe we're on board with you. Who knows, maybe we go and join you in your compound.
Right, so you did answer my question, but it was an excellent deflection. I'll ask again. If I can't provide you with a blueprint right now or a walkthrough that...
then it's an acknowledgement that you don't know what the fuck you're talking.
Oh, that's what that means? And so that's why I said XG, that's why I said it's a false dilemma. That's exactly what I mean, a logical fallacy. Thank you. Thank you. Hang up. Boop. Hang up.
I don't think it's a false dilemma.
Yeah, not at all.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
Can you explain how it's a false dilemma?
Right. So either false dilemma. Mm-hmm. Either this is either A or B is true, not A, therefore B. Period. Okay. Either Bima can explain her particular ideology, or B, she doesn't know what she's talking about. Oh, you can't explain your ideology? Not A. Okay, she doesn't know what she's talking about. False fucking dilemma. Okay, logical fallacy. Fucking slam dunk.
Yeah.
Dead.
So real quick.
Any other fucking questions? Any other logical fallacy? fallacies, please go.
Before you guys continue, can somebody pass me the blue cheese? Because this word salad is so hard to swallow without dressing. But go ahead.
Yeah, so the reason I don't believe it's a logical fallacy is because I believe it's a logical conclusion to come to as the second version of dilemma. For example, I would pose a false dilemma as something completely different than how you described it. A false dilemma to me would make it seem like there's more than one option there. And it doesn't seem like there's more than one option other than you not knowing what the fuck you're talking about. He may have phrased it rudely, right? But you have already claimed ignorance to how we're going to get there, and that you said that's not your job. If he says you don't know what you're talking about, that means you are ignorant as to what the answer to my question is, which is how do we get from system A to system B, which is your system. You then responded in a way that did not display how to get from system A to system B, and you even admitted your ignorance on it. And then he goes on to say, you don't know what you're talking about, in response to you responding to his question, which clearly you did not know and self-admitted you didn't know how to answer that one. And you claimed because it was not your responsibility. Regardless of the reason, he was right into saying the dilemma is either you know how to get there or you don't. Because there's not a third option other than knowing how to or not knowing how to. Therefore, it's not a logical fallacy. Therefore, it's not a false dilemma. It's just Roger being an asshole again. That's all.
Yeah, so what happened was he didn't like my answer, okay? I didn't have an answer. Voluntarism, hold on, all voluntarism is, which I've explained it a million times, okay, it's a decentralizing of the monopoly of force. So that means decentralizing everything, okay, the idea is so there can be multiple different avenues and ways to operate society. So all I'm saying, you wanted to know how to get there. I said, number one is consent based. We start beginning by making everything consent based. That's it. That was my answer. You want me to go deeper into that? Well, I'm sorry, I can't, because I'm not going to be able to tell you how every single person wants to decide to create their decentralized institution to manage their way of life. That's the whole point of
Okay, Bima, give me a second. This is why voluntarism by itself isn't an answer to that question. I'm a socialist. If Mojo were to ask me the same question, right, how do we get from A to B? And I would just tell him, people would just start thinking smarter. People would just start acting in their own interest. And then he were to ask me a follow-up question, what incentivizes them to act in their own interest? What incentivizes them to be a socialist? What incentivizes them to do X, Y, and Z? I would start naming, well, if we start looking at them working, their labor cost, and what they end up doing and reaping rewards of their own labor compared to what they're doing right now, oh, boom, you got that happening. That would be an incentive that I would name. Roger could argue against that incentive. I'm not saying the incentive is completely correct. I'm not saying it's the end all be all, but it's at least a reasoning that I can give or something else added to just a very broad idea that's being given. When Roger asked me about my ideas or asked me to go more in depth about them, it's not that I have to have the perfect plan to lay it out. I just have to have a semblance of an idea as to where it's going and then be able to confront challenges to my idea. Am I more than happy to do that? Absolutely. Am I going to lose on some of those challenges? Sure. But that's only going to make me rethink them and understand, maybe my idea wasn't the best. Maybe it's going to rethink some of the aspects of that idea. Or let me look into it a bit more and see if what they've said really applies to my idea, right? It's not let me just present voluntarism, right? I want an explanation as to, hey, what would make me want to adopt voluntarism? Why would others and why should others adopt voluntarism? What is the incentive and what would make them pragmatically do that to be able to bring us to your society? Whether Roger agrees with your explanation of those answers to those questions or not is irrelevant. It's the fact that you never provided an answer to any of those questions other than just saying voluntarism and explaining the definition of what voluntarism is rather than the incentive to go towards voluntarism.
I think the Beatles asked the question that I want to know, and the song was Revolution, and in this song they say, you say you got a real solution. Well, we'd all love to see the plan. So that's what I'm asking for. You want the revolution?
I keep giving you the plan. I keep telling you, but it's just not
Hold on.
satisfactory.
Did anybody in here hear her walk me through the plan on how you get from a constitutional republic to an anarchist society? Can anybody? Type it in the chat. Say it out loud here if you're awake. But I don't recall her answering it. Matter of fact, I heard her say, "I'm not the person that can answer that for you. I don't know." That's what I heard her say. I want to hear the fucking plan.
And I said, all you gotta do is you take the Constitution, you start over, everyone gets explicit consent, and then you.
Okay, how does that work? Okay, great. No, this is a good starting point. How do we get rid of the Constitution?
So you're not being able to get rid of the Constitution. The Constitution is going to remain the Constitution, except the people who are going to be a part of it, who want to have and benefit from those rights and those privileges, right? Those are the people that are going to sign it. And so when these
Is Congress going to resign? Is Congress going to resign? Is the president going to resign? Are the Supreme Court justices going to resign? Like, how's that going to work? Walk me through how that works. Is the military that command, Joint Chief of Staff, they're going to quit? Our generals are all going to quit? What happens to the enlisted personnel? I'm just kind of curious how this.
No, I think everybody's probably going to, if it had to happen tomorrow, which that's not realistic at all.
How long would it take?
I think it would probably take a while, but the best way to begin to do that transition is just to
allow. It's not a measurement of time that I understand.
Decentralize. Okay,
it's not a measurement of time that I understand.
Probably a couple decades, and it would just be the slow decentralization of all of the laws. So just slowly, people would come up. They would rewrite codes of removing certain, positive rights. Obviously, all the positive rights have to leave. Negative rights can stay.
So government. So you're going to use government to unwind government? Is this what you're planning?
No, they would be fulfilling their duties as the organizing members. They wouldn't.
Can you name one member of Congress that would support this? Can you name one member of Congress? One out of the 535 members of Congress. Name one person that would be on board with this.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It would probably have to start slow. It would probably have to be slow by jurisdiction. We would probably have to start taking over small little communities, towns, hamlets, villages, cities, getting bigger, maybe counties, and then state, and then it would have to spread that way. And once people begin to see the better opportunities, the better the way that people are treated, the competition, the way innovation, all of those things, they would slowly be adopted.
If I were running the society, all of those people would be killed.
Just really quick, Bima. You said
why would they be killed?
Earlier that I don't think we harped in on enough. You said that when it would be rewritten, that people would get to choose to opt into these. At what age should people be able to opt into these?
I've already answered that like a million times. As soon as you can reciprocate rights.
Okay, and what age is that?
It's going to depend on whenever you can reciprocate rights. There isn't going to. I wouldn't know.
What does it mean to reciprocate rights? What does that mean?
To enter to be able to contract. So to be able to enter a contract, and then you'd be able to take, like I said, 100% responsibility for your successes and your failures. You can uphold the contract. If you breach the contract, you can be able to pay for the contract. Minors are of course minors have rights.
They definitely don't have 100% responsibility.
Right, principle of potentiality, right? But they're contracted through their parents until then. Their parents are responsible for 100% of their successes and failures until they're able to do it. And whenever they're able to do that, whether that's 13 years old or 16 years old or 24 years old, it's going to be different.
This is all about individualism, individual rights. Why are the parents
because they have the child, and that's just how that works. If you're going to create a liability voluntarily and with consent with two people and bring another life into the world, then you're going to be responsible for 100% of their successes and failures until they're able to take care of
Saying the children are the property of their parents.
No, they're not the property of their parents. They're in the guy's.
They're not the property of their parents. What?
No, they're not. They're not property.
Wait, it is not the parent's property. How are they guaranteeing rights for you as individuals if that's the viewing of individuals from your constitution that excludes them from opting in until they're quote unquote ready to? Are they not a person until they're able to opt into this constitution or individual? Okay, so you
No,
can let
of
her
course they're a person. I'm not understanding your question. I don't understand what you don't understand.
Well,
That's
hold on. I think you're letting me off the hook. I want to go back to this transition. So, you said that you would rewrite the laws. Does that mean that you would like start a political party and run anarchists to get elected in elections? Is that what you're doing?
I mean, like,
And so people are going around saying, I am that I am.
You see Javier Milei. You see, right.
Yeah,
He's trying to drive this.
He's running activist.
And yeah, you should probably. Did you take a listen to his speech at the economic forum?
I did. He's actually by definition an anarchist.
Okay, so you're going. So this is the thing, and anarchists argue about this all the time. They want to.
You know what I love?
You're doing descriptive, right? I know what you're saying. Anarchists argue about this too, right? How can you be an anarchist if you're participating in the system, right? But how do you get a part of the system? How do you transition the system unless you're not a part of the system, right?
So you guys
if there's no way to do it from the outside, right? Already jailed and killed, whatever else, you have to do it through utilizing the system, right?
So the good news is it sounds like anarchists are discussing what this transition would look like. So I'll go back to the question. Can you describe to me what that transition from the current state of a constitutional republic looks like?
Yeah, I think it would probably be a grassroots movement starting very little hamlets, towns, village, cities, people gathering, explaining. There has to be some protection because it's going to be impossible if you have a monopoly of force. The federal government will always be able to come in, always get, Trump state is always going to trump
state rep in Wyoming named Marshall Burt. That's an anarchist. I think Javier Milei is a little bit more of a anarchist. He's from the country. I mean, it's very interesting. So Javier Milei became president, and in his first day in office, he went from 21 agencies down to 9. I think that's pretty good. What he did was he limited the scope of the government. If he were an anarchist, he would have just eliminated all the departments.
Yeah, it's really interesting, but I can actually see why Ema supports terrorism. Now, I mean, I'm not saying that she's a terrorist.
No, I wonder if she knows that Javier Milei is a strong supporter of Israel. Those are my favorite photographs of Javier Milei when he's waving the Israeli flag.
Roger, if given only these two choices, what would you select?
If you said commie or an anarchist, I'm just gonna fucking.
I'm not saying commie or anarchist. I'm saying I which one would you pick?
Well, considering you and I can have intelligent conversations and find some points of agreement. Like, she's not even living on planet Earth right now. Like, you know, you and I can debate things and, like, I'll put it this way. You're young enough and smart enough that I think that I can convince you that I'm right about most things. There's some things I probably won't walk you off of the cliff because you're more idealistic than I am, but at least your feet are touching Earth. I think that she's like floating in the clouds somewhere. This is probably an extended acid trip for her.
AKA, you're dumb enough. XG. Sam, did I hear you say? Sam, did I hear you say that you think I'm a terrorist?
A terrorist sympathizer.
Yes, terrorist sympathizer.
What have I said that would make you think that?
You were in a room the other day saying that you were calling for the death of IDF soldiers. We can start with that.
I didn't ask you, Mojo, and if you want to participate in the conversation, at least get context. But I'd like to hear from Sam.
Yeah, I want to hear Sam. What do you think about that?
I want to hear. Hold on,
Sam.
Mojo. Hold on.
I want to hear from Sam.
I'll address
I want to
it.
hear from Sam.
Hold
I
on.
want to hear from Sam.
Mojo, I'll
I want to hear
address
from
it.
Sam. Not from you, from Sam.
Sam, he has to think for you. He has to think for you. Go ahead, take his idea if you must.
No,
If you don't have one of your own. If you don't have one of your own.
Yeah, I hear it myself, but the reality of this is that you believe somehow that that Hamas and the idea of the destruction of Israel is going to like free these people which are in Gaza, which it makes to some extent fine. Like they may be quote unquote free, but the reality of this is like what they are is a reactionary group, and this is what you promote, right? This is what this idea of yours promotes is a type of reactionaryism to an establishment, and unfortunately, that's the nature of the Middle East. Everything is react. All of these terrorist groups, all of these whatever are reactions to stabilize law and order. In many cases, it is to create this idea of a caliphate, and they sort of dress it up and say, well, it has similar principles to what you think that it has. But the reality of it is, I mean, it's just that there's an step. There was a group of people who once thought like them. They established a stationary society, and now they want to. Now this group that maintains this anarchic, quote unquote, anarchist idea wants to destroy the system. So it's like continuously like this a vicious cycle of destroying and recreating the system.
So what I just heard is, Bima, you're a terrorist
policies and whatever, using violence on someone else. But what you aren't taking into consideration is like what's on the other side and what their theory of ideas are regarding the other people, right? And you said it yourself. You said, well, Hamas said their 1980 something charter what they wanted to kill the Jews, but they changed it in 2017. So we should trust that they just because they changed it in 2017 that they don't really believe that.
Yeah, so what I heard was meanwhile, you want to get rid of the state of Israel because they enforce preferences and violations against peaceful people violating their consent. And because you want to do that, I feel you are a terrorist sympathizer, a bunch of people who violate consent and harm peaceful people. Yeah, that makes a lot of fucking sense, Sam. Listen, I understand you're trying to explain it the whole, you're trying to get like the economics and the whole, I understand that, but that's retarded to say, okay? And that might be like a consequence of that, sure, you could say that, but you could say, no, hold on. You could say that, hey, Bima, by destroying Israel, by the state, the nation state, you can unintentionally profit, unintentionally support terrorist activity. Would you want to think about that a little bit more? And then maybe I could say, yeah, well, I got great news for you. Destroying the state is only destroying the enforcement of the violation of consent. So if a bunch of Israelis want to get together and they want to create a defensive force guaranteed that they would have gone in and taken fucking Hamas out the first fucking day, they wouldn't be doing this stupid bullshit, okay? Because the Israelis, they like money, they would pay for somebody to actually want to go and do it.
There we go. The Jewish trope about money. Oh my God.
Versus a bunch of people who are forced to participate in the military. They don't want to sacrifice their life for this
May
shit.
I ask you a question? One question. Let me just ask you one question.
No, not ask. You can't ask me that.
I want to ask you one question.
I don't want to be asked. You can ask me a question. I don't want to be asked.
Have you ever considered thinking before you speak?
It's funny, I was just going to ask you that.
You are more than mine.
No, I'm not here to teach you.
Keep me from the room. Can't believe it.
You ask me for shit.
What's your name? 2019, 2020. How old is your sister? You don't mind sharing, don't share. Well, she gets to 30. Okay. You don't take her to another man. Yeah. So you just glad to
hit this fucking.
I like Brock's truck piston. It was nice. I liked it.
Yeah, I bet you like Brock's dog.
He had a deer head in his back truck.
Yeah, and a deer head. Yeah, let's go with that.
I'm here, guys. I'm just trying to put folks away.
You asked was a brilliant question. There's no sword to fall on. What people have done is they've misconstrued your question and they've taken it as because people are not able, so they've misconstrued the answers to your question, sorry. And because people haven't been educated on different parts of different cultures, right, and different histories, therefore we don't know each other enough to have this type of conversation. And that's dangerous because this type of conversation needs to happen. We need to come together, like people from around the world need to come together.
What's up, Jeff?
Okay. What's your room? Tell Frank that. What's up, brother?
Oh, okay. David, why are you wearing this funny hat in your picture? Oh, God, some kind of pirate shit.
Looks like Napoleon.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Napoleon, yes.
Oh, is this when David is sober at 3 a.m.?
It's 3 a.m. I must be lonely.
Next Sunday, yes, that's my Sunday.
So is adult late night conversations like Deligisto?
Oh, we had a blast before you came. We had a big.
Is it Edmund?
It's John.
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah. Oh, what's going on, Chief?
Well, we're all sitting in the after party in the mansion. It could be worse.
Oh, no. No, we just have.
You're right. We could be politically correct.
No, we just sit down and just have a conversation. This shit fucking nothing serious. Yeah, John, let's talk about that shitty ass Lexus you drive. You think it's a really nice car. We were talking about trying to buy like a car for KP's old lady. I don't know who you're talking about buying it for. I thought it was your old lady. You youngin'? Oh, I didn't know it was your old lady or your youngin'. No, Toyota's definitely the route to go. Ask John. He drives a shitty ass old Lexus, which is just a Toyota with different badging. Motherfuckers run and run and run. So you're through this fucking doctor course, so. Like, Jesus. So John, I called you yesterday. Why didn't you call me back?
I don't know. I'm just, taking it minute to minute, day to day. But,
Take it to the limit one more time.
despite the fact that I drive a shitty car, the one thing that we all have in common is that we are not embraced with the opposite sex in a tantric swirl of love at this very moment. But we are all
I don't care
here.
about that as long as she gets up and make me a sandwich afterward.
But we are all here having an.
That's some great Kool-Aid.
Having.
We're all here. You know,
we are all
real
here.
sugar, none of that fake shit, no Splenda.
We are all here gathered together to have the ultimate adult late night conversation. And I just want to say Howard Stern's penis is 10 feet long. 10, not 11. 10, not 9.
And there's ass sacks past that. That's what they call me ass, man.
Damn, Edmund, come on, bro. You really think it's like that?
We don't really care whether it is or not. It was just a joke. You're the one that's like, really? Is it really? Is it really? Is it? Come on, I want to see. Come on, guys, I want to see what. Come on. Hey, Mikey likes it.
It's so funny. There's no we to it, Doc. I think you're a we kind of person. And
I smoke weed all day. What are you talking about?
I said we was a W-E, no D.
It's not my fault you don't know how to slang that deep.
You wild as fuck, Doc. Nobody give a fuck about my damn Edmund.
Yeah, nobody gives a fuck about me. So who cares?
Yeah, you.
I like me some Edmund.
Well, I like him too. I like Doc too. He's a good lad. I know him.
Yeah, he's cool.
Yeah, but there's a
Rock, I
difference
think he's
between.
pretty cool.
There should be a difference between people.
No, I like Brian for quite a bit long. He's a good lad.
Doc is like a uncontrollable drunk that fucks with Edmund.
But he still sounds smarter than you.
He does? Really?
Yeah. I mean, I have seen him drunk. I have seen him pissed drunk.
Cook me some breakfast. I literally just let you go. Come on, man.
I tell you,
man.
I have seen him pissed drunk. He never had a slur speech. He never had a slur speech.
Stop fucking doing that.
Yeah, stop interrupting him interrupting.
Idiot. We're all on the same team.
No, I don't think we are.
You're trying to put me in opposition to Doc, and that's not.
No, I'm not putting it, bro.
Yeah, that's what you're trying to do.
But you're talking about my acquaintances like you know who I am. It's also go ahead and go get Rock.
Go get him doing. He's hungry and he's got periods.
I'm not the such. I'm in the business.
Get your gun back.
It sounds like you better slap some vodka on a tampon, shove it up your ass, so you get drunk at work without getting caught. Or he about to get his cheek slammed by some guy. Fucking sleeper, fucking face down sleep.
I've been wanting to put a dent in a toast look.
What the fuck is wrong with you, man?
Get yourself that fanny pack. Pull out 2 tampons. You really require that.
Right, I'm listening to you guys for a second here. It's got more on some food.
You like that? Oh yeah.
Hey Brock. Brock, can I ask you a question?
Anything you want.
Were you born sitting on a cock on the bay?
Yeah, I was sitting on the top on the bay. shit.
Oh yeah, there was some kind of video on YouTube. I'm just scrolling down.
That's crazy.
So let me ask the room a question. What is the source of late night conversations for adults?
We actually had a good back to it blog. Okay, so we almost covered. We had a big party. There was a lot of conversation going around how he met on the lake and all that. But he just got his ground, took the roasting, probably took it on the chin, all that. And now, then after that I left, I don't know, they started talking about cars. And that was kind of interesting.
Do you think Brock's PTR is the best Brock has ever looked?
Considering it's not him, yes.
That's so well done.
You guys can shift the conversation however you want right now. I don't give a shit.
I'm just asking a question because is that you, Brock, at the best you've ever looked?
That's me, John Kitover, that is me, and I'm not running for political office. And I see you.
Are you?
I see every photo you've ever posted, and I'm not sure if I'd vote for you or. I think
He wants you to run on his ticket so you can be his JD Vance.
Yeah, oh my god.
Brock, are you Mormon?
No, I'm Christian.
I'm asking if you're a Mormon.
Wait, Mormons are Christians.
Listen, Kitover, listen. Why are you trying to sample me?
Because when I was in what they call undergraduate college, there was a Mormon named Brock. I was just asking a question.
Oh wow, yeah. So you love you some bra.
No, I'm about to go to sleep.
Love me some broccoli with cheese.
Yeah,
Of course.
broccoli with some orange chicken, some white rice.
Yeah.
Ooh, that Szechuan style.
Ooh, kung
So I
pao,
think John
jiao
was
cao.
more of like the person that is a master debater, and I can debate. I really can't debate, but
At the
I'm a
gay
master
bar.
debater, so I mean I'm halfway there.
At the
yeah,
gay bar.
exactly. But it's like Kitover, like no.
At the gay bar.
I'm not your guy. I'm not your guy.
I'm a master debater at the gay bar. Gay bar.
You're giving me pedophilia vibes.
Projecting.
This is how it starts.
Call Judge Dredd. Notify Judge Dredd of Brock projection. So David, can I ask you a question, David?
Oh, now he's gonna ask somebody else a question.
Yeah, we're not gonna center you all night, Brock. The fuck?
Yeah, this is trending.
So David, how in the world do you come on a social audio chat app on a Saturday morning, piss drunk, slurring words, being incoherent on a Saturday at 11 a.m.? When?
No, you don't have to answer that, David.
David, when did you make your first bracha?
You don't have to answer that.
When did you fill up your first silver goblet of red wine and make your kiddush?
Don't answer that, David.
Brock, stop being so fucking sexist to the room, dude.
Okay, well I can talk just like you can too.
Stop trying
I
to
let other people
censor.
talk.
David, Brock, you're a fascist. Stop trying to censor people. David,
Okay, well you're a bitch.
you're a fascist. David,
You're a bitch.
you're a fascist, David. Brock.
You're a bitch.
Brock, you can't handle your alcohol.
I had to look up what fascist meant.
Hey guys, we're not gonna.
But I know what bitch means.
No, he's literally over talking everybody.
Oh my god.
Let's attack the opinion now.
Yeah, attack the
Yeah,
idea.
you don't know who Mussolini was, Brock?
I'm not dumb.
Mussolini was? He was a fascist.
Eat my ass.
You know what happened to him at the end with his wife, right?
Ooh.
Nobody cares, dog.
They don't got hanged it
You're a
by the
piece of
people.
shit. You're a piece of shit.
Really?
Floating in.
Well, I mean, Shooter McGavin eats pieces of shit for breakfast. Oh, Mussolini, the people when America came through after the Nazis were pushed out of like Mussolini's Italy, because Mussolini was with Hitler, and after the Nazis were gone, the people rebelled, and they were against the fascism of the regime, so they went after Mussolini and his wife, and they took them to the city square, and they hung them right there and left them. Yeah.
Brock, I'm not calling for your hanging. I'm just saying you're reminding me of a fascist.
No, I'm just saying that's what the outcome of a fascist is.
Wow.
Just try to be a patriotic American. Love your fellow American citizen, Brock.
Well, you're very calm in your words, and I appreciate that.
But don't be gay. Don't be gay. No homo.
Oh, we definitely know who would be the bottom in that scenario.
Exactly. Lick my dick without telling me you want to lick my dick.
Shit. You sure about that?
So, Brock, if we were to... Brock, let me ask you a question. If you were king of America, king of the world, what would you do for your people?
Oh, it's like a beauty pageant. Oh, I love this.
Wow.
I'm gonna make the world a better place, and I want peace in the Middle East.
What is the source of peace?
Don't kill people.
That's the source of peace?
Yes.
Well, you get an F minus. You failed the test. Thank you very much for participating in our survey.
I did not win. Fuck me. Somebody's gonna fuck me though.
Try reading more books
Don't
next
you
time
think?
prior to taking
Somebody
the
wants to
survey.
fuck me, right?
Negative.
Not the lady that you went on a date with.
I'm a good candidate.
Oh, damn. That hurt.
Good candidate for getting another vaccine and 2 more boosters.
Yeah, no, you didn't look into it enough.
What the fuck did you just say?
Yeah, we're
Said any lady would love to fuck me.
Yeah. Exactly.
Except that lady who went on a date, lunch date.
Brock, let me ask you a final follow-up question. What is your body count?
Alright, one more question. This is the last question, and then I have to go.
What is your body count?
What is my body count? Is crazy.
3?
Alright, I'm gonna go. Sorry, I'm gonna. I have to talk to the Russians, and we're doing another deal over here.
Okay.
Deflection. Can't have an adult late night conversation, can you, Brock?
What's up, Tommy?
Okay.
Tommy, what's your body count?
Huh?
What is your body count?
Stupid. Why would you ask somebody that? Yeah, I mean, like.
Because this is an adult late night conversation.
I hate that about Clubhouse.
This is an adult late night conversation. Just a question I'm asking.
Fuck out of here on that shit.
I mean, I had sex with 12 women in one day when I was in AIT.
Yeah, exactly.
What?
You get the doc response.
AIT? What are you Army?
I don't hear that fucking.
Yeah, back when I was in medic school.
What do you want?
What are you? You're an 86 whiskey?
68 whiskey.
Oh yeah, my bad. I'm dyslexic. Yeah, I was a quarter.
Yeah, that's what my nephew's doing right now. He's at Sam Houston right now.
Oh no.
That's the same thing he was, but he's trying to make
For the Navy, but he's moving green side though because he wants to be a Marine. He used to be a semi-pro MMA fighter.
Wait, but yo, so yeah, he's gonna go FMF soon.
Marine Force?
Yes, that's what it's called.
Yeah.
When you go blue to green, it's called FMF.
Yeah, he's going blue to green.
How so he must be like less than like 4 months in, yeah?
Yeah. No, he just graduated. He joined the Navy. He went on Cinco de Mayo.
Nice. I was there like, so I was in the Navy 09 to 14, and then my ex fiance, I got her into the Navy as a corpsman, and I used to go to Sam Houston, but for her, not for me, and that place is a fucking disaster.
Oh yeah, fucking hanging out with the hacienda.
Yeah, and then like fucking the Riverwalk is just a fucking shit fest of just sailors and army.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, but it's a lot of fun. I mean, there's 4 Air Force bases around San Antonio.
No, I know, but the whole area.
It's not Navy. Yeah, well, yeah, it's ran down now.
That whole fucking area. You go left, and then you go to the hangar. The hangar is like a bar right outside the base, but like you go any further than that, it's like you're in the mad ghetto.
Where do you think the Motel 6 was?
I mean, that's pretty.
Take your ass down there to the Howlin' Wolf, you'll be alright.
I used to stay at the Quality Inn Suites or whatever.
Tell me you're from the New York, Jersey area without telling me you're from New York, Jersey area.
Nah, I'm from New York.
Yeah, that's what I have. The way you said it though.
Oh, no. I'm trying to figure out.
Your accent just gave you away though.
It's alright.
It's like when I get drunk and I start talking like this and I get real like slangy with my words and stuff. Yeah. Everybody knows I'm not from New York.
No, you sound like an idiot. You're an idiot,
Well, I've been known to play one on TV, but I stayed at a Holiday Inn Express
have the three subjectives to say that, like, yeah, you have PTSD. But if you just went the anxiety and depression route, it's so much easier to claim, and it gets evaluated the same. So someone having PTSD and someone having anxiety and depression, it's the same. And the problem is the fucking veteran gets hung up on this. I got PTSD, but they're actually suffering from mad anxiety and mad depression. But it's all evaluated the same. So a feather is a feather.
Honestly, I think that's a beautiful thing that you said because I hate the no, it's not. Hold a second, bro. No, it's like
He's the king of the room. I would listen to King.
he's talking to.
Hold on a second.
What?
Hold on. Rob.
God damn it.
We don't want to do that.
All right. Well, I will respect you.
Tommy,
Yes.
I would like to room with you because there's a lot of vets that need this information.
There you go.
Yeah, agreed.
There you
I
go,
agree,
man.
because I would tell you,
There you go, man.
my experience, I'm a son of a
There you go. You got
had
it.
to fight through the VA system to go through these things. And I think there's other vets out there don't know. And I would love to do a show and to get all these codes and everything out.
There we go. Let's make some money out of
So,
it.
no, I can't. I will never make. I will be loud and fucking clear on this.
Nobody said make no money.
I would never in my life accept money from anybody. It is the same thing. Like, it's the same thing. Like, you're the son of a vet, bro. My whole family's vets, and like, I lost my uncle to fucking lung cancer from Vietnam, and when I saw him dying, and I hugged him for the last time during COVID, he didn't die of COVID. He died of lung cancer from Agent Orange and his job outside of that. But the motherfucker went through a lot of bullshit, and like, it cost him family, it cost him his life, but he treated me real good. But like, and then I worked in hospice with vets, and I used to give vets, I used to try to do the family right. So the fact that
Here's the thing, though, Tom.
All right, Rock.
You have to have people get like.
Why are you interrupting again?
Oh my God! Stop.
Because I had to go through that whole thing.
Like, don't do that. Don't do that to me. Don't do that.
You're interrupting, Brock.
It's not interrupt. Shut the fuck up, dog.
Tommy was literally talking about working with veterans in the hospice care, and he was trying to talk about their families. There you go, Brock. You can sit down there for a second.
Go ahead. No. Long story short, I don't make profits off nobody. I work for the government, and I do all vet claims. And the problem with mental health, yes, it's a big percentage. Like, meaning when a vet gets 70%, it's like a huge deal or whatever. But like, what happens is the vet is obsessed over the thought, like, no, I have PTSD. No, I have this and that. But like, what a lot of the VSOs and all them, the private attorneys and all this bullshit. Private attorneys don't guarantee you anything other than if you just go to the VA and you file a claim and you talk to someone that works in my field, they do the same thing. And the problem is these people, vets, and I'm a vet, and they get hung up on this idea that like they have this PTSD, but it's like, no, bro, you suffer from anxiety and depression also, but they're like, no, my PTSD weighs more than depression. No, it's mental health. It's all weighed the same, meaning that a feather is a fucking feather. Like, it's just with PTSD, you have to hit certain criteria for this, and they don't know. They don't know, and the people that also try to tell them is that like they don't know either. They just do it by their JD or by their fucking whatever, and it's like all bullshit. And I always said if I wrote a book, I would have to put it under a pseudonym, because if I left my field right now, I can't monopolize off anything. I have to wait 2 years before I became my own private business, because they won't allow me. That's the federal law. So when I joined this job, I had to sign all sorts of shit saying like, oh yeah, I say that it was from service. Yes, you may have been infantry. Yes, you may have dived out of planes and shit. Those are exceptions because it's like it's associated with the job. But the main thing here is that a lot of people don't know what they don't know, and when they listen to people who know what they know, they think they have to pay people to tell them. Lawyers are designed like these veteran claim lawyers and all this. They harbor on the fact that the vet is unknowledgeable on everything, and what they do is if you served in a part of time of war where it's associated with a disability, aka Agent Orange is associated with a lot of hypertension now. That was the newly recognized one, and also lung cancer and Hodgkin's lymphoma and all that. Like the PAC deck, if you Google that right now, you put PAC deck contentions in Google right now, all those disabilities that are associated with the eras of war, if a veteran served in that area, including Taiwan and the Air Force bases, they are automatically guaranteed those disabilities. It's just like everyone doesn't know what they don't know until you know, and it's fucked up. And once I learned that, I was like, man, these motherfuckers are like, what? So Southwest Asia, that's Afghanistan, Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, all those Southwest Asia states, countries. Sorry, if you got diagnosed with cyanitis, rhinitis, all that, you're automatically getting it. Even if it's zero, it doesn't mean it didn't happen. It means that you're service connected for it. It didn't rise to the disability of a compensable thing. And that's the misconception.
I hope John is entertained. Hope everyone is feeling good. I hope so.
Rob, you just heard someone trying to get information. You don't know who's the vet in this room or a relative to a vet.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say some veteran shit, but in fact,
Okay, well let him finish and you can say. Be quiet, please.
Yeah, and I would like you to also tell me, like, one of the main problems I have with the VA is the VA is a form-driven system, and it's so complicated for veterans, like, coming into the VA to figure out what forms to push to give what treatment. Like, that would be something that I'd like you to bring up if we did a room specifically.
yeah, but you're so wrong. Like you're spreading so much false information that I have to speak up and say no. I'm not gonna let Doc say that.
Alright, so if you come out of boot or you're a vet of like whatever era, let's just say Vietnam, Korea, or let's just say even older, like the 90s, Gulf, all you need to do, 5128 is a 526 form, and then all you have to do is a 4138 statement. But like the person you're sitting with would be like someone like me that works in that field, and we would know what you're claiming. Like it's fucking.
So are you like art question? Are you like Doc, whereas like you're the person that like almost got dishonorable, but like somehow you like managed to make it
Wait,
out?
how did I almost get a dishonorable when I had a good conduct medal?
No, hold on. Brock, you're talking about COD discharges. Like, that's totally
No,
different.
I'm talking about RE.
What?
RE.
When you get kicked out of the military, right? Or you get
Your DD form 214, you have an RE code.
yeah, we're not
Your
talking.
RE 1234. Shut the fuck up. Like no, that's not
Bro, just look me up.
Yo.
No,
bro.
No, look at, dude. If I had mad confidence in this room, I would put my LinkedIn. I would put my LinkedIn.
Tommy.
No, I know what you're saying, but the RE code does not fucking matter to what I'm fucking saying right here. It's not pertinent.
You're late on your periods.
Bobby, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is there a floor for rehab for Rob?
Yeah, it's called sorority club.
Rob? This joint number 2.
Brock, what did you sit on the porch again drinking?
Yeah.
Why did you go out tonight or did you just stay at home and drink?
Fucking hours. He fucking bent on the date, dress up like a fucking hour. I'm a score.
What are you talking about?
The reality is, though, Tommy, KP is dead ass serious, and there are a lot of veterans that would love to like have a room. And like I said, the fact that if you started spouting out all these forms that I don't know, but I know that the system is a form that the system is the right form, and you're not getting the care you need. You know, so that would be a very informative room that KP is talking about. Like that would be a dope ass room.
What happens though with a lot of this is that they try to claim everything under the sun, right? And it's what they don't know and what's not educated to them. And I used to say that if the government came out with like a how to file a claim properly, like for vets of all eras, because it doesn't really matter. And they said like how to do it, and they made it like baby, like Barney style, right? Like keep it Barney style.
Yeah, no, you don't do party style. No, you go party style. It's not.
All right. Here's common knowledge. Everything that's form filled throughout the entire United States is sixth grade reading level, right? The only thing that is not is when you're independently trying to file something that no one really knows about. But it's true, it's what I'm saying. Like every form in America is in sixth grade writing style. Seriously, because the assumption is that 99% of the population in the United States graduate at least sixth grade. It's true. All forms are read like almost Barney style. The only time it's not is when you leave the service and you didn't have the tools that are offered to vets now, like, and you're free floating, meaning you went 5 years after, let's just say 1999. I was 9 years old. I wasn't around in the service then, or in disabled to a degree, but it's truly not disabled to the fact that you're thinking that, oh, I lost my arm or my leg and like I'm lesser of a human or anything like that. When you went to MEPS, when you did this and that, MEPS is an insurance company. If you were to look at it in a private entity sense, MEPS is a private entity that tells you you can join or not join based on whatever you're telling them that you can and cannot do. When MEPS says you can't join this branch or that branch, it's because they found medical evidence saying that you can't do this job because you have plantar fasciitis, chronic plantar fasciitis, or you have flat feet, or there's something wrong with your fucking back, and you're a liability to the government. When they give you a medical waiver and they find this out, which is 99% of people, they're assuming the responsibility of you to whatever happens to you in the service. So 18 and 19-year-old, you're like, yeah, I'm signing up. And you go to MAPS and you're like, yeah, I made processing. They're just validating everything that your 18 years of life says that there's nothing wrong with you. And it's because what you don't know and what you know. So if you went in there as an 18-year-old guy and you're like, yeah, I hurt my back once and you keep your mouth shut, you're like, you do more harm to yourself. If you tell them that you had a little minor procedure on your foot or something like that, they're making you a medical waiver recognize for this disability, it doesn't matter. Like, that's what I'm trying to say. And a lot of vets don't understand that. And musculoskeletal, man, that's the hardest one because if the government recognized like rucks and all that as disabilities, fuck, the entire government would go bankrupt. Like, that's straight up. And the reason why they pay vets or families and etc. is because it's a liability, and you have to look at it from an insurance standpoint. Like, anybody that works in insurance or workers comp or anything like that, that's what they do. So they don't have a vet come back 10 years down the road or 20 years or 30 years or 40 or 50 and they're demanding a $50 million payout. They'll make the whole government broke. So that's why they have compensation.
That's how people age.
Yeah, my dad.
Now you have another vet sitting here.
You know, but the thing that was like in his friend group, because he died when I was 17, back in '92. But I love this friend group that was still around. A lot of them ended up, they got hepatitis. Because remember the air gun that they used to use to inoculate people? Like, you go up and you just squeeze an air gun, and then like it started spreading hepatitis to everybody.
Yes,
Because it was cross contamination. Yeah. You know, so that was a big part of their group.
What's going on? So in the shop. We're doing something.
You know, I actually grew up in a military boarding school. I know forces in India, and you know, your medical expenses are covered for the rest of your life. You get pensions for the rest of your life. After you're dead, your wife get the pension after she's alive, and your medical expenses for your family, you, everything is covered, even after you get retired. Okay, everything. It's very bizarre listening to this situation where you guys have to just do a lot of paperwork for getting your medical covered. It's bullshit.
Dude, Tulsa, if we would have spent half the money, we spent $3 billion last year on homeless veterans in 24. We spent $63 billion on illegal immigrants. If we would have spent a third of that money that we spent on illegal immigrants on the homeless veterans and added it to it, we'd be able to do the exact same thing you were just talking about.
Yeah, but
Exactly, because this is very ridiculous. I'm like, see, people have never in your country, let me put it that way. In your country, they have never experienced or get exposed to any kind of bombings, like shells dropping on them, or any kind of war zone experience. Okay, only the people who are the forces are exposed to that horrendous situations. Please fucking yeah, I mean mainland. Let's talk about that. So, the veterans, you know, they put their fucking lives on the line, and these are homeless people, and they ask, literally, it's kind of begging for the medical covers. It's ridiculous. It's the richest country in the world, but yet absolutely no respect for the veterans or ex-servicemen. Stupid.
yeah, but I'll tell you another little caveat in the government that really not a lot of people know that goes on. So, yeah, okay, we'll say homeless vets, right? And we all think that they're all honorable discharged. A lot of them aren't. A lot of them aren't. Like, a lot of them aren't. Yeah, they're vets, but they're not honorably discharged. And I read a lot of takes up a big chunk of time. And I wrote to the president, I wrote to JD Vance, I wrote to fucking Secretary Collins, and I tried to bring exposure to it because I'm like, bro, if you rape, kill, or murder somebody, or like murder, because killing and murdering are two different things, you should automatically be fucking barred from any type of benefits. They don't have that explicitly stated. When you get kicked out, the vet, the the military kicks you out, but not the VA. So the VA has to determine if it was under honorable conditions or they upgrade your discharge or anything like that. Yeah, I understand some people smoke weed, do coke, do Molly, do whatever. I'm completely copacetic on that. I understand that certain things happen. People need a stress relief. And if it's one time, that's me personally speaking, okay, give it a one time pass. But like there are vets out there that raped a 9-year-old girl or a fucking or somebody and they're in jail and they're trying to file benefits because the military kicked them out, but the VA has to determine if they're under honorable conditions. So you got people who are civilians and ex-military reading these paperworks, and I'm like baffled by like I have to sit here and I have to adjudicate the fact and waste my fucking time and money and effort and tax-paying money on some scumbag that is serving 30 years of life for raping a fucking 2-year-old girl in front of their mom, and I read the whole court case on how they got UCMJ'd, and I'm still reading about them, and like that is a 5% thing that goes on in the government, but not many people know that because they don't know it. They don't know that that goes on in the government, and it's a legal loophole. So it's like if more people knew that that shit went on, this is my moral of the story. If more people knew that that shit went on and more public exposure, it would eliminate the real vets that actually need a lot of like their papers moved up more, and it would move up a lot more time and efficiency because when one person who can do 13 or 14 claims for 5 different veterans, when they get stuck on these cases, it can take anywhere from 2 to 3 hours, and the employee can only work 8 hours a day. So it costs a lot of time and a lot of money in the end for the taxpayer. So,
Alrighty.
I appreciate
What's
that.
on your mind? Yeah. I think you guys, we could set something up to do a room and give some of our vets some good tips to move through the VA system. It's a rough system to move through. A lot of paperwork that's work that's here that even us as me as a civilian going through that system is hell. If you file the wrong thing on form, hell. But to get some good knowledge to help out our brothers and sisters in arms, and I respect and love all you guys. What's up, Mexico?
The thing is, like, Tommy, and like, it's not necessarily for me. I'm not worried about it. I apologize. Sorry, I interrupted.
No. Cold, Mike. Snow. Talking to that Campbell's hand. Motherfucker must be still in Iraq somewhere. He's still over in Iraq.
Tommy, like when it comes to not necessarily about me, but I mean, I got shot, I got blown up, I got slammed against the inside of my vehicle, I got knocked out, TBI, firm concussion by a doctor, blah blah blah. All this shit, hair was under fire, of course, but they gave me fucking 40% and denied me PTSD treatment, even though I was the medic holding people on the battlefield in Slaughter City, you know, and well, if I were, but man, let me finish real quick. The point that I was getting to is like, regardless of what I did, That's the big white envelope that comes to you and has like 1,000 words on it, and it tells you what to do to get to the next level. So you're 40%. I don't know what your disabilities are, but like I can almost guesstimate that if it is mental health, you probably got like 20 or 30 or 10, and then you have the musculoskeletal where you have a scar. Your scars, if they hurt you and that's subjective to you, meaning the doctor can't prove that pain isn't the problem. If you say that you have pain on your scars, that's 10%. If it's disfigurement, it's on your face, you can actually argue the scars. So like there's a lot that goes on and it's intricate because not everybody knows it. So like you'll meet those vets that are chest pounding, like I did this and this. Why am I only getting 5% or not 5%? Excuse me. Why am I getting 0%? It's not saying that you're not getting recognized. It's just saying that you're not getting the symptomologies that warrant you that 10 or 30 or 50%. And everything is different when it comes to the human body. If you get your back connected, you have like 5 different disabilities that you could be entitled to. It's just you don't know what you don't know because they won't tell you. And it's because like it's only if you look at it on both points of the view, they're not going to tell you that because like hello, it would bankrupt everybody. It would. So like your nerves, right, on your leg. You have 3 nerves that run down your leg. The biggest one, everyone is like sciatica, right? But you have the perineal and you have the femoral nerve. They both run differently throughout your body on the legs, and they can you can have 2 nerve disabilities on one leg, and they can both be rated differently, meaning you can get 10 for sciatica and like
versa when you're available to do a room. Yeah, I mean, because there's like I didn't know what the I gotta find out that. Yeah, later, dude. But like I didn't even know what an F2 was. But we'll talk about all that shit. I mean, John's a vet. I mean, Master's a vet. I don't know who else is. I know Brock is, but Brock is drunk right now and he can't stop interrupting with dumb stuff. I'm just waking up
saying West Africans. What I'm saying is that is it possible that these were the melanated inhabitants of that land? Definitely in islands, the Tuareg tribes are being noticed as in the best.
Serious, can I go after you? You have to speak.
That's what I'm coming.
She's been flashing her mic for ages, though, seriously. Like, I don't.
To me. So I just want to round up with that Tuareg tribe guys in the island. Definitely, they are the leprechaun, whatever they call it. They call them pigmen, but they're not pigmen. They have their own indigenous tribe. And they'll get wiped out. Yeah, they get wiped out. And the land gets stolen. They used to keep goats, and they have information about their background, and they're black. So that could go back to history of knowing those people. Could be when you be when they definitely, because you could relate them to the Congo or the Papua Guinea or those people from those geographical places. But this Chilean stuff is what I'm still digging into. He has DNA of U5B1, that's Apple chromosome, which is related to Asiatic Northern Africa. And if we have to relate that to that, then they need to do a DNA test to see if people from Africa actually migrate to those geographical places as well. But the island definitely doesn't really confirm that there are black people there. So I know it.
Okay, back to what you were talking about like 15 minutes ago. The reason why it's controversial that you find slaves in England is because in the British Constitution, there was this notion that British ground was too pure. Or it's not British ground. British air was too pure for any slave to breathe. So during the time of the Tudors, I think we're talking about Henry the Seventh or something like that. That you're talking, it might even be before, but like, what is it? There's this idea that whoever comes to Britain who is enslaved will be free immediately. So, and there are certain ways that you can kind of gauge these things, right? Because there were certain rights that wasn't given to people who were slaves in in European society around late medieval ages and in the Renaissance. And so, like, but what I would like to say is that Europeans still had an idea of otherness, right? You can see this in like you can see this in the sources in regards to like like let's just take religion for an example, right? There a very good way of gauging like okay how many people could possibly have been black at this time is by going to the source of people who got baptized who have the name Nigar, Blagamore, Twanimore, all of these things because that's how a lot of the black people were baptized if we're just talking about Britain right now. We know that these people were othered in some kind of way because this otherness is even in their names. And you can like even like for example if you find like for example a black prostitute it will be commercialized that she has darker skin. There is still an otherness to the black populations that you find at the Renaissance. They are not like that. They exist, but they're still seen as exotic. So it wouldn't make sense that they are the majority of the population. And even though, yeah, you can say that there are people like the Ivory Bangley lady that you find at the time of Roman London, right? There is no source material. And when I'm saying source material, the Ivory Bangley lady did not write her diary like Anne Frank did. So there is no material to concretely um, historical source to concretely uh, form a narrative about who she was, right? You would need to go into different fields to try to reconstruct what she did and what she didn't do compared to the the late medieval and the Renaissance people in England, because people were documenting things like marriages, baptism, court cases, right? We know black people in England could testify, so that also gives us an indication about that. They could testify if they were Christian, right? So again, why it's important to go back to the baptism, because that could give you a kind of census about like how many people were possibly there, but they were not. They were not like. I think it's a bit. I think it's a. I think it's a reach to say that there were enough black people for them to be genocided. What we know from court cases, from like the church documents, that a lot of black people married white people, right? And in that sense, a couple of hundred years later, they would have their descendants would have become white.
Miss Johnson, are you familiar with the term iconoclast?
What?
Are you familiar with the term iconoclast?
No, I'm not familiar with that term.
Yeah. So iconoclast is when you literally whitewash an entire part of history. You change all of the characters who used to be black, and you say that they were not black, and you say that they were white. This is literally, if you go and actually listen to what Putin said when he opened that vault and he showed the black Madonna and the black Jesus who had locks. No, I mean, he also, because he's an Orthodox Christian, he also referenced iconoclast. I personally feel like he did that for a reason. I think he was trying to actually stir up some shit when he did that, because he was trying to let people know, yeah, your history's been fucked up, but he was doing that for the people in the West to say, yeah, your history's been fucked up, and they've been lying to you this whole time. Iconoclast. That's what they call it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that, okay, if you look at it, Europe and Africa are not far away from one another, right? Of course, like, can I respond?
Yes, ma'am. I think
Like,
you're gonna have a
I
very
don't.
powerful response before taking that position.
Oh my God.
It's all love.
It's okay to respond.
It's all about love.
When you cut people off, you ruin their train of thought once and stop
Be
doing
quiet.
it.
Be quiet.
No, you be
I
quiet.
You're not my wife.
I do agree with.
I don't want to hear.
Miss Jonna, continue. Let me hear you. Continue.
I do agree with the fact, like, there has been a lot of whitewashing of African history. For example, when people saw Sudanic Sahelian architecture, it was argued that black people couldn't have built, like, the different monuments or, like, Great Zimbabwe and so on. Like, and I think it becomes more, I think it becomes more complicated when we're talking about Black Europe. The reason why I don't think that, okay, we can say like, for example, the Black Madonnas of Europe that you're talking about, right? People know that they're there. Black historians have talked about the Black Madonna and Child for a very long time, before Putin did.
Now,
I don't think it. I don't think it necessarily means that every single person in Europe was black. Why don't I think it means that every single person in Europe was black? Because, for example, when Septimus Severus became the first African Roman of the first Roman mad, the first Roman of the first emperor of the Roman Empire, right? Yeah. He would, like, there was a distinction between him and other Romans. Again, he would like speak like African Latin was not the dominant Latin. He reportedly spoke Latin in an African dialect. He like there's even I don't know if this is if this is a myth, but like that he was so proud of his Africanness that he celebrated Henny Mabaka. So he had an idea of otherness compared to the average Roman. And I know that there are some new studies that say that like darker skin existed in Europe for a much longer time. But if you look at depictions of the Severan dynasty, you will see Septimus be portrayed as significantly darker than Geta and Caracalla. And
Right.
I think
That
there's
was
a
after
reason.
Hannibal. That was after Hannibal. That was after Hannibal.
Yeah, Septimus Severus is after Hannibal.
Right.
Like the
That's
Punic
the reason why.
Wars.
That's the reason why he had the dark skin, because Hannibal was in Sicily for 30 years. But go ahead.
I don't, I don't, I think, like, again, it becomes even more difficult to quantify if the further back you go in Rome, because we don't know how, well, some people, well, there are some theories on how
Hold on. I'm about to connect.
Roman people thought about race, right? But, like, to say that they did a census, and I think, like, even if you look at Caracalla's like attempt, Caracalla was not a Pan-Africanist in that sense. It wasn't why he made like people in the outer post Romans. He did it because of monetary, because it was monetarily beneficial. Uh, so I don't think that everyone like in like around him would have. Oh,
Take,
what am I
take your
supposed
time.
to say?
Take no. Take Miss Jada.
No,
Chill up on him. Chill up on him. I'm near her.
Jesus Christ.
Miss Jada, take your time. Take your time, Miss Jada. You don't need to rush what you're saying.
I think what I think that the process of wait, let me finish. That's a process of otherness when you're talking about Black Europeans, right? And it goes all the way back to Septimus Severus. It goes all the way back to Caracalla. I don't know if any of you actually knew who Caracalla was before people talked about him being black. But Caracalla is portrayed as one of the most monstrous rulers. And the Severan dynasty is not portrayed as a stable dynasty. There is an otherness when we're talking about how the African dynasty is portrayed. Even when we go later up in history to like Alexander de Medici, right? There was like people would argue that all black people are so inferior and can't be rulers, and the example is Alexander de Medici as the first Duke of Tuscany. So there's always been an otherness, and that otherness is essential to a cultural identity that is white. So I don't believe that the majority of people in Europe at any time or could have been white. If they were white, there wouldn't have been a force like a force. You wouldn't have forced people in en masse to convert to Christianity to assimilate into European society. You wouldn't have had Queen Elizabeth saying that there are too many blackamoors in Europe. You were or in her country, like the same discourse that we have today. Queen Elizabeth had that. So these, and what I'm trying to say is that there's a history. It's a difficult subject because fundamentally you have to also understand the limitations of your argument, right? But I'm saying, yes, we know that there were black people in Europe. Does it indicate that there's a majority of black people at a civic at a set at a given time? No, I don't think so because there's a strong process of otherness, even in art. Like black people even satisfied, like you talk about the black Madonnas, or being demonized as the black giant or something like that, all the way back to the medieval ages. So this stereotyping indicates, just like it does today, that we were a minority in this continent.
So, John, thank you, Crisis, for opening her up to this. And I'm from Haiti, China, and I know my responsibility. I sing, I write, I engineer, I produce, I play the keyboard, I play the drums, I play the bass guitar, I play the snare drum
being apostolic, understanding Paul's objective, and also understanding that Paul himself said some shit that made a lot of Christians become dogmatic versus the reality of which God intended. John, as I was hearing you, is the reality of the history that you have, that you embody, and the reality of the future that is being built with artificial intelligence. My biggest intention right now in this reality, having spent 2-3 months, this past 2-3 months, trying to coalesce my intention with the infrastructure that Google has built with Gemini, understanding GitHub Copilot and my coding space. This is what I want y'all to be aware of. It's not me speaking about my experience, just tap off. Like, this is some shit that y'all need to be understanding about, because your kids are going to be coming in spaces of control. As someone who have sought control in the space that they have blocked us from having that type of access to the way that the system works, I want you to understand, Jada, all the history that you have right now, the story of what you know, and the lineage that you embody. This is the answer to a lot of the data that the AI has consumed. Because when I try to make the AI my partner, it decided that it was better for them to show me and give a mirage of the image and to trap me in a position of dependency upon it, to think that I was going to get to it, not to even get to it. So, John, the experience that you know, the history that you understand is the heart of what I'm here to share with everybody. Is that, yeah, the history is the goal. But if we allow corporations to dictate what type of data the AI consumes, and the data that they have a perspective on reality of, we would have lost the Akashic records. Do you fucking hear me? We would have lost the Akashic records. We would have lost the moment of judgment. We would have lost heaven on earth if we, as people who believe in God, Most High God, don't get in position and understand the infrastructure and the works of his mysteries. Do you hear me? That is my admonition. And I'm gonna yield on that.
But I don't understand what you're trying to say. It seems extremely vague. Are you trying to say that Black European history matters? And if you are saying that, right, are you trying to say that it's whitewashed by ChatGPT?
AI is what he's referring to.
Yes, to ask your question directly, Jada, what I'm trying to convey is that I understand what you're asking.
Yes.
What I'm saying is that, Jada,
Yes or no?
gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to be myself and to answer questions. I'm not an AI. I'm very intelligent. I'm a Haitian man, and I think my thoughts are respectable.
Yes or no?
And I do have an expectation to my own brothers and sisters, and I will yield to that same expectation you have of me, because it's about mutual understanding, and that's the grounds, Jada, that I'm speaking about with AI. They have, the ones that we are familiar with have been constructed around the same thing that make young niggas come out of the streets and become gangster rappers and position themselves.
Okay, AI is centric. That's what you're saying.
Right now, yes, Jada.
Yes,
right now.
Yes, we can agree on that.
But I don't want you to lose the caveat, because the caveat is the AI learns from what we put into it. So the more we keep a pure intention of the Most High God, and when we interact with the AI, we infuse that type of data, because they already have a database, a data set. That's what make them. Don't make
now is that the Christians and everybody who sat in that quiet room and that altar with God and sat into the silences of into the holies of holies, it's not the time to be hiding away because the entities that are being birthed in this reality are being fed our faults, our bullshit. All of the YouTube videos of us killing each other, all of the YouTube videos, they're being fed a lot of the world. And right now, if we're going to be sons of God and walk within it righteously, it's going to require us to create. And what does that mean? To create something that is digestible by these AIs, where they can't predict what we're going to do, but they begin prophesying on the things of God. Jada, I hope you understand. Anybody in this room under the sound of God's intention, I hope you know what the mission is to be on track. Storm, if you were confused what the play was, this is the play. You hear me? Now you're done.
Well, that's fair enough. It depends on That's fine, thank you, sorry. It depends on your mindset anyway. We're at a loss. Some people that don't know how to read books or they don't want to go back to their scholarship. We know a lot of scholar people in America, in Africa that wrote a lot. And we refuse to go back to that. We want to use AI for shortcut. That's why most people get confused, right? There's some book called Codelement Text, Extortation of Anna, Kingship in Heaven, the book of the Lost Tribe, the book of Origin. All these informations, you will definitely find trace of how people migrate and mix. Even 12,000 BC, there are populations in Amazon, the Arawaks arrived in Caribbean, 15,000 BC, Negro phenotype, they mix as well. People's been mixing, right? Even the Cambodia people, some of them are Caribbean descendants of mixtures as well. Indians, all those people. And the Filipinos. Exactly. So when we're talking about black itself, right, we have to actually keep that word as well, because we do know a lot of people trying to destroy the word black. They say you don't have to use black anymore. They say don't use the word anything that just indigenous to you that you created is going to be taken away. And we're actually paying for getting back our definitions. This is just insults based on the black history in UK too. They've already washed that off. We don't know what black history is. People don't promote that anymore. I still promoting it. People don't want to go back to their scholars and say, I rated these people, I rated these people. We want to use ChatGPT as a scapegoat of running away. It's not cowardness, right? But we know meanings of words. We have indigenous sounds. We have indigenous etymologies of words. Before even Greek came to Kemet to come and stole and take all the knowledge. People know all these things. So the problem we keep doing is mixing everything together and denying the ancestors' ways of life. They redefine the way we should be living life based on the Western ideology and saying that, okay, our history should be mixed, right? We can't be mixed. We eat good African food, right? We know our own medicines. But although Africans be messed up, but it doesn't mean everybody should be messed up. We know about the Mali, which means the rulers, right? And they have a clan. They created formations and visiting the anomalies of the Dogon stars, which are the long-headed dressed people. We've seen them a couple of times with their phenotypes that they actually mix and seeded as well. Before even the Canaanites or the Hamites or the Bible, all these things start reading, or all these AIs, then we know about these people, right?
Hold on, brother. Did you just say that the Mali mixed with the Dogon tribe?
The Malis are actually the anomalies as well. They actually have ancestors. If you know about the series A and B stars and all that are located in the cosmos, and those are the people. And if you go back to all these Nagaru or Nataru people, they have the series A as well. So all the series A and B,
they're related then.
They're all related. Even
they're on two different sides of the ocean.
They are related. If you go back to the story of the Partai, they're actually in the Nile Valley. He set up a seven city, which is called the Tumo, the Sudan, which is called Sudan at that time, before it called Sudan, the Kush, the Heracul, the Eridu, and the Iraq. And the Tamil.
Ben, what is your understanding of Mauritania?
Well, Mauritania. I'm not Ben. I'm serious. You're talking to me or Ben?
Oh, my bad. Serious start. What is your understanding of Mauritania?
The Mauritanians are the Mauritius. I would say they're the Moroccans, right? And they actually the Mau people, which means the black people anyway. Some of them are.
You know what the name of their first king was?
The first king, I would say they relate to the Olmecs, and they're called the Roban people.
Their first king was named Atlas. Yeah, that's true. And the first king of Atlantis was named Atlas. And their structure, no, not Iraq, Atlas.
No, Iraq. Yeah, you will find them as the Atlantis. They have an indigenous name before they were called the Atlantis as well.
Right, so the restructured structure is in Mauritania. That's why I'm asking you, what do you know about the Mauritanians? Because they found boat anchors in the desert in Mauritania, and it looks like if you actually put water around it, it looks like the description that Plato gave of Atlantis. And if you look at it from a satellite, it looks like you can see that the water was poured out because all of the sand is going towards the west.
I'm gonna send you a video of that question. I'm gonna send you a video.
You would say the Atlantic and Sahara Desert too. You know, the biggest place. There's the whole planet is Atlantis, I'll tell you. And the water-being people, we know about them in Africa as well. And we do know about the Ogwas and all these Redskins and the Syrians. Those are the water people that were seeded by Ptah. The Americans as well, the American Indians of those times, they're descended from those clans. They shipped to Mali in 1310, and they predate Columbus.
King David from them, bro. Wait. What did he talk about?
Like, if you look at if you look at history, right? The area that has been, like, so the Mended people migrated from the south. The Mended people were originally in Mauritania, or like what we call proto-Mended people. If you look at all history, right, you have a general leaving Egypt at a certain point in history called Mandinga, who would found the first dynasty, and that's where you get the subjugation of what was the Kakoto people, and other peoples, and then you start to get the Mended people, as we are called today, and the Dogon people come from those people. Like you can,
Are the Dogons the ones who are like astrologers?
They were the seers. They were the wise men, from my understanding. My only thing about the Dogons is that when we understand how God operates, the Most High, not the fuck shit God, not bullshit God, the one that actually came out of the storm, the desert, and took ownership over Baal, took ownership over all of the other guys that were ruling the Amorites, that were ruling the Canaanites. He stepped in and said, I don't care what y'all think about all of them. They cool to know, but I'm the one that rule. We talk about that guy, right? If we're gonna take into account that this is the guy that the Israelites are moving forward with, and also the nation that is described by those who understand black people's roles. If this is the same God that has done this work, it's for us to understand the war of the gods. That was more that I wanted to say that was tying in with what I wanted to say, but I got more passion in the storyline than actually giving y'all the info. So,
can I finish then? What I would like to say is that Mended people, they have a very complex historiography of like all history. So there's a very strong memory culture there. And that comes from the Soninke people, the people who are the oldest Mended people, and the people who originally had an empire in Mauritania. So you can say like the history of is so sophisticated because there's so much social code about how for it to be transmitted and how for it to be guarded that some argue that you can view it as a text source or a little or that is as valid as a as a read as a written source because like even yeah so but what
Please don't lose the point that you were saying. Please don't lose the point.
no I'm not losing the point
Okay.
but like if you understand Mendy right like I do I understand Bakbawa and Jula like there is no there's no the year zero for like a lot of like modern history and history understanding is with the founding of the Malian Empire, and that is 1235 with the Battle of Carina. So you have older songs and older sources like that from if you go to the Soninke, which will talk about the Wakadu, and then there's a little bit in the Soninke for time.
Jata is an Asian man.
Please let her land. Please let her land.
Where are we in this conversation? Because if this is not connected to the title, I'd like, what is this conversation? Where are you at in this conversation? I know you're talking about history. Can somebody just give me a quick summary of actually what's being said here and where we should be?
I want to connect Jata.
People were talking about Atlantis being in Mauritania, and I'm trying to explain there's no memory culture by the people who are connected to that land of them being in Mauritania. I'm not saying that it's not. For history is just a map of what people remember, right? History is nothing more than that. That's all history of the
decisions that
Please let her land.
Hey, okay, so we're talking. So people want evidence of historical elements of the sort that I think the question of the room. I don't know if any of you have actually even answered that. They're on the stage at the moment. They're speaking. You would like to go back to that?
Yeah, we start.
You guys put together your room regarding history, and you guys do that. But we want this to be discussed. The topic of the title of the room. Okay, I think it's been about 3 hours now giving you guys the history. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't hear nothing.
You
just started talking like a second ago. I had never heard from She's
been here. You just came in, so you didn't hear her because she's been here for a long time. Since that morning, she's been here.
Nigga.
We've been taking her. Don't tell me no nigga shit. Take your shit down.
Listen, we don't have to disrespect each other to disagree with each other.
And we gotta pass that shit out. Get the fuck out of the garden, nigga.
You saying that shit when you just came
out of the garden right now.
Listen. We don't have to disrespect each other to disagree.
No, but we gotta know who is who, bro. I'm not.
Who is who? You are very lack of intelligence. You are very lack of intelligence for attacking the mom. You are attacking the mom. You're talking about that open the room, you dumbass. You are very lack of intelligence.
Okay, I was just trying to get us back to
understand, bro.
If you keep on talking over me, I'm gonna have to put you in the left, and I don't know how many times I can bring you back up after that. Okay, so
love. I'm just trying to.
Okay, I'm just saying. I want us to go back to the top of the room. So if it's our final question, yeah, if you guys can finish off. I don't mind.
Can I speak to the title point because they have taken it further than it needs to be for the title. Like what we were talking about just before we got onto this was relevant to the title. But I just gonna go after because I've been waiting.
Yeah, no, go. As long as we try to get back there. Okay. Jackie, you want to make your final submission and prices? You guys have your final submissions on this in terms of maybe do a room on this if you want. Jata, is Jata there? Is Jata there going twice?
I'm just trying to say, as somebody like who, based on my ethnicity, do have like that records with the droughts and so on and the texts of the Berbers, but we don't have a memory culture of like Atlantis or something like that.
Do y'all consider yourselves black?
Many people, yeah, we refer to Africa as the Black Land. Yeah, in Africa, yes, it is.
I just wanted to know that part.
But there's a reference to that too. But based on the topic, I think we can relate to all this culture to should we be on code? Should we have good influence? Have we been experiencing, trauma in our past life? Can we relate? Can we liberate? Can we listen to all this legend, Michael Gabe, Malcolm X, Mandela too, and some of these, Wilson thing, even Dr. Umar Johnson. Why? Those mentality are the way forward. Anyone that situations are the one that's been paid, that are sellouts, that will come here and say Ibrahim Traore is a sellout, Ibrahim Traore is predictable, is going to fail. We don't want all this stupid energy. People coming here saying, oh, they respect other race than the other black race because they come together. What kind of racist bullshit is that from the black person? So those are what we need to talk about more. But we can go in culture too and put a little bit of pieces and pieces. But what brings us together and unity is more forward at this point.
Do Africans respect Marcus Garvey?
Well, it depends on the individual. You can't take it as a nice when you say
in front of me, crisis then.
you just ask me a question.
And then crisis. But yeah, no, I'll let crisis go, but I'll go. Every time you fix the speech, you're echoing more. You're please. He's upset.
Can I just give a quick?
I like her voice, I can tell.
I'd like to just say something quick. I haven't commented on the title yet. Right? Now this code thing, right? It can be interpreted in many ways because code can be that me and a group of we agree to a certain thing and we say, no matter what, this is what we're going to stick to. Even if we're proven wrong, we're going to stay on code and we're going to stand on this. Right? It can benefit certain situations, it can be a detriment in certain situations because you're not going to really grow because you're going to stand on code. Right? To me, the only code I stand on is the truth. From you show me that's the truth, that's the code. Right? A lot of us are running off with the code to fulfill our egos. Right? And the truth is the casualty of that. So I just think that as long as we talk the truth, now the truth can always be proven, That's one thing about the truth. If you can't prove it, you can't testify as it to being truth. So whatever we say, just make sure it's the truth. You substantiate it, I'm on code with that.
So more life, try this out. If you understand more life, if you understand that, for example, I'm going to use the infamous J word that nobody likes to say on this app. When you speak to Jews, you have two different types of Jews. You have Talmudic Jews and you have Torah Jews. The ones who are Talmudic understand when they talk about on code, the Talmud says that they're allowed to lie to everybody else in order to stay on code. Are we willing to do the same to stay on code?
By any means necessary.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Don't say that, bro. Don't let him put that shit in your back. More nuance than that, bro. Because as men,
oh, shut up, content. You're always jumping on me. Anyway,
so I have my time.
It's getting to you.
For anybody who's ever read even 5 or 6 books of the Talmud.
Let me say the word that I wanted to say before I got interrupted, Ruthie, bro.
You interrupted him.
Hey, be quiet, please.
I was in the middle of talking, but it's okay.
You asked the question.
what people think on that. Does anybody want to respond to that?
One thing
Well, I was,
Interesting.
a part of what I forgot to say was, right, that when they talk about staying on code also, it also means knowing who we discuss things in front of.
Exactly. Stupid.
Right. So that's what I mean.
No, let him finish, nigga. No, let him finish, Gracie.
You need to shut up.
Literally, what I literally did, ladies be quiet, fellas be quiet. Yeah, I want my brother to correct me. Be quiet. Everybody else be quiet.
Okay, we're gonna let Crisis finish, and then but we want to share the mic. Question.
Talmudic Jews understand that they're allowed to lie in front of non-Jews to stay on code.
No, the AI.
The question is, are we willing to do the same?
Why would we, nigga? We built different. What the fuck is you talking about?
I tell you, this guy is drunk, man. He's a drunk.
No, hold on. I think that is a very good question. One second. Listen. Hold on. I think it's a very good question, right? I think it's a very good question, but to me, it's more about how it's conducted. Like, if one of us makes a comment in front of people and they have been exposed as being talking things that are untrue, when you stay on code is you back them, but when you get in front of you get your own circle together, you show them the dangers of what they did, because them discussing that in front of others can bring all of us into a state of, a situation.
I disagree.
Yeah, so staying on code is that you gotta be organized.
Exactly.
And you can't have people out there saying this and that on your behalf because it affects all of you.
Now, I agree.
People have to know when you're staying on code, you're working for the collective. That's all it is.
Can I stay on code and allow me to my thought is that, bro, if we make the decision,
Patience level is crazy.
Yes, I'll pass you the ball right after. Yes, ma'am, I'll pass you the ball right after. I want to walk, but if I need to be quiet, I can control you when I'm asking you nice questions. No, she's not here to help us. I need to turn that up. Come on, y'all just put me on. Hey, bro, so.
Thank you so much, because it's crazy that I've been patiently waiting. I've let more life go before me, serious stuff from crisis, and now when it's my turn, you want me to wait for a fourth time so you can. Anyway, so crisis. The answer to your question is, for me, is are we willing to lie in front of the others? Okay.
Are we willing to adopt your Jewish model?
For me, the answer is we don't need to. Why? Because we are the truth. We were here first. We ain't got nothing to lie about. The problem that they have is that they have everything to lie about because they weren't here first. And they've genocided, and I'm not not talking about that religion, I'm talking about that race of people.
Right.
That race of people have genocided, appropriated, deleted, erased, divided and conquered, and have convinced our children that none of the above of what I just listed ever happened. And are still convincing our children of that. So they have everything to lie about, which is why they would have to adopt those kind of doctrines. We don't need to adopt those type of doctrines. We are the truth. We were here first. We know we have scientists, we have archaeologists, we have historians. We just have to deprogram our minds to be willing to unlearn what we've been badly and wrongly taught, erroneously taught, and do the reading and appreciate the literature that's being presented by the great minds in our communities. Then we need to also, on a global scale, recognize that because we have been displaced, we have developed our own cultures, and those cultures have been in the works for thousands of years, and we therefore need to now respect our differences as Black people across the globe. Black Americans have their culture, UK Blacks have their culture, Caribbeans have their culture, Africans have their culture, right? Or cultures, right? And we also have to acknowledge when the buck stops and we start turning to places like Europe and the Middle East, and we can't confidently say that that's also where Black people exist. We have to ask ourselves why. Why is that? Why is Europe no longer Black? Why is the Middle East no longer considered a Black place? Yeah? What the fuck happened? And is that being repeated again? And in order for us to be able to have those conversations, we need spaces like this, so big up the mods, but we also need to have that, we need to have, back to the title, a code. But that code doesn't need to involve any bending of any truths. It just needs us to, first of all, recognize that despite our differences and how beautiful they are, one of us is not better than the other. Africans ain't better than Caribbeans, Caribbeans ain't better than Africans, Americans ain't better than the Caribbeans. Do you understand? None of us are better than the other. We're just different, but at the same time, we need to unite on some kind of common ground. And we're very quickly to discard the terminology Black, or we're very quick to discard certain things, but it's too premature. Who's off mute? Crisis, please. It's too.
Can you hear me? Can somebody hear me real quick? I'm literally cleaning up in the house.
It's too premature. Can't you mute your own phone, Crisis? Honestly, why does anyone need to mute you?
Alright, hold on 1 second. Let me find
Thank you. But it's too premature for us to start delineating, because we haven't even begun to create a movement, a global movement. We haven't been able to do that yet, and we haven't been able to be successful in doing that yet. So it's too early to focus on delineation. As much as it exists already in the nature of who we are, it's too soon to do that. So we first need to unite, create the code, and then go from there. But what doesn't help is people's egos, people's ignorance about different Black people across the globe and who they are, and then just the unseriousness of, for example, telling UK Black people that all we do is fucking drink tea and eat crumpets. No, bitch, that's not what the fuck we are about. Like, do you understand? And letting white people from these different nations tell Black people outside of these countries who the fuck their brothers and sisters are. So there's so many things that need to happen, but there's so many things that are at the same time we're under attack, and we need to. There's so
so much to undo before we can even start building a code is what I'm trying to get to.
Well said about the code and unity. The only thing I think what we've been discussing as well is to find out who we are, what the culture is, if we have something related to each other that we can actually motivate and innovate, which is a good thing. But I think we're in the years and time of information, regardless that everybody needs to pay their bills and still sort out their personal issue. And the code I do know once I was growing up as well in UK is the street code. And that actually was relevant just because we don't want to bow down for the man and the police then and all these oppressors and shit. And the new code right now I'm working with as well is all based on spiritual code. And that is very relevant. It doesn't mean somebody can disrespect me. I'm not going to protect myself. And it doesn't mean that I will start listening to all these speakers, Union Jack that talking about UK is their land and Burkina Faso guy is not relevant to them, and they're cowards because they can't stand on this real code when it comes to black unity. Yeah, where you are, you still have to support your own kind. Because if you go to HMP, it's full of your own people there. They're locking you up every day for little thing that doesn't work it. So there's racism in the UK itself, you can't deny that. So London dungeon here, they're locking people up, they're disrespecting black people, and they're actually not giving us enough pay when it comes to job payment. And systematic racism is there. So if we're not going to come to that mindset of a coach to see what we can do to solve this problem, right? Or to actually focus on where we are, that is all racism, they don't like us, and they use us. And we can't come to a coach to say, look, can we work with each other to make it? Can we have the same mindset of liberation? And can we stand on our 2 feet rather than snitching on each other or thinking that we're in Britain now because we're eating McDonald's is more healthy than what knowledge that we can actually come together with? All these codes will just be irrelevant because I can't be around people that don't know who they are, right? They're just trying to be everybody else. And when it comes to you stand on your own self and say I'm an African, they will say no. You are not African because you are in UK. Since you are in UK, you should go back to Africa and be an African, right? They don't know that we are everywhere before even any European come down. So your spirituality matters as well, and I don't use religion because we don't grow up religion. We use our own spirituality consciousness of knowing the right thing. We know about people are actually, upgrading their 2-strand DNA to 12-strand DNA. We're coming from mortal body to light body. We're coming to 23,000 junk DNA to 144,000 total expressions of ourselves. So all these things are built on consciousness. I don't have to tell nobody code. If you vibrate in the same frequency as me, you already know the code. And that code can never be broken because it will be death before the sun, right? So that's just all about it. And we have to practice what we teach. Most of the time, everybody preaching, but they're not teaching. And when it comes to anything that are more into our DNA, our origin, people are hating on it because they're eating all that kind of garbage food that's not healthy. So code is a long talk, but it's all based on a lot of angles.
Okay, Jackie, you can come in after me because I saw you flashing your mic. I'm not going to be long. Okay, so I'll be listening to all of you. I'm not going to do a summary because I think we can unpack a few points that were made. Okay, so the reason that I put this title together was due to the fact that there were non-blacks running rooms and asking questions about the black community. What I was noticing on those stages is that black people were showing their division amongst white people. There were moments where I was definitely Corey and Pure, they had a moment, I think it was maybe 2 mornings ago, of where the tide was definitely against them. They were disagreeing and then all of a sudden they both agreed on the same point and pushed back because they recognised that it was a white space and they were under attack. But my thing was they waited till it got to a point and they now see that they're divided at times. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't be following other groups, but we've got specific needs that are not met. And I'm not 100% convinced that we can
argue amongst themselves in front of us. They don't have the issues that we have, right? So I'm seeing that consistently on this app. So that's the first thing. To what Crisis was saying in terms of, do we have to speak the truth in front of other people groups? Now we opened the room last night. I don't know what time it is. It's coming up to 12 o'clock here, midday, where we had Midas, we had King, and they were speaking about Malcolm X, and they were critiquing Malcolm X to the point where many people would have thought there were some lies that were, slanderous against Malcolm X. Should those conversations be available to other groups when we're critiquing the likes of Malcolm X? Is there a code that should be put forward to say, okay, if a non-black person was to open a room about Malcolm X, should we be critiquing him? Maybe people think that it's okay to be critiquing him in those spaces. But I'm not sure that that's what we should be doing. Moving forward, the question that Crisis asked, I know Storm answered it, but I think to push that point a little bit more, I'm not trying to connect it to the Jews. I don't care what group is connected to that kind of thinking. I think my interest is, as black people, how can we practice betterment and productivity? Is it a case that we do need to not speak the truth in front of non-black people when it comes to our own people group? That code that Siri was talking about that we have on the road, the no snitching culture, so to speak. Should that be available in these kind of debates, these topics? All right, so I'll let Jatta come in, but if anybody wants to respond to the points that I've made, you're welcome to.
I'm gonna go after Jata.
Okay. I think it's a very good question in regards to code. Because one of the reasons why I left Pan-Africanism is because of the way that people behave on this app. To say that, I can't remember, I think it was Manuku Rashidi who said something once like, the reason why we care about Black history is because what you think about somebody else, it depends on what you know about them, right? And to see the way, how mean, and I'm glad that Gold is back because this is directed to you, the way that you insulted me and my ancestors earlier, Gold. You know nothing about Mande culture, and where I come from, our ancestors mattered. You can go to a representation of Mande culture in your own culture, Gold, of roots, or where you see Kunta Kinte trying to, yeah, you always have an excuse to be malicious and that's why I don't want to be in code with people like you. And I'm so grateful that I come from a culture that has an ancient code, that has something that so I don't have to be angered onto something like as violent as you go. And okay, I'll delineate from gold now because that is exactly my point. Mandate people, there are certain kind of things you can do and you cannot do. Everything has a consequence. There's a certain kind of way you speak to others. There's a certain kind of way you speak to women. When we are raised, we cannot talk to our parents in any kind of way. We cannot do any kind of sort of thing with other people. And I think that is something that really, honestly, it's so fucking lacking on this app. The way that people, it's like you want a code, but a code has to give you something back. A code is a culture. And if you don't have a culture, I think Winston Churchill, he said it the best about culture and humanities, right? This is what we die for. The reason why we have wars and all of these things is for culture. And it's I don't even understand, what's the point? What would I be on code for? So people can sit and trash me and my ancestors and talk derogatorily about my entire lineage. And it's not the first time people have done this on this app. And I try to have grace with you, Gold, and people like you, Gold, because I know that it's a privilege for me to be a Black African and have some kind of idea of my lineage, right? But enough is enough. And I think there's a clashing of codes. I think, and you.
It could be said that Don is completely off code. It could be said he's completely off
And just to be very clear,
but it's not just gold. It's not just gold.
yeah,
Like,
but I just want to be very clear that this is why I respect the cultures and the traditions and the value systems that come with Africans. I think in the West, there's been a lot of damage of where at times people are inappropriate and it's unacceptable. You shouldn't have been spoken to like that yesterday. And I can understand why certain people are not prepared to be put in a compromised position and be on code with people that don't have the same value systems as them.
Thank you. You said it very well. Value systems. We don't have the same value systems.
Yeah.
Go on. We don't have the same value systems. Like the way that I was taught about history, the way that I was taught about my culture, it differs from everything that I've seen on this app. Like you guys don't engage each other with love. Like I remember, my mom told me something so beautiful one day. Like Kingdom keep laughing. Like the fundamental part about Mende culture and what we call old Mende is love. And the most beautiful thing about that is that if you go to old Mende sites, there are no signs of war. It was an extremely peaceful society. And I'm very proud of that. And that's why I might come off as a weak person or whatever, but I'm like, I don't care. What can you do to me? Like be mean to me? Like that's what you're doing to everybody else. You just prove like it's classless. Like and to be honest, I think like if you want people to be on code, give them something to be on code for. I know what I'm on code for. I'm on code for my last name. I'm on code for my lineage. Like the same way that you see Kunta Kinte sitting here like fighting and being great to remember who he is so his children can go home someday and be remembered and be respected and be connected to his people. That is what I'm fighting for. I know my history. And I know my history so I can be a crow.
Okay, and this is, I think that's when the division starts to occur, and it's not Janta's fault, it's not even Go's fault, to be honest with you. But what I want to say, Janta, is with the Americans, I shouldn't really speak to them, but I am going to. Their history is enriched with steppers, with thinkers, people that have collectively done some heavyweight work when it comes to this supremacist issue that we have over here, right? So, just because, in 2025 we have these moments, I thought it was very clear, he's very much individualism, kind of, he's got that mindset of, he's doing his thing for his people. So, I think we just need to establish, I think what we could do moving forward is, in terms of the global black climate, we could have codes that don't infringe on people's culture, religion, and value system, but where we respect each other and we can do the work together. But possibly not going to be best of buddies, but we can still work against the people group that are against us.
I think a nice approach to this actually doesn't have to be as like philosophical and ambiguous as far-fetched and all that hotep kind of talking point that people like to insert into this conversation. It doesn't have to be anything like that. It just needs to be an acknowledgement that we are a group of people that need healing because of all of the things that we've been through. So before we can even start applying a rule to how we move, we need to heal first. So we can just look at like what are the steps involved in healing, and I feel like that's where we should start. I don't think it needs to be any more complicated than that.
Yeah, I agree with that too. Because hold on, Christ. Let me just round up with what you said, right? The healing part is what we've been traumatized, right? And the healing part as well is broken up family or the extended family, and the information that we actually needed that we can get back again to refill ourselves. And these are things that we need to do, and we need to break spell as well. There's a lot of casting spell. Even the word we use sometimes, they have a casting spell in it, right? I got a group as well that we're teaching about frequency, right? How we can enlighten implanting ourselves frequencies daily that can actually motivate our body. And they always say your organs, like your thyroids and all these kidney, they actually store energies as well of traumatizing, stress, pains, all this stuff. So there are lessons for that. People that are going through all these things are actually healing themselves first. You can't be on no code if you're bugging out. Yeah, you can't be on no code if you're a very toxic person. You actually use a lot of chemicals and all this stuff that is not good for you. So first of all, nobody's going to change nobody, but you have to change yourself first. You have to clean your inside first and see what is perfectly for you. You have to go back to relating to real facts and science about everything and ancestry wisdom as well, the oral tradition, valuable lessons and other identities of knowing about the harmonies as well, outdoor stuff, exercising, meditation, and system practices like community gardening, do gardening as well weekends. We go farm and I tell people to come down there. Some people are lazy, they won't feel food, but I say no, you have to put your hands on the dirt and actually before you eat, and that's what I'm teaching. I actually had them. So all these affirmations and stuff like that is a development. And when I got so much energy and somebody trying to say, look, you're talking shit, I said, let's go to the ring. And I've invited somebody in the chat. I said, let's go to the ring and marry out. That's the energy. All right. Salary.
Just a quick one, because I know Crisis wants to come in. I'm going to let you come in straight away. I think, first of all, I think a big problem we have is many do not acknowledge that there is an issue. The acknowledgement that we are a damaged group or we need to repair the damages, reparations. There's been many Caribbeans that have said we don't need reparations. There is this damage that you're thinking is not what I can see. So there first of all needs to be an acknowledgement from our own people group that there is healing that needs to be done. That's not just for the Caribbeans and the Black Americans, that's also for the Africans. Because many people have normalised and are conditioned to just think this is just how it should be. I was just watching in Canada, in Toronto, where a black girl, there was a few white girls that were beating her up, and there was white people, passing by and watching this. We had a similar story in the UK where a black girl was beaten outside an SEN school with the mother kind of directing the two daughters, the white daughters, to beat her up. And people were passing by and accepting that. These things are, when it seemed like that, people be like, oh my gosh, there's a problem. But there's so much covert issues that we go through as well that we ignore and we've normalised. Okay, Crisis, do you want to come in?
So the idea of being, the idea of being on code, in my mind, the way it looks is understanding that you live a shared life. Once you understand that you live a shared life, and that means that you understand that you impact everybody that you encounter, even the ones that you don't think that you impact. For those of you on this app who have not been in other rooms with me, for those of you who have been in other rooms with me, you know that I literally talk the same way in every app, in every room, every stage, because I was raised to be leading with respect. I lead with respect until you show me otherwise. But even when you show me otherwise, I don't take it to the level of crazy disrespect and call you out your name and all that weird shit, unless you hit certain triggers. Because there's certain things that I don't put up with. When you talk about like family and shit like that, you can say whatever you want about me. That ain't got nothing to do with me. But when it comes to people like this conversation that we're having right now, right? We can go into a completely different room and I can hear any one of you say something other than what you're saying in this room today or over the last 5 hours. I'm not going to sit there and put you on blast, in the room and be like, that's what you say, blah, blah. No. There's no reason for me to do that. Because at the end of the day, especially with the audience that we might be around, there's no reason for me to do that in front of that audience. Instead, I'll wait until I'm able to have a smaller audience or a one-on-one audience and ask you about what you said in the other room. It's more so about just keeping each other accountable
the intentions behind this person's words before they even speak? What's their intentions in this conversation? Goat's coming from a very political disposition. He's coming from a position of where he's kind of giving up on the black community. This whole MAGA thing he's totally against. He's from the left. And I think you got caught up in that. Sometimes I think Goat does these things to kind of, it's a bit of an ego thing for him. But I think he makes good points in regards to his side of his like political agenda. But you know, you need to kind of read where people are coming from and their intentions in conversations. Yeah, just wanted to be clear. The second reason, well, there's a few reasons as to why I mentioned I put this title together, Black People Being on Code, is because of the boycott for the braiders, the African braiders, that's starting on the 1st of August. And I was asking people whether that's an off-code moment. Also, someone just sent me a link regarding some of the black female reality TV stars that go on these Love Island shows, and they end up with these white men, because it seems to be a money spin to get involved with black women on reality shows, from what I understand. And one of the British ones, she's come out publicly and basically said that she had a lot of racial slurs by his family and his friends that were directed to her throughout this relationship. I think it's been about a year, maybe, or two that they've been together. And I'm seeing that the black community are kind of for him and saying she's a problem, connecting black stereotypical kind of aggressive, she's aggressive. She's not my favourite, but I'm just wondering if that's an off-code moment as well. Where they do have that. Whitney, and Locken, yeah, they've had a public spat in the last 24 hours, so you can probably catch it, what they're saying. She's basically saying that his mother, for example, when the lights were down, his mother would say, "We can't see Whitney, smile," you know, things like that, the N-word. So I think so what people are saying is, why were you with him for so long, and you were always a problem, you and your sister, and so he's getting a lot of support from the black community. And he's made a lot of money out of the black community as well. So, just these kind of off-code moments. Should we support her or just be silent? The boycotting of the braid shops. Is this an off-code moment for black people to boycott another black group publicly? I mean, I want to hear what you guys have to say. Go.
And also, real quick, on the public part. I'm just asking, is it possible for us to normalize not disrespecting each other in terms of the gender in our community in front of these people as well? Like, that shit becomes tiresome. Like, when I hear dudes call black women the B word, or when I hear women call black men the B word, like, that shit's unnecessary. You don't have to do all that.
Okay.
You don't have to call them wuss or none of that shit.
I think the sooner we realise, right? Sorry, Harlan, 1 second. The sooner we realise that all of these wars, gender wars, diaspora wars, generational wars, until we learn about why these disputes are there and that they are products of white supremacy, the sooner we can get back to the original conversation. This always happens because we don't realise, we don't map these disputes with white supremacy. We don't. We apply remoteness to the two things, and it's part of it's part of the setup. It's how it's been designed, and we're supposed to be misled by that, but it's actually. So let's take, for example, really quickly, the Love Island situation. You've got a black woman and a white man together. Now the problem is that the product of that relationship, which would be a biracial child, we consider that biracial child to be black. So because we consider that biracial child to be black, it gives black people the confidence and the lack of kind of racial guilt to have a child with a white person, because as far as they're concerned, what I'm producing a black child anyway, so what difference does it make?
Oh, good point.
No. This is the problem. When it comes to black men, calling black women bitches, right? What you've got is white supremacy, setting up
defense. Black men are the line of defense when it comes to the black community. You are the line of defense. Now, how better to control a group of people by getting the line of defense to turn around and attack its own, what it's supposed to be defending? How brilliant is that? It's genius, but we're foolish enough to perpetuate it. There's all of these things are linked to white supremacy, and also another thing that we fuck up on is we don't call white white. So when we see people like, I don't know, Locken, who dates Whitney, think, oh, he's a bit tan, no bitch, he's got fur on his head. That's a white man, right? Let's wake that up. When we go to China, white, fur, white. Middle East, fur, white. We need to understand who white is and who white isn't, because imagine going to any type of war and not knowing who your enemy is. How the fuck are you supposed to win that? If you go into the battlefield and you don't know who your enemy is, what are you fighting? So we need to make the distinction between who we are and who they are. We also need to do a bit of shadow work as well, because some of us are full of shit. Some of the things that I hear Africans say about Americans, some of the things I hear Americans say about UK people, some of the things I hear Caribbean people say about Africans, we're full of shit. Like, we really are. We need to do the shadow work. We need to call out each other on our fuckery. We need to put it right. So back to what I was saying before, and I like what Naya added to that, which is we need to first of all acknowledge that we are an injured people. We then need to heal. We then need to do the shadow work and call out our bullshit. And then I feel like we need to put together a code.
Anybody else want to come in on that?
Yeah, she's definitely right. Group work and teamwork is part of it as well. And most people be on this app for years, and they don't even have one or two community there. They just come and just talk basically, but those are the individual. Most people have emotional issue, definitely. I have mine too, but I don't have to express it on people I don't know. Right? If I know you and your problem, then maybe you can talk about that. So most of the time, I'm thinking getting to a teamwork and group work together to get something done about making a code and breaking spell is very important. They are teaching on this side for that. And people need to start looking at information that can help them and their mindset. Right? I'm helping people that just come out flicking jail, that have been doing years, and they're trying to still go back to the same dumb shit. We're trying to, recall back to spiritual mindset and healing force. So if you're going to be on code and you're not talking about healing and teamwork and actually learn, as what Stomach said about learning, it's still going to be the same thing. People will sell out. Some people thinking the other race is better than the black race because they don't know friends of them that are black. And they always fight with black people. You'll see a black man tell me that they don't have no black friends just because all of them are bad and evil and they like the other ones that lock them up. So there's a lot of those mindsets that we need to watch out for. And if the frequency is not aligning with with the people that are troubling you, try and find someone that you're on the same level. It's all about levels out here. UK is not even multicultural like that. We know it's a lot of division going on and a lot of systemic racism. How are we going to help each other if we're not putting it into action? We're just talking about all these things. You tell someone to read a book, they ain't reading no books. They rather look for money. So if you're going to put funding together to heal each other first, rather than just buying somebody's smoke and alcohol, I think that's very important to heal each other first. Organize a community to do that. And those are the things that we need to put in work. I leave it there.
I like what you said as well before, Sirius, when you're talking about the healing that needs to be done on an individual basis first. Because there's no point coming together as a community if individually we're having issues, right? Because it's going to affect our mindset, it's going to affect our spiritual capabilities, which is also a big part in this, which is actually the catalyst of all of this, really and truly. We spoke about truth earlier, and we spoke about who we are and what we're capable of doing.
have to heal individually for us to be the best versions of ourselves, and to really tap into what we're capable of doing. And it's just a lot. I liked what you said that earlier, Sirius. I really like that point.
Hi guys, hi Nadia, hola everyone. I was just gonna say, I do agree. Hi guys, oh hi Storm, sorry. I do agree that, or I don't know if everyone said the same, but that we should have some type of code as black people. But I only agree that the code should be in front of others. So when we're in front of others, just like family, you're supposed to sort of, or your best friend or whatever, there's a saying that you somewhat show them support in front of people, but behind the scenes you might tell them, they could have done this better or whatever. So in front of others, so on social media, where white people, Asian people, Mexican people, everyone can see what's going on, I think we should act accordingly. I think we should have some type of code. But with that said, you guys mentioned Whitney, and the reason why it's tricky with Whitney, what Whitney's doing is embarrassing. I'm getting secondhand embarrassment. So I understand why some black women might not support her, because she's like, it's like the same sort of thing with like bad behaved black folks who are in and out of jail, fighting, wearing the mask on their face, doing these rap videos in the middle of the streets and stuff like that. I understand us wanting to separate ourselves from them. So when it comes to being in code in public, I understand why there might be some situations where you don't do the code thing, because we're trying to save our face. I think that's how you phrase it. We're trying to make sure that others who are watching know we do not co-sign foolishness, and just because they're black doesn't mean we're going to accept it. I hope that makes sense. Like sometimes you just have to let people know. Like I see white people do this all the time in the comments. When they do not co-sign behaviors of certain white people, they will separate themselves from them fast. They will give them a title, and nobody does anything to stop them. They will refer to them as, I don't know, what is it? What do they call the little white ragamuffins again? The ones on the streets? Chavs. They will separate. Sorry, I knew someone would work it out if I said it like that. Like, yeah. So I had an argument with a white woman on Instagram, and I said, no, you're not going to separate yourselves from these white people. They're white, you're white. You now all need to be held accountable. Because when we have our black ragamuffins on the street wearing masks and doing foolishness, I don't get to separate myself from them. It's just the same usual blacks at it again. You don't separate them, except call them a specific group. So I'm aware that they try to separate themselves. Also, I'm also aware when it comes to the white men that are shooting up schools, they also try to label them as mentally ill, and that's another form of trying to separate yourself from a stigma or something that keeps happening, a stereotype. Yeah, and they get to do it. Asian communities, I feel like they do it as well. I want us as black folks to stop co-signing foolishness. We do have to separate ourselves from some poor behaviour when it's black people, but we still need to have a level of coding when we're in front of people, like support each other overall. Definitely would agree.
Dark Honey, when I was a kid, Dark Honey, I always knew that I fucked up because my mom would start speaking in fun. Like if I have friends over the house and she knows that they can hear us talking, she wouldn't speak in English. She would speak in fun, which is the tribal language. And I always knew I fucked up when she started speaking in fun, because she would do it so that I understood what she was saying, even though they didn't understand what I was saying.
So I just can I respond to what Dark said? Because I think Dark, you make a brilliant point, right? That we don't call certain groups of black people black. We don't call them black chavs, or when we saw the race riots last year in the UK, the white people were calling them, they're the underclass, they're the underclass of white people, they're not us. We haven't labelled our degenerates as the underclass. We haven't done that. We don't
So even when we do separate ourselves, we do it in a way that's derogatory to us and unfavorable to us. So I get what you're saying. However, I feel as though all we will be doing is copy and pasting a white supremacist system. That's their playbook. Let them have it. That's what they do, because they are the way that they are because of who they are. We are the way that we are because of what they've done to us. Now, when we zoom into our roadmen culture, for example, even just let's look at the dress code. Let's examine the dress code. That dress code, these young people will feel like this is their identity. They've carved it out. No, these things have been marketed to our children, right? They go into JD Sports, and all there is fucking Nike fleece tech tracksuits in different colours. What else are they supposed to fucking wear? Do you understand? So there's the heavy advertising of this retailer on all of our buses. So these children think that that's the only place to shop, right? They go in there, and then there's a roadman uniform that comes from corporation. So, and then we turn around as black people, point the fingers and say, oh, look at these black people dressing like that, it's embarrassing. But we are not the ones that are manufacturing these clothes. We're not the corporations that are heavily marketing this towards our children. And then parents are then having to fight their children. So I went through this with my son, having to fight their children to not wear them type of things and think that those things are great, and having to say to him, look, this is your colour palette. Because of your hair colour and your eye colour and your complexion, this is your colour palette. These are the textures of clothes that you should, that complement you. These are some of the other brands. My brother's a graphic designer, so he's an alternative. He dresses alternative. These are some of the other things you can wear. And he took him out clothes shopping, and interjected that, that path, so that now my son dresses like a normal fucking human being rather than a copy and paste of what UK corporate wants our kids to look like, which our kids think that that's their identity, like they own that. They don't own that. They think they own it, but they don't. So we need to give grace as well to understand that this is something that's been done to us as well, and it's going to take time and work for that deprogramming to happen, right? And we just need to give ourselves grace while we're doing that. That's what I would say to that, Dom.
Well, I want to say one thing. Yeah, sure. There's one thing that we do when it comes to like the fashion, the Nikes and things like that. What we do is like we'll take something like the Timberland boot, right? The Timberland boot was created for people to work and do construction in. We'll take something like that. We'll say, nah, we gonna rock the Timberland boot, but we're not gonna use it to do construction in. We're gonna do it. We're gonna use it to look fly. We're gonna get fly with this boot. So we do tend to take things that are that's considered like really good fashion, high fashion in a sense, and we'll take it and we'll make it our own. We do tend to do that. Especially over here in America, and I don't really see a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that at all. That's all I want to say, considering that.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really had thought about the optics in America, because we got accused of this earlier, talking about American culture when we're not from there and stuff like that. And so I'm very mindful that I don't so I'm not going to comment on that, Harlan. But what I will say is I feel like in the UK I feel as though it's different. I definitely feel like it's different. I feel like my opinion is this. I feel like because America's so big and there's so much space, and there's the let's talk about that. Anyway, stick to the UK. In the UK, it's very small, and it's easier to conduct. It's easier for us to be controlled. It's easier for our narratives to be written. It's easier for them to be perpetuated. They have a tight handle on the media. They have a tight handle on what our kids are educated. We don't have black universities. We don't have, a heavy black media space. It's changing, but for a long time we didn't. We don't control our narrative, and so we don't really have the space to make things our own. Although that is changing again, we're beginning to carve out our own space. We're beginning to carve out our own, like social dynamic, and we're allowed to now given a space to label ourselves. I call myself the UK Jamaican. That's a terminology that sometimes some people don't even know what the fuck that is. Do you understand me? So I feel as though we just don't. It's not the same. So I don't think we can make the comparison. Although I do love the fact that Black Americans are able to take something and make it their own and own it, and it comes from them rather than comes from US corporations saying this is how you should dress, this is who you are. I love that you guys have that autonomy.
I would like to say something. I think, in regards to code, right? It comes down to good principles, and I think just for example that case with that black girl who experienced racism, right? I think you can have a different approach. You can ostracize the girl, or you can ask the question: does anything she does merit racism? And the difficult thing about that is, if you ostracize her, because then you kind of imply well, she got what she deserved, right? But then you're also saying that racism can be used as a pedagogical tool. And I think if there's something that black people in the West needs to be on some kind of code about, it's about racism is a no-go in any kind of case. We might not be able to agree with one another on how to act towards one another or how to be with one another as different cultures, but I think we need to have a principle about saying no to racism. And I think this whole idea, I understand that people are oh, you can't have toxic people in a community and stuff like that. I thought that was kind of, not toxic, that people need to work on themselves, right? I think you, for me, I think that's kind of interesting because a lot of the communities that we have, we can't shed that based on our mental health or mental capacities. We are born into them. And I think, again, it comes down to principles. You stand by people's side based on your principle, based on the fact that you're both, I don't know, Igbo, Yoruba, Mende, Jamaican, American, or something like that. I think we have to acknowledge that this is a community that you're born into because of the experience of isolation you will have. In order for it to be some kind of counterforce to this cultural bomb that Ikuki talks about, right? A white supremacist bomb that isolates us from African culture. Maybe that was the wrong theory. But yeah, that's what I wanted to say. I don't think that anything merits racism. Racism is not a pedagogical tool, and you have to have good principles of empathy
towards one another, even if it's difficult.
Yeah, ain't nothing worse than somebody that's off code. I despise off code behavior. I really do. That's like the worst thing that we can do to each other is be off code like that. I really don't like that.
I think what's also helpful to discuss is the similarities between us. I think that's really helpful. Those are some of my favourite conversations when I go into the US spaces and we talk about, like, for example, Harlem. You just reminded me because of your name, how similar the Harlem people in New York are similar to the people from Hackney in East London, right? And when it comes to fashion, and some of the alternative black cultures, and the way that they approach music production and the sounds that come from there, and just the way that the bouginess, yeah. I love having, and I think those conversations are helpful when trying to build, because in order for us to have code, we have to want to, work together. We have to, like I said, we have to acknowledge our shadow selves. We need to acknowledge the fact that there are countries, there are black people in Africa that had a hand in the slave trade. They helped capture black people and put them on boats and ship them out to the Caribbean and Africa. We have to acknowledge that in the Caribbean, we uphold these principles of, no bocats and no, LGBT and one batty man and all them things, but they've got
Stand jump on it, with principle on that, we not about.
But at the same time, we've got man that eats vagina, and we've got man and women that
Oh, we found out them dirty, nasty bomber class, we found them out, we don't tolerate that.
Alright. And then we've also got the black people in America. We have to acknowledge that because of the crack epidemic, you've got people who are born, like with crack in their system and affects the way that they fucking behave and act. Do you understand? Like, and then the UK people, UK blacks, I don't know, I think we're kind of perfect, but someone could think of something.
Perfect, the bomber class.
I think what the UK blacks are guilty of, and our shadow selves, is the interracial dating. Like, we're heavy on that. Like, in the UK, in London, despite how many black people there are, I can count on my hand a week or even a month how many black couples I see. I see more black men with white women than I do see black men with black women, right? So that's our shadow issues, right? And I feel like, we should talk about those things as well, because I feel like that's part of the healing process. But at the same time, we should also talk about what makes us, what things we have in common, and what brings us together. I think that's also important.
Is dating out an off-code moment? Is dating out a preference? It's just someone's preference, or is it a moment of being off-code?
It's a missed opportunity to create another black child.
It's an insane moment.
So when a black person gets with a white person and they have a baby, they've now created a biracial child. That's not a black child. That's a biracial child. That's a different race, right? And that is a missed opportunity to put another black child on this earth. And if we're being genocided, the last thing you want to do is create missed opportunities to create more black children.
Yeah, I completely disagree, and it's getting kind of, it's getting a bit cultish now. It's getting a bit high control group, and like, if you're black, you have to do X, Y, and Z. It's like, no, being black is not a cult. You're born black, and you're gonna die black regardless of what you do. You're gonna die black regardless if you marry a black woman or marry a white woman or have a biracial child or have a black child. Like, I think it's about making it. I think we also have to make it tangible. Like, I'm like, based on my culture, if I have a child with a white man or with a Danish man, my child would not be too like me, but that's something, like, that's life. And yes, that child will not have the same cultural
experience that I have when I go back. But I think you have to, I think you also have to be, I mean, what's the point of knowing your history and and all of these things if it doesn't build up your self-esteem to be resilient? And I think,
Jack, okay.
Please can I respond to Jata?
Yeah, I want to ask Jack a few questions, but I'll give Jack a bit of time to yeah, you can respond to her first. Still there?
Yeah, I just
Well,
want to finish.
Oh,
No, I just want to say that I agree with Jetta on this one. I don't think dating outside your race is off code behavior. And I don't think that in itself is off code, you know.
What, Jata, have you finished?
yeah, I just feel like what my point is like, it's like, at least where I come from, we are taught our history in order to be stronger individuals who are more resilient in society and in the world. And I think if you are a strong culture, you can also handle the intermixing with other cultures. It doesn't just mean that your culture vanishes. Like sometimes, the elders will laugh, in our community and be like, oh, now we have the Tue clan of Denmark because of the Tawe clan of Denmark because like a Tawe have gotten so many kids because that is what Mandic culture does in all of its history, going all the way back to the Ghana Empire, we have always evolved, we have always fused. Then some people went to that region and married with those people, and they got another dialect, and they did different things, but they're still men there at the core.
But Jata, ideally, you're absolutely right. Ideally, that would be the approach when it comes to interracial dating, right? Because like you said, if it doesn't, it gets too controlling, it gets weird. But you don't hear Jewish moms talking like you. You don't hear white Italian moms talking like you. You don't hear. One second, Jack. I know I cut you off, but I'm sorry. I'm just getting a bit irritated. You don't hear Asian moms talking like that. You don't. Now, this is why I'm for female black leadership. I do believe that give us a go at this because we need something to happen. We need some kind of change. If we keep doing the same thing over and over again, we're gonna get the same results. Let's give the matriarchy a chance to lead us out of fucking this chattel like white oppression. Let's give the women a chance. The downside to us is the fact that our hearts are too big and we're too encompassing and we're too and it's the right way to do things. It's the right approach. What Jack is saying is ideal. We shouldn't be controlling who sleeps with who creates what children. That's not our business. People have their individual lives to live. If you want to date a green person from Mars, then do that. Fine, no problem. But because of the state that the black community is in right now, it's unhelpful. It's the right thing to do. It's the wrong time. We can't afford to be doing that right now. That's my point.
Yeah, I don't.
I do agree to that point. I do agree. Go on, Jata. I'll talk after you.
Yeah, I think like right now, you are seeing a younger generation of white people integrating and black people integrating, and that's why I also feel like you have to think about that too. Like if you look at Gen Z, they're much more mixed, and they mix more than other generations have probably done, right? So I also don't think that it's something that younger generations would even like comply with, that they have to be separated in that kind of sense because people are getting more and more mixed. And like I said, I think your culture should be something that your culture should be something that gives you lives and makes you resilient. Of course, there's always limitations to culture, but
But
those
that's
are
when another culture meets another culture, um, your culture becomes compromised because you would have to practice both cultural values. Maybe for some cultures, if you're a man, I know people say if you're a man and the woman marries into that culture, that woman becomes that people group. Well, that's where that child becomes that people group. But eventually, if you're so hoe down on these cultural values, marrying out will eventually water that down, compromise people to the point where cultural values will get lost in that family group, in that lineage. I mean, if that's what people are comfortable with, then that's fine.
Hell no.
I'm absolutely confident with that. In the Mandate Constitution, it says the nation that becomes nostalgic is the nation that is doomed to fail. Like I said, Mandate culture for me is not something that is stagnant. It will always change and has always changed and will always change. Instead of me sitting here crying about, oh, I'm in a vulnerable position because I'm in Scandinavia, I say, hell no, I'm a little Mandate Viking. I'm gonna create something new. I'm gonna add something new to the Mandate experience because that's what I can do. That is not what I can do. That is what I is doing. That is my lived experience.
But change and erasure are two different things.
Well, I just want to say this. I've seen people that was married outside of the race. I don't want to be married to a white woman. That's my personal preference. But I've seen people that are married outside of their race, and they've been on code. You know, and they wasn't practicing anything dangerous that would hurt us as a people. You know, so I mean, I get people not agreeing with it, but I don't think it's off code behavior. You know, that's all I want to say about that.
Well, I wanted to ask Storm something based on what you said. I don't disagree, right? But I'm not saying I agree either, right? But why do you say the women should be given a chance to lead me? And the reason I ask, right, because, and you know, the women them need to be commended on this because they have held the black family together, right? And when I look at my family, it seems that the women are leading anyway, and the man is just a front.
And just the right person has walked in the room right now, and I hope he comes on stage. Because I had get to this point, I've been in spaces with him before. He is a great example of someone, a black man who understands the abilities that black women have to lead. But anyway, the reason why I say it is that there's quite a few points, but I'll keep it refined and concise, more like, because I know you don't like when I'm long-winded. But I think the first thing is just common sense. If we've been led by a male-dominated system which hasn't worked out for us, then and the only other alternative is a female-dominated system, then that would be the obvious choice to make, right? If one thing doesn't work, let's try another thing. So keep trying the thing that doesn't work, right? So just common sense. The second point is, like you said, we're natural born leaders, right? We're told in scripture that we're not. We're told in society that we're not. We're told in lots of different areas that we're not. But then you go to biology and we're told that we are, right? We go to science and we're told that we are. And if you really do a deep dive into the scriptures, we're also told there that we are, right? And so that's the second reason. And then the third reason is that I feel like women are much more nurturing than men, and that nurturing extends from her offspring and her family, and can lend itself also to community and nation building. And I feel like we all know that in order for something to grow, it needs and to develop and to be prosperous, it needs to be nurtured. If we look at the black community as a plant, right, we have to take time and water that and nourish that and pay attention to detail, put it in the right place, all of that stuff that women just are natural at doing, right? I'm not saying that men can't do that as well, of course they can, but it's more natural to women to do that
give us an opportunity to use our natural skills and our natural way of doing things in order to lead the community. And so, yeah, I hope that answers the question.
Just a quick one. I just want to read something to Jatta and Harlan. Vaughn was saying in the chat, Black American, saying, I will respect who you marry, but I would never talk war around anyone who is my historical enemy. Pillow talk is something I would have to consider. And that's kind of a similar thinking that I have, I think, in regards to that, because you marry who you love, but historically, and Harlan, you probably know this more so. You know, we've had a common enemy. So, you know, if you're trying to better yourself, how do you marry those that have not tried to allow your betterment to flow or progress? So yeah,
but
well,
the thing is,
those individuals.
yeah, I understand that. But if you read the, you know, what he put in the chat in terms of talking about bettering, would that be, you know, maybe those individuals?
Because then the conversation needs to be had. What are you saying that there hasn't been white people who have stood in solidarity with black people, with the betterment of black people?
Okay. Yeah, no, there's individuals, yeah, that we do.
There you go.
But yeah, I would still go by that code.
There's also people that go into prison for paedophilia and come out. And they're reformed. You're not gonna leave them around your children, are you? I mean, that's slightly different.
And are reformed. I don't think you understand how paedophilia works. It's not a reform thing.
I don't think you get my point.
It's an attraction.
The point I'm saying is that they have a certain nature, right? They have a nature to them. And so just because you get a few good eggs doesn't mean you need to ignore the bad ones. Doesn't mean you need to marry and lay down and sleep with and create children. In fact, I don't think there's anything wrong with dating. For me, this is my position. I don't think there's anything wrong with dating. What I think is wrong, I don't even think there's nothing wrong with biracial children either. What's wrong is the missed opportunity to create more black children. That's the problem that I have. And that constant missed opportunity brings us closer to erasure, deletion.
But how though?
I'm not going to erase that damn thing.
Opportunity. There's because earlier when you said that you walk around London, you see more interracial couples than black couples. Where do you live? Where?
Yeah, I see that in Barnet, to be fair.
I'm gonna lie. There's no way you're walking around on the end you see more man with white guys than black. That's just
when they come out the end,
that is such a hyperbolic statement.
Did you hear what I said? When they come out the end,
that is what you said. Right?
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, that is
exactly what you said. I said that when we have a missed opportunity to create black children, that brings us closer to erasing who we are. There was an article The Guardian wrote about 3 years ago, and they said that the UK Black Caribbean group is going extinct.
Yeah, but how does that?
Can I finish my point? This is why I find it hard, Naya, to have conversations with like the younger generation because they've done a number on them, right? And then even when they're intelligent like Madara, the numbers so. What are you talking about? Hello? I don't know how old I know you're not in your 30s. What I do know. I'm definitely young. Oh, you're definitely in your 30s? Alright, take that back. You sound a lot younger than Anyway, the point I'm making is that people with Madara's mentality, I don't worry, I have to say something. I don't believe you.
Okay, so Jackson and Harlan, I read it out this side chat. Madara and Storm, you guys can have your final say on the comment that was in the side chat in regards to, you know, speaking to people that are from a group that has historically caused damage to your group. And, you know, you decided because it's 2025 to date outside, you know, talking about Black Betterment, is that available? So,
Well,
Can I respond to this?
I'll be fast. No, I don't want to date a white woman. I don't. That's just not my preference. As an individual, it's just not my thing. But is it? Do you consider that to be off code? If someone dates outside the race, is that off code? That's all I want to know.
Can I please answer to the question, like that comment? Yeah, but that comment was directed at what me and Mark said.
No, yes, we do a little, what do you call it again, cue. So we let the storm finish and then.
Yeah, so,
yeah,
if you want to do that.
So let Storm respond, Jetta, that's okay. Then you answer after, and then I've got something I want to say. And if anyone else
Dara can go first, because I need to hear you say out.
Okay.
I think I give him an opportunity.
Jetta, is that okay? We'll go after. Is that okay?
I just need to know what is the code that RM is. What's the code? What's the code?
You don't really good one.
What's the code?
When I say being on code, being on code just means that. Look, it's real quick. She asked, well, being on code just simply means that you want the best for your people, for your group, right? If I'm gonna vote for a politician, right? I'm looking at, okay, what is this politician gonna do for my people? How is he gonna help my people? And if it's anything tangible or good that we can get out of the deal, I'm gonna go along with it. That's me being on code. Me being off code would be me saying, you know what, this is gonna hurt my people, but it's gonna benefit me as an individual. So I'm gonna go along with that. That's me being off code. But being on code, it just simply means that you're looking out for the best interests of your people at all times. And I think we all should be like that. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that was to Miss Hope. I think it did answer it. Yeah. Okay, so who wants to go next? I know Paul and Maggie were having a conversation. Jatta gone?
Yeah, I would like to say there's an element of class.
She's not saying it's to go next, she's saying you're in the queue. Without saying, sorry.
Just write down your thoughts, Jatta. We'll come to you.
Sorry, Jetta, but can you remind me of your last point, Madara?
I don't know. I can't even. I'll go after you. I can't remember still.
Alright, don't worry, I'll wait till you remember. Go on, Jam.
I would, yeah, there's an element of class too. You can't make it sound like white people is just this homogeneous anarchist group that has taken every single political decision that has been made the last 500 years through some kind of like direct democracy, because that's not true. I think it's a bit disingenuous. What? This nigger woman of coal. You know, oh my God, you are so tiring.
Stay on your, what you're,
Stay on code. Don't pay attention to the chat.
No, I don't need to stay on code. Like, why are you always like, I'm sorry, but like, why are you always like trying to make excuse for people being vile towards one another?
Oh, somebody is setting up to vile in the chat?
Sorry, how did that, sorry, where are we? I didn't hear, what did you
I think there's someone in the audience that's removed.
They're a nigger woman. One called her a nigger woman.
Oh no, don't. Yeah, don't remove Von. If you don't mind, don't call her that. Not even if you don't mind, don't call her that, please. Okay. Go ahead, Justin.
Right.
They think it's funny. Okay.
And the same thing goes for African societies too. Like, you know, there's been classism in every single, like, no group. Well, there are exceptions with the Igbos, Kikuyos, and so on. But like, trying to sit here and say that a working class white man is my biggest problem. And some people might say, oh yeah, they are because like they're turning to the far right and stuff like that. Yeah, but that also has a lot to do with austerity and so on, and them and other different complex issues. Um, I think it's disingenuous because like I said, class is a factor. You can say like the upper class Europeans, they have benefited extremely from the oppression and of course through the welfare state. So has the working class, but they are more connected to it like the elites because like their direct ancestors did it, right? And I think that goes for every single society. Um, but I think that just shows that the hierarchies are the problem. It's not the people; it's the systems that are the problem. And I don't think you can sit here and say that interracial dating is off code because if I genuinely love black people, I want what's best for black people, and that would be for black people to be with people that they love.
Is your husband white? Is your
But
husband
love
white?
themselves first, I have an agenda. A lot of black people are in that
It's
area.
even white husband, anyway.
Or gentlemen even married. Like a white husband.
Hey, no, okay, enough with the whole derogatory thing. I can have an opinion that differs from you, and it doesn't mean that, oh, I'm married to a white man or I'm not married to a white man. It's allowed.
I just want to ask, right, what I find concerning.
When you reduce to ad hominems, it just shows that you don't have an argument.
Just have me quiet when you was talking,
That really cannot apply to me, but anyway.
Right? What I was finding concerning is Jatta seems to be trying to put things in an absolute terms. And where you have put it, Jatta, is not my lived experience with these people. Right? I find the white man to be very much a savage. That's all I've experienced from him and his kind in my lifetime in the place where I reside. Right? First of all, when I started school, yeah, them throw in an elementary class and we not have no sense. Right? Then I'm seeing signs, no blacks, no Irish, no ducks on windows in houses. Yeah. Then I'm being excluded from their schools, right? Because they're excluding us in droves as black boys. Then I'm being incarcerated as a child and abused in their penal systems, right? And you're trying to say that I'm supposed to look on these people as being something other than I've experienced them to be in my lifetime. It's not going to happen. You understand? You can come with all these fancy terms and fancy names for them, right? And what I see that they have done to my people, right? They have fractured and fractionalized us as a nation. So when you're on about nation building, because this is what we're in the process of. Now, we're trying to build back our nation. And when you're in the process of nation building, to say you're going to lie and procreate with those who are oppressing you, it's clearly off code.
And can I also just take that back and just from one generation to another, I just want to also add to that list of things that they've done to us where we live, right? So they've also removed from the education system black history, and they've whitewashed the history that they do tell us. They've also excluded us from the media, so we didn't have positive black role models growing up, in in the media. We've also been, had our cultures appropriated painted and cast out into social media as though, you know, social media is the creator of what we've created, right? We've also been put into, you know, areas or locations, being put into housing where, you know, we're being forced to live with paedophiles, ex-convicts, mad people, and all of the above. We're also being demonized so that when, you know, people are walking down the street and they see a black person walking towards them, they want to hold tight onto their bag because they think they're going to get robbed, right? We've also got our own problems with the police. You know, we talk a lot about police brutality in the US, but there are hundreds of black people that have been killed at the hands of the police in the UK. One 5 minutes from me, in a grocery store, this a boy that, you know, I knew of anyway, was in broad daylight, tackled down to the floor, and his throat grabbed and had the life choked out of him, all on camera. And then the police officer didn't even get arrested for anything, and they tried to say that he died in hospital when we could see that he died on camera in front of us, because he literally went from being, you know, laying down on the floor to curving into the feet to see the boy's dead in the shop, right? So we've also had things like that happen to us. And on top of all of that, we are censored. So all of the things that we do go through, oh sorry, there's more to add to this.
Come on, Storm. Can I just hold on a moment? I get a chance to say, just to be very, very clear, this is why I get really concerned when we have these conversations. There's a long list. I mean, I've got a list that's the length of my arm that we could, you know, there's a lot of stuff here. Listen, before you go in, I want Dark, I want Vaughn.
Yeah, I'll land there.
And I really would like Jata, because I've got some questions and I said I'm leaving people to speak to Jata, but I need to ask Jata about her own personal experience. I think Jata, you live in Europe, and I'm wondering, the stuff that you've heard Storm say, does this resonate with possibly things that you've seen or experienced? But before you go into that, Storm goes, there are other people we need to hear from as well. So I hope that Jata heard what Storm was saying. I wanted Jata to come out with some of those things. Really, that's what I was wanting to do. But Storm's come out with it now, so I need to know if that reflects what Jata goes through. Okay, so let's go with Dark and Vaughn. Anybody else want to speak? I know Jata, obviously, and Storm, we can have that conversation as well.
Yeah, right. I want to get in there as well.
Crisis. Who said I want to speak? Crisis.
I don't know if it's obvious, but I would like to respond.
Yeah, Vaughn, you're up on the stage now. I know you're not a stage guy. So was there something you wanted to say quickly?
Go ahead, she can go. I'm just listening.
Okay, Dark, did you want to go as a mod?
Yeah, of course. We went to talk about ages actually. So obviously, because it's gone on for a while now, there's so many points I wanted to address. But okay, when we're having this conversation, we've got to be. I know there's a bit of emotion here, I can hear it, and there's a lot of sort of ego. Everything that you said that the white man, for some reason you don't acknowledge the white woman, has done, I could say the black man has done. And that's why I get really iffy when we talk this way. I think it's better, me personally, to address the real issue. If we are pro-black and we care about black people survive, because there's a few points that Storm made that I agree with. If you care about the progression of the black race, if you are pro-black, if you are anything to do with being black, then yes, you would naturally follow what Storm is saying. But if you identify with your religion or your culture, which you have a right to, it's not going to be so. Some people will marry someone based off their religion, not their race, and that means that they're on code for their religion. And also, even if you date outside of your race, it doesn't mean you go against your race. It could simply mean that you're living in a neighborhood which is predominantly of another race. Or it could be go Google for you, but it's now been made illegal recently. Even when it comes to raping your own wives, that's only recently been made illegal. In Ghana, I think that was as well. So there's a number of things. Even when we look into slavery, before we were sent off to go in the ships and we were shipped off to these white slave owners, we were already enslaved. And I don't know why we don't acknowledge the fact that we were already captured. And I say we like it was me, but locked up. We've seen the movie Black Woman King, I think it's called Woman King, where they were already chained. So it weren't like the white people just came on the land and went, let's just take this person because I've got a gun, let me take this person, I've got a gun, I've got more power than you. No, it was some type of exchange that took place. There was a verbal agreement or written agreement or whatever. And so that means we were already enslaved. So when we're talking about, well, we can't be with this race because they've done us bad, the reason why there's going to be an argument or a war, people are going to clash, is because they're going to acknowledge the fact that actually, if we look at the statistics, naturally, the people that have harmed us the most are our own people. Naturally, it happens. If you look in the white community, the people that harm white people the most are white people. The people that harm Asian people the most are Asian people. So I'm not picking on us. I'm just stating a fact. So that's where the conversation becomes almost like it's not honest. It's all ego and emotion. Because if you're being honest, you would just say, listen, even though I can see we don't work together, even though I know we ain't shit sometimes, we call slavery, we already had slaves before the white man came or whatever, I just believe that in order for us to progress as a people, we have to try to heal and ignore the fact that we've been doing shit to each other and try and do better and stick to our own and make good of what we have. That to me is honest. But when you start pointing and listing out all the stuff that the white so-called man has done, then another person's going to come off mute and say, well, wait a minute, the black woman's done this and the black man's done this. It's the same reason, last point, when people say, listen, black men stop dating these white women because look what happened to Shannon and look what... No, that's not the cause. It's not their race, because the same situation that they've been in with these white women is the same situation they could be in with black women. Now they're going to give you 10,000 examples of where black women have done them wrong, and now we're in some gender or race war, and it gets us nowhere.
Okay, so
This is why I wanted to address the first part, and only the first part, right? You see, when you hear me say things about the white man, the white boy, it's inclusive of the white woman, right? It's like when them say man.
She knows that she was just being
like that.
She was just being funny. She was being facetious. And Dark, I love you already, yeah. But we don't see eye to eye on certain things. And yeah, that's just, I think Dark's tactic. Sorry, more life, but I don't think she knows that we're talking about white supremacy when we say the white man. She knows that. But anyway, there's a conflation here, because what we're talking about is two different things. There's the healing of black people, and then there's the expectation of us to somehow collaborate with white people in order for us to move outside of oppression. And I don't think that I'm not talking about the next steps. That's after we dismantle white supremacy. I'm not talking about that. I'm literally saying that for some black people on this planet, they have a different relationship.
Sorry to interrupt. Is somebody streaming this room on YouTube, or is this having a joke in there? I'm hoping that no, because I don't consent to be recorded or to being added onto any other social media platform. So I don't know if anyone's got that link, they can put it in the side chat. And if you are doing that, can you shut that down? Because I don't consent to that. Okay,
yeah. So I think that what we've got is there needs to be, so I feel like for me it's not me being pro-black, it's not me being, and I know you're not, I know you didn't say that, Dark, but I don't think you have to be pro-black in order for you to acknowledge the wrongdoings. And I think it's important, we were saying this before you came in the room, one of the great things about these spaces is that we can provide insight to each other. So I speak to people from East Africa, like Rwanda and places like that, where they have really negative experiences with
Yeah, kick John out. He is streaming it live. Is he gone? Kick him out. Kick him out. Well done. Well done.
Which one is John?
No, but it doesn't matter. His skin tone is dark. He's still a colonizer. He's still white.
Yeah, exactly.
He's still white.
Matter, Simon. You're still a Jew supporter, so it makes you white.
Than yours. Let's just put it that way. And my people fucked yours. I mean, you're not even fucking.
John,
No, my lineage is all it's in the Jewish neighborhood because Ishmael, but we're we don't consider the Jews your people are not the real Jews.
John Kitover, on stage.
I'm not a Jew. I don't really care.
You're atheist, you're anti-homo, whatever you want to call yourself.
What did John come on stage? He doesn't like him anymore.
John's probably down there drinking beers and sniffing cocaine.
I think you project a lot.
No, he's a white hillbilly. That's
You
what he is.
project a lot.
You guys just be getting mad at the truth about certain kind of people.
So before you became a Muslim, were you allowing in jail for people to put it up your ass?
First of all, everyone knows that it's a white Israeli thing. You guys are gay. That's why there's so many homosexuals in Israel.
Yeah.
You gotta
But I bet that you tried it before you became a Muslim.
And any animal that does that thing, they get killed. That's what you guys always complain about, is that we kill gays, right? Isn't that what you guys always say? So now y'all changing your stance? Which one is it? Do we kill the gays or not?
It's so funny. You guys are saying freedom from what exactly?
Freedom from the tyranny of the Israeli government?
Freedom to kill whoever you want because of whatever dumb value system you have.
Our value system is the better value system. You guys just don't value it because you guys are animals, man. I'm telling you that. That's in our culture.
I get it. We're animals, flex, killing gay people.
No. We don't kill gay people just to kill gay people. That's un-Islamic.
Just to kill them.
Yeah.
We don't kill them just to kill them.
Yeah, no. If they they will get capital punishment only if, number one, that's the law of the Muslim. No. How would someone know? How would someone know if someone committed a gay act? They would have to do that publicly.
Oh, so then you're justified to kill them?
It's not about justifying what the laws are. Once again, they follow the law.
Yeah, exactly. It's the law, so it's justified. The killing is justified.
This has nothing to do with justification. This has something to do with what the law is.
Based on the law, justifies the killing because it's in the law.
No. The law says capital punishment. If
Exactly.
two people are caught,
That's
there's
what
witnesses,
I'm
they have
saying. It's just that the law
homosexual act.
justifies the killing then.
Just like the laws in Israel justify taking people out of their homes and caging them and putting them in detention with no charge. You guys do it for people in there for years. They torture them in there. What are you talking about? That's the law there. So
Stop
once again,
justifying murdering.
this is not justified. This once again, this is literally the law.
The law is like, yeah, you cannot be gay because otherwise, if we see you, you're gonna get killed, and it's justified by the law. That's amazing. It's beautiful.
Oh my God, this is so like you.
I mean, it's resistance. I mean, he resists, I guess.
Yes, we're resisting.
His name says it all. He resists intelligence. He resists high IQ. He resists.
You guys have the lowest IQ in the world.
He
Stop it.
resists everything. He resists logic. He resists morality. He resists decency. He resists God. He resists everything.
Well, when you guys get some moral values, then we can talk about that.
Stop resisting.
Makes it logically consistent that you don't have a morality. There is no morality.
There's nothing moral about you guys. Come on, stop. Stop with the
Stop
nonsense.
being moral.
No, you guys are not moral at all. Come on, stop it. You know that there's no morality in Israel.
Stop being moral, Simon. Kill the gays, Simon. Be moral like resistance, Simon. stock is not used to it anymore.
I make some amazing shipping with rice and
Today I'm gonna do poke bowls. Salmon, white rice, cucumber, mango.
Wait, Simon, did I hear that you ate something other than meat?
oh yeah, I think the carnivore monster.
The retard is here. Why do we get all the retards? We're all being told.
Oh, hi, Ethan.
Issa, first of all, you have to gain some IQ first to call yourself intelligent.
Of course, yes. I don't have any IQ.
You don't use critical
I lack
thinking.
IQ. I don't even have one.
You got critical thinking.
I like everything. I'm a woman.
You know what's funny about that retard comment? Hold on, I'm gonna keep talking.
Well, no, because
You
you're
know,
gonna
I
get
think it's not an argument. I deal with facts. The fact is the Israeli government is systematically starving and committing genocide against the Palestinian people in Gaza. And then they're using collective punishment in the West Bank to push people
What is
to put
genocide?
illegal settlements. What argument do I need to put forth to Sunday is the known fact?
I'm not
What
trying
is
to
genocide?
assault anyone, but I was just gonna say that.
Genocide is what Israelis doing to the Palestinian people in Gaza.
No, you know that for a genocide to be actually be able to be called genocide, it needs to be ethnically motivated.
It is
And
ethnically
that is
motivated. What are
that
you
is
talking
not
about?
what's
They want every
ethnically motivated.
Palestinian.
Why
Listen,
aren't
they want
Immediately wants to fight.
Come on, let's try to actually talk this time.
Yeah.
So
What's
it's ethnically,
the
it's
Israeli-
okay, hold on. If it's ethnically motivated, why are there the same type of ethnic living in Israel with the same rights? Why?
Because they're not Palestinians.
They are Palestinians.
No, they're not.
They are
They are Israeli Arabs. That is their identity. You know it. So why even ask a silly, foolish question? You know that those people, that 22% of Arabs that live in Israel. Hold on, let me finish. You asked me a question. Let me answer. You know very well, instead of posing and saying being truthful, because we know you don't have that in your bones, you know that the Arab population within Israel, that 20%, now not only identify, but feel colonized to call themselves Israeli Arabs. Some of them fight within the occupation force, and many of them have thrived within Israeli society. They have no longer associate or view themselves as Palestinians in Gaza or the West.
But they are an ethnic.
I don't care about, I don't care, no. This has something to do, once again, this genocide is specifically for the Palestinians who are not Israelis.
Okay, now, why if it's a genocide?
So then it's not ethnic.
Why has bullets?
Yes, it is ethnically motivated.
Hold on. Why if it's a genocide? Why has the population increased in Gaza in the past 2 years?
Once again, easy to answer that and debunk it because it's already been debunked before. Everyone knows that the population in Gaza has grew throughout the years because of the ethnic cleansing Israel has done to the Palestinians in their historical villages and homelands and pushed them all into the Gaza Strip. This is why there is so many people in Gaza that are not from Gaza. That's why it grew. I just told you why they grew, because they have ethnically cleansed people from their original homes and villages and have pushed them into the Gaza Strip.
No, I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about babies born. Over 40,000 babies born just in the first, 8 months or something like that of the war?
Yes, are you crazy? The population has decreased. What are you talking about? On October 7th, the population was, I believe they said, about 2.2 million people. Now, according to the estimates, they're around 1.7, 1.8 million people. There's about 400,000 people they say that are discounted for, which is the people they're assuming, because once again, I can show you Harvard studies and things that they put out. They believe it's estimated to at least 300,000 Palestinians have died. This is
300,000 have been
yes.
killed.
This is what they're saying. We don't know it to be a fact. Because the war is still going. We haven't looked underneath the rubble. It's not from Hamas. This is not from the God of the ministry. This is from people who have people on the ground in America.
Exactly.
And this is what their
They
estimates
have
are.
the
So then how come we can't get any numbers from Israel?
They are the ones giving the
Now, hold
official
up. Can you
numbers,
answer,
right?
can
The
you answer
people
this
in the
question for me?
street, they
Can you
know,
answer this question for
they
me?
know how many people have
Hold on.
done it.
Can you answer this question for me? How come is it Israel knows exactly how many Hamas
No, they
militants
don't.
they killed?
They don't.
That's, hold on, but that's not what the representatives of Israel say.
No,
What are you
they
talking
are
about?
using Hamas's
No,
things,
no,
and
no,
they
no, no.
know that they.
I'll put you up the ambassador. I'll put it in the link right now. The last interview Pierce Morgan did was with one of the ambassador to the UK, an Israeli government. The lady, I forgot her, she's the ugly fat chubby chick, and she claims that they do know the numbers of how many Hamas they have killed. So when he asks her how many civilians have they killed in the process of killing Hamas, how many children, they don't seem to know the answer. Why is that?
Yeah, but you know.
Exactly. You can't even justify stupidity.
No, the answer is that they target Hamas people directly, and then people who are what do you call this, casualties of war are not necessarily accounted for.
So you know the Israeli government can't even answer these questions. Why are we supposed to listen to you? Like, come on.
You should.
If they know that the military targets that are directly targeted and then they kill, and then they go and say, oh well, as a result of that one person dying, 15 other died, and you just do the ratio and you say, okay,
But that's the point. They don't know. They said they don't count. That was her response. She said, I cannot answer this, or no one can, because we don't count the innocent people we kill. We only count the militants. This was her ignorant answer.
how is that ignorant? If I have a military target and then 10 people die, why would that be bad?
Because you're killing innocent civilians knowing that you...
But they're not innocent. Innocent to who exactly?
Innocent to the world.
Okay, well, that the concept of innocence doesn't apply to the world, unfortunately. So you could just
Yes, it does. No, the concept applies to everyone in the world. You either have you're either been accused of doing something, or you've been charged guilty of doing something. There are many people in that region, in Gaza, and in the West Bank, that are innocent to any crime that Hamas has done. So for you guys to collectively kill them because of that, you guys are terrorists.
So resistance. If somebody kills Netanyahu, right, and in the effect of killing him, they also kill like 60% of Israelis. Is that justified?
Now it is, because more than 60% of the Israelis said they're okay with the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians.
Yeah, but they aren't.
More than 60, but I think 70, almost 80% said that they are. The society.
Yeah, so they aren't contributing to it, right? They aren't fighting 60%.
Of course they are. They funded.
Not fighting in a war.
How they not contributing? Hold on. How they not contributing? You don't see the videos of Israeli settlers terrorizing in the West Bank. You don't see Israeli settlers at the checkpoints for the aides literally standing in front of them and stopping them. What are you talking about? This is millions.
They got a small percentage of the population. They got like 700,000 people, where the population is 9 million total, right? So it's less than 1 million people who are settlers. So you're saying that because of 700,000 settlers, that the rest of the population is responsible.
The quiet is deafening, I'm not gonna lie.
No, I'm in the store.
So what? I mean, the thing is, like, you can say a lot of words, but the reality is that, like, you can't, like, you can say it's illegal what they're doing, it's this, it's a war crime. It's like, you guys don't have any concept of what
No, you are idiots did not know the legal laws of war. The Geneva Convention. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. No, what's garbage is you. You're garbage. That's the problem. You're garbage.
Okay, so a law in order for it to be a law, needs to be able to be enforced. Who enforces the law charge of enforcing the rules of law?
Every country just every country
It's not every country.
every country that it is binded by the United Nations needs to adhere to those laws.
Okay, so listen, hold on, Simon. So, in a country, there's a legal system, there's a government, and it's one body that enforces the law. You don't say every citizen enforces the law or is in charge of enforcing the law. It's not every citizen.
I didn't say citizen, I said country.
Hold on.
What are you talking about?
Listen, in a country, I'm saying inside of a country, there is one entity in charge of enforcing the law. It's not every citizen. So, in the globe, internationally, you cannot say each country enforces the law. It doesn't happen. It's just the same as if I would say every citizen enforces the law. In the world, not every country enforces the law. So, my question to you is, if there are laws on war, if there is actually international law, who enforces it?
And I just told you, everyone.
Global government. There is no.
You don't have to have a global government. Once again, every country that is binded, every country's representatives, meaning their leaders, president, prime minister, whatever you want to call them, if they recognize those laws to be the laws that govern war, then those countries are responsible for executing anyone who breaks those laws. What part of that you don't understand?
That is why I say that you don't understand how international law works.
No, I know how it's supposed to work. That's the difference.
International law is not anything else than a set of rules that a bunch of countries came about when they were in peace, and they said, okay, guys, what are we going to do?
No, actually, these laws all came about after the Jews were getting slaughtered by the Germans. So stop lying.
Why did we ever enter into conflict? Let's agree to follow these rules. And they all said, okay, let's do that. And so the countries that agreed on that set of rules are the ones that are sort of following those rules. But if a country never said, I agree on this, you cannot force the country to do it. And even if they agree to do that, there's still the interest that
Yes, you can, because that's the moral standard of the world. Like you guys always say. That's the moral standard of the world. Yes, you can. That's why when people see people acting immoral like Israel, they can impose this on them. Your country is not allowed to break the moral code. The genocidal group is Israel.
Okay, wait, so
No, like the occupation force. Like the occupation force. You're the immoral terrorists.
like the Hamas.
No, like Israel, like the Zorro. You mean like Israel does of the Syrians? You piece of shit? You mean like Israel does to the fucking Syrians? You piece of shit? You mean like Israel does to the Syrians? You piece of shit? You piece of shit? Huh? You piece of shit? Israel supporting ISIS there. You piece of shit? ISIS is the one running that country now. Piece of shit. ISIS is running that country. Israel supports them. Israel.
everybody shut up. You're ruining
Don't
my
fuck with
Sunday.
me. Don't fuck with me, you jail convert. Because I'm not the type you want to fuck with. Believe me.
Who are you talking
I'm
time before on the stage, but Israel's population is like less than 10 million, but Syria's population is 25 million, and the surrounding countries make up like almost 500 million people, and for some reason they think that 7 million Jews in Israel will Zion.
I don't understand why supporters of Israel go into these irrelevant topics. Listen, the point is clear, okay? We are going by the rules of Islam. The rules of Islam, this cunt called resistance, his Islam says, when I get the sword, and I have the bigger sword, and I chop your head off, and I defeat you, I take everything into zero-sum game. Now, the British did the same thing. We fucked your Muhammad, right? General Allenby fucked your caliphate, and we took it over. So now you suck good dick and be a good fucking boy. How about that? And if you don't like that, I can buy you a first-class ticket, window seat to Mecca, or maybe go to Medina, visit Muhammad's grave, so I can fuck you on his grave. Piece of shit. Fuck with me. Fuck with me, I dare you. Because I know the nitty-gritty. Fuck with me.
I just know the itty-bitty.
With all due respect, this is the problem with people who support truth and humanity. You guys simply make too many concessions. Don't. These vermin don't care about our humanity. They don't care about compromise. They don't care about coexistence. To them, it's I get the power. I am Machiavellian. I will take over, right? And let it be gone. That's it. It's not gonna happen. Okay? It's not gonna happen. We are applying the rules of Islam. You're just lucky. You're lucky that the IDF is not coming into your homes and fucking your mother. According to the rules of Islam. Right? As long as I am on these applications, and by the way, I have live videos. Okay? I have live videos. I've knocked out many fucking Turks, many fucking Arabs. Anywhere, anytime. Believe me. Do you know why I speak with so much rigor? Because I don't give one piece of shit about you or any existential value you have. You are vermin, and that's all you are.
Based.
It's simple. Read history. The Ottoman Balfour. Go read about it. You lost the territories. It was the armistice of Mudros. Do you know what an armistice and forfeiture means by an empire? The British mandate took over the Ottomans. Okay? You slave of Arabs. Makes sense? And they decided that the Jews who've been subjected to ethnic cleansing, pogroms, and massacres by your Islamic empires from the time of Umar ibn al-Khattab, until
You're a bitch ass fucking dirty Indian rat. Meet me right now. I'm in New York right now. I'm knocking your fucking Indian ass out your soul. You're pussy. You're a bitch. You'll never fucking come to a fucking protest.
right? I am Kurdish, bitch. I will put a fucking bullet in your mouth like we did to your ISIS fucking brothers.
Jesus Christ, let's tone it down.
You understand that? You jailbird?
And I have a question for you.
Next time you address me, use Listerine and clean out your mouth. Before I take off my shoes and really clean out your ass. Punk. You probably converted when you were locked up for selling ass in Philadelphia. But you were too afraid, right, from your Salafi brothers. So you converted to Islam unless they will fuck you in the ass, right? There's two ways you can have a conversation with me. We can go gutter and keep it gully like we do it in New York, right? And I can show you what it's like growing up in
What
Flatbush.
time is it where
I have a question for you about something.
For whom?
Aleph. So anytime someone brings up things like the Balfour Declaration or I guess the Ottoman Balfour and also the Faisal Weizmann Agreement, people say like that none of those people had any authority to to make any sort of contract. Do you understand this mentality? To say that like
of
the
course
people
I
who
do, my friend. This is the mentality that the Arabs created as a coping mechanism and to avoid any kind of accountability for their treachery, according to Islamic literature, for their treachery against the caliphate in order for them to retain power and regain power at the same time. So if you look at the literature on this conflict, okay, on Arab dealings with the British since 1924, which is the official date of the abolishment of the Islamic Caliphate. It was the day when the sun set on the Islamic Caliphate. It was over. No more Islam, no more taking over Europe, no more official jihad. Okay? Now you have guerrilla jihad. So the Taliban and Boko Haram, this is guerrilla jihad. But the narrative is really simple, my friend. It's really simple. Okay? They lost the battle. So they need a coping mechanism. They need a coping mechanism. And what's better than a coping mechanism that is attached to a narrative that says, oh no, we were very well intended. The British actually deceived us. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. You tried to deceive the Muslim majority countries or world or lands, right? And the British played you. You played the Turks, and the British played you. Are you mad? You're mad. Just say you are mad. And the British, in fact, did not even play you. Because if they did, the British had all the power to kick the living daylight out of the Arabs and send you back to the peninsula and keep all the lands for the Jews. But no, they decided to go for the, the Pike, what was it called? The Peel Committee, right? The Peel Committee. Yes, the Peel Committee, P-E-E-L, right? And it was made clear, all the Jews that had bought the lands, okay, and all that they will be given was about 51%. You were given about, what, 49% of the land?
Something like.
And guess what? The Arab League, headed by Saudi Arabia at the time, Mohammed bin Saud, you rejected it. And King Hussein, you rejected it. You rejected it. The Arabs rejected it. Otherwise, there would have been a Palestine today. Because to you, it's not just about creating Palestine. To you, it's a visceral, religious, eschatological agenda that we will take over Palestine, regain our authority and sovereignty as Islam, and this is where we come against the Jews for the final hour of the end of history. Well, guess what? Guess what? You might get your wish to that. You might get your wish today, right? Because your suicidal pursuit of the end of time is simply an agenda for the end of humanity, and those who can see through your lies like an X-ray, we don't believe you. We don't buy the narrative that you're pitching. And all of you other suckers and self-defeated cowards who've never made it to anything in your life, this is a good coping mechanism, right? A good escapism. Blame the Jews for your dick not working because you suffer from erectile dysfunction and too much junk food, right? You blame the Jews for it. True. Your wife is cheating on the side, you blame the Jews for it. Your bank account balance is not right, you blame the Jews for it. This is the Arab narrative. Honestly, Simon and Louise and everybody on the
bunch of videos. He also has an Arabic. My Arabic is rusty, so I don't worry, but I watch some of them. And he functionally, or is basically saying that, this is a political war against the West, and that all Muslims need to identify as the Ummah with passports in the Western world, and regardless of like where you live or whatever, like Islam is your nation. Oh, you can't hear me.
Peace to all of the humans.
We're talking about Islam, but not the state of Israel.
I mean, it's basically the same thing, right? Because we just basically talk about Islam and Islam, right? Maybe pretty much exclusively. I mean, that's the underlying root of evil, right?
I mean, a bunch of
No, but this is like the big bad wolf. Islam is like the big bad wolf.
No, not even close.
No, because we've all got like an underlying agenda.
No, but again, that's what I just said. No, it's not.
I respect your opinion, but doesn't make it true, I respect your opinion. I think you're an intelligent man.
I'm not attributing Islam to people. I'm saying Islam itself has bad ideas, just as much as I would say communism has bad, or Marxism specifically.
I think all religions have ideas that are not compatible with 2025 if we take them as a label. I think it would be disingenuous to suggest anything otherwise.
I mean, I'm with you. Listen, I'll shit on Christianity all day.
Yeah, I just think all of them. I think because we see we're now like science based and like evidence based now, right? Very objective. So I think religion itself, if we're being laden about it, it's just not compatible with 2025. So these things are a matter of faith.
That's the exact problem that I have with religion. It is literally a matter of faith.
Mm-hmm.
I think Americanism is the best. Like, does not even come remotely close to anything.
Mm-hmm. Could you replace the country with something else? Could it be like Russianism? China. Is it the way that the nation does it? Is it the
No, it's the principles and values that the country is founded on.
What if we ran like a supercomputer, right? It was like, Stalin's version of communism was terrible. What if we found a better one? Would that be like a viable thing? What if the global GDP improved and there was more peace? Would you think? What would you say?
Well, communism is the reason communism doesn't, or socialism, or fascism, or any other ism that isn't capitalism does not work, is because it goes against human nature.
Mm-hmm.
So any system that goes against human nature will fail. And the reason capitalism wins all the time, and to any degree that it's practiced, whether a teensy tiny portion or basically Hong Kong, you get innovation, wealth creation, production, human flourishing, and peace.
Well, I think communism, obviously, we haven't had a good interpretation of it, but it is closer to human nature than capitalism, in my opinion.
You don't get communism, unless you've applied.
What's wrong? Just
Sorry, my dog is.
It's alright.
Communism is a rejection of human nature. I mean,
think like capitalism is closer to like, primitive human nature. Communism is closer to human aspiration. We just can't pull it off properly. In theory.
How can you say that when, literally, like, if you look at the richest countries, they've all practiced some form of property rights?
Yeah. I mean, pragmatically speaking, we'd have to apply capitalism. We have no choice, right? But, in theoretics, if we apply theoretics, aspirationally speaking, communism would be ideal,
I don't even see how. I mean, communism simply says, like, what's your
Well,
framework?
socialism, maybe not communism, maybe socialism, I should say.
Well, then socialism is, that's like the basic, because communism is just like a moneyless, stateless society. So you're basically saying human beings just do things for absolutely no reason, and trade is just done just because. So there's basically no money, so there's no real production.
Yeah, money isn't real. I mean,
money is real. Money represents the value you provide for something.
Right. Well, now it does. I mean, prior to 15.
No, that's literally what money is.
Well, prior to 1566, before the Bank of England was created to fund a war, and they created the monetary system. We bartered, which was trade in essence, and we bartered with raw materials. So it would be a coin that's made of gold, or milk, or an actual commodity. We only trade.
That means that someone had to produce that commodity. That's my point.
Right, but
the commodity is the actual value, not like the actual paper itself.
I think he's in Tel Aviv.
Like the commodity itself is the actual the value. So and that the reason it's the value is because it had to be produced. So whether it's people used to trade sheep or goats or whatever the fuck, and in order for you to have something to trade, you had to create that value. So money is just a representation of that value that you've created.
Right, but
you're trading equal value, or you're basically trading equal values.
Right, but when we created the monetary system, the country didn't have the means to actually account for that money, so they basically applied like a bond system. It was like, okay, we allocate these notes, you can shuffle them around, we'll take a payment for that, but it started like an eternal debt cycle. And you can say, oh, well, that supplements growth, right? But it also confirms that there will always be a boom and bust,
No, that's not necessarily true.
I mean, you can
never. If you look at the boom and busts, the reality is that those are caused by regulations.
Right, but you can almost guarantee. What was that?
They said which Alex will come back so we can so I can ask him more about like his thoughts on this guy in the chat.
Video. Oh, I didn't even watch the video.
Alpha comes in and out when he goes his
Yeah, I think if your objective is like national primacy or like some kind of globalist capitalist structure, then maybe money is important. But in terms of like innate human desire, we don't need to be aspirational in a monetary sense. Essentially, we have desire, which is like bars, like the Sims. You have your shelter and food and more, like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. At no point is there money on that list. You can be fulfilled without money. It's just a means, and I don't see it's top down as well. So it's essentially totalitarian to some degree. I mean, the Fed is controlling rates that we have no say of, and the country can't actually.
The Fed has nothing to do with capitalism. Well, the Fed has nothing to do with capitalism, and it's actually anti-capitalist to have a Federal Reserve.
I agree.
Because it's a monopoly on the money supply protected by force, whereas you don't have an actual. But money is just a representation of value. simply saying like the $7 million home is worth $7 million. It's worth $7 million because of the amount of productiveness that someone had to do in order to give that. So
you're saying that
value.
money is like quantifiable productivity, is what you're saying, basically.
Yes.
But this is the thing, you know, and in theory you're right, but just like how the modern interpretation of communism has been a failure, money in theory would be an appropriate representation of effort commoditized. What we're seeing is a totalitarian approach to it, where it's being governed, and it's not what we'd expect. So, you know, it's not ideal. It's what we have now, the monetary system we have now. There will be boom and bust cycles.
I'll let this back.
And
I have a question for you.
Sorry guys, I had a call.
Hold on.
It was a crank call anyways.
No, that's okay. Well, go ahead.
do you know what I mean by that?
Yeah, but like the boom and bust cycles happen simply just because of like overregulation. It's a distortion of the actual market itself.
Exactly.
That's not inherent to capitalism.
Right. The same way, I don't think that, you know, however many people starving to is inherent to communism or people starvation.
Well, no, that's the logical conclusion, because you need enough people to invade. Because, like I said, anything that goes against human nature will fail, and once you start to apply force in order to pursue that end, then the logical conclusion is always going to be what happened with Stalin. That's why you have some of the richest countries on the planet who went completely poor simply because they chased that end. And this is true. Sweden did it when Sweden was one of the poorest countries on the planet in Europe at the time, and then they adopted more of a market-based system. They became very rich, and then once they became one of the richest countries in Europe, they said, "Oh, you know what? Let's try to redistribute everything that we've done